Sound check 1, GIC, February 26th, sound check 1.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the General Issues Committee for February 26, 2025. I'm your Chair, Deputy Mayor for the month, Councillor Craig Kassar. We have quorum present for today's meeting and like to call the meeting to order. A reminder to everyone, if you can take a look at your electronic device now and make sure that it's set to silent so we don't get into any interruptions. In chambers with me today, Councillors McMeekin, Pauls, A. Wilson, Francis, Wang, Nan, Beattie, Kretsch, Clark, and M. Wilson. Online, we have Mayor Horvath, Councillor Spatafor, and Councillor Jackson. Now, before we get into the agenda, as your chair, I just want to take a moment to recognize today, which is Pink Shirt Day. For those that aren't aware, it's an opportunity to collectively stand against bullying and demonstrate a commitment to safe, accepting, inclusive, and equitable schools, work sites, and communities. And I do see a number of pink shirts and other clothing attire around the chambers. Thank you very much for that. Just a little bit of background. Although it's now a movement celebrated across the globe, Pink Shirt Day has humble beginnings inspired by an act of kindness in a small town in Nova Scotia in 2007. I'll just read a brief excerpt from an article from that time. A group of teenage friends organized a high school protest to wear pink in sympathy with a grade 9 boy who was being bullied for wearing a pink shirt. They took a stand against bullying when they protested against the harassment by distributing pink t-shirts to all the boys in their school. They went to a discount store and bought 15 pink tank tops, sent out messages to schoolmates that night, and the next morning they hauled the shirts to school in a plastic bag. As they stood in the foyer handing out shirts, the bullied boy walked in, and his face spoke volumes, and the bullies were never heard from again. So I think that's a great story, great example for us to remind each other that we're here to work with respect, collaboratively with each other, but in a respectful manner, both with ourselves as colleagues, with staff, and the public. And also in today's environment, where I would say bullying has gone global, we need to also work together with municipalities, other levels of government, in the best interest of Canadians. So with that, we'll move on to approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you advise of items included in the addendum?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 35 added correspondence items respecting to motions 9.2 and 9.3. One delegation has been withdrawn, and there are 2 added notices of motion. One has been revised. One private and confidential item has also been revised, and all items listed as to be distributed have been added.
Thank you very much. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Nan, Councillor Beattie. All those in favor by show of hands? And that's everybody, and carries. Thank you. Declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest today? You have a declaration of interest?
Yes, I have a non-disqualifying conflict of interest that I must declare on item 9.2. As I live within the 3-kilometer radius of the GFL landfill, I was advised by the Integrity Commissioner to declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Similarly, on 9.2, I have the same non-disqualifying conflict of interest as I live 1.3 kilometers away from the landfill. And on, give me 2 seconds, 9.3, I referred legal counsel to the community group that has been doing the work that has prompted this motion to be here before us today. It was the research of that firm, so I should declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pause to see if there are any others. Not seeing any. So those that have declared a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in decision-making processes related to the matter. Okay, moving along to approval of minutes of previous meeting. We have a few here. February 5th, 2025, plus General Issues Committee budgets from January 23rd, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, and February 7th, 2025. Could I have a mover and seconder to adopt the previous minutes, please? Councillor Pauls, Councillor McMeekin. Is there any discussion on any of those items? Seeing none. We'll vote by a show of hands, please. All those in favor? And that's everybody. Thank you very much. On to item 6, delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions to the delegates are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. And a note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You hear the tone at 4 minutes. That serves as a 1-minute reminder and cues you to wrap up in the final minute. First delegate today is Tim Podesic, Supercrawl Productions and Sonic Onion Records, respecting an update on Supercrawl and Because Beer Craft Beer Festivals, audience data and economic impact, and speaking to city support. And this is in person. Tim is here at the podium. We're just getting a presentation set up, and we'll begin momentarily. We're just going to need an extra minute to get the presentation going, so hang in there.
Okay, great.
Okay, we're all set. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Councillor, and I really appreciate being here and you giving me the 5 minutes to just sort of give you an update. It's been a while since I've presented to council, so I felt it necessary to kind of come and give you a general update on how things are going. And I can assure you I'm not here for any money, so that should make you all feel good at the beginning of the day. We're Supercrawl and Because Beer, two of our major events. We've been associated with a lot of other events throughout Hamilton, but I just wanted to initially quickly come here, thank the city staff for being so supportive of the things that we've done over the years, specifically parks, and everybody in the seat department have been like incredibly supportive of Supercrawl and Sonic Onion and all the things that we do in the city. And I can't thank you enough for being there and supporting us and helping us build the events that we're building in the city. Culture in Hamilton is thriving. It's a key pillar to the city. It's what keeps this city moving. And Supercrawl and Because Beer are two of, I think, Hamilton's key events. The Supercrawl not-for-profit is placed the city in a unique position where there's other cities all over Ontario and elsewhere that are trying to emulate us. In the last 2 or 3 years, I've had people from the city of Kitchener, London, Oshawa, Kingston, and Halifax that have come post-COVID to see Supercrawl, try to emulate Supercrawl, and ask me a million questions about how to create something like that in their own city. So I feel honored to be able to do that. We don't want to take the fire away from what we have here, though, so I don't give them all the secrets. I tell them it's very difficult to do so. Both of these events grew out of nothing. Supercrawl was a very tiny, small event when it first started. Because Beer also, Supercrawl is going into its 17th year this year, and Because Beer is going into its 12th. So a little bit, just in case, there's some new councillors here that don't know everything about Supercrawl, but basically we're an exploration and discovery festival. We're here to support local artists and put them on stages with national level and international level acts, trying to bring the best talent we possibly can to the city. We're also trying to do a multitude of other things on the discovery side. We're not just music, we're art, we're exploration. Like I said, we're bringing sports-related events. We're bringing more music this year. We started a partnership with Grant Avenue last year, and that is going to increase the volume of local talent that we can bring to stages. So we're looking at probably having another 30 acts that will be able to be participating in at Supercrawl in 2025 and beyond. So I'm going to hit on some really quick demographics. Basically, we hit them all. Young families to university students, moms and dads, grandpas and grandpas. We have incredible loyalty throughout the city. The average spend of people that come to Supercrawl is over $100, and we have a 99% satisfaction rate, which I consider to be pretty much 100. And you know, people are extremely satisfied, and we're satisfied for being able to bring this incredible free event to the city. Our social footprint now is basically everything's in the millions. You know, 17 years of developing what we've been doing. We've gotten to the point where we have these incredible statistics with through our website with over 1 million page views. Our Facebook impressions are at 4.4 million. Our Twitter is at 1 million, and our Instagram is approaching 1 million impressions. Our database has grown from 1,000 people or so to over 50,000 people in our database now, and we continue to evolve. Quickly touching on the economic impact, it's just over $32 million in 2024, and our average attendance now is 80 to 90,000 people a day. Heat map is in the wrong place, but sorry about that. Somehow that got pushed up in the slides. I'm going to quickly transition to Because Beer to give you a quick update on Because Beer as well. So Because Beer, if you don't know, is a craft beer festival that we usually work with about 30 to 40 craft vendors. And we've brought in hundreds of music acts over the years, and over the years, hundreds of craft brewers have been supported within Hamilton and within Ontario in general. The event, again, has grown from 1,000 people to last year we had just over 12,000 people. Some of the key findings and statistics of the festival very quickly. Just over 12,000 people in 2024. The key statistic about that is 9,000 of those people came from out of Hamilton. $2 million economic impact. The budget for the festival has grown to $900,000, and we've had 12 years of successful growth, growing from an event that drew about 1,000 people in the first year to just over 12,000 last year. This coming year in 2025, we're looking at probably somewhere between 10 to 12,000 people. We are scaling the event to 2 days, not 3. The Sunday has been challenging. We've been trying to grow the Sunday, but it's just, I've tried it 3 times, and it's really tough to get people out to drink beer on Sundays. So we're going to focus on the Friday and Saturday, move it to 2, and that is the future of the festival for this year. We are looking at other cities as well, so there will be a Because Beer in Guelph. Quickly, our earned media is nationwide and continues to grow. And yeah, that's pretty much my presentation. I just wanted to get some key statistics in front of you about these 2 events, and thank you again for all the support.
Thank you very much, Tim. I'll pause just to see if there are any questions from committee. Councillor Maureen Wilson, go ahead.
First of all, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to, first of all, express a great deal of thanks and gratitude for how you took a chance on this. I know we can't appreciate the amount of personal labor and sacrifice that has gone in and continues to go into it. I love this event for so many reasons. I'm speaking just about Supercrawl right now, in that it underscores the absolute role and purpose and promise of cities, that cities do well when they are a place where people can go and be, and that's their competitive advantage. If I could just pivot in a question, that kind of relates to Ward 1. Because this event takes place in September, we know that we have an ongoing challenge of getting McMaster students to come and visit the city, spend their dollars outside of just campus. In our tourism master plan, there was an acknowledgement of that challenge. And I find that this event is successfully getting those students out. I wish it was more, because that kind of is the launch pad for them to return multiple times outside of campus. And I'm wondering if you could just educate me on the kind of overtures that you're, not to add to your workload, but overtures you're making perhaps to that campus community, whether it's at Mohawk or Redeemer or McMaster. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Supercrawl is positioned in September specifically because there was two reasons. One, we wanted to acknowledge and bring those students. When we first started it 17 years ago, the sentiment, I lived in Westdale at the time, and the sentiment in Westdale was students were coming to town and parents were dropping them off and they'd be like, don't go downtown. And it was a serious reason for me to position it in that period of time. And so that has proven successful. We've been able to partner with McMaster, we partner with Mohawk, we partner with Redeemer, we bring students down, and I think that's like something that will continue on in perpetuity. We're also running events, satellite events every month outside with Supercrawl branding and marketing to those students to bring them downtown all year long. So it's very important to us, and it's still very important to me that, you know, the experience of a college student coming to Hamilton is participating in the whole city, not just sitting on campus, like coming downtown, not just for festivals, but for the incredible food scene that we have downtown, and like just perpetuating that, the incredible businesses that we have in the core. And I'm a downtown guy. That's the other reason it's downtown. Could have been in Westdale, I guess, but you know, the reason I wanted to see Supercrawl in the core, I wanted to see something in the core because I think it adds a vibrancy to our city, and I feel like, and I've always felt like this, that the downtown is the heart of the city.
Thank you. I agree. I applaud your efforts. Keep it up. I do think it's, again, that important first step to continue to get those students to know the city and grow to love the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Tim. I wonder if you could just reinforce again, or the economic impact of these festivals, and perhaps if you can share a little bit about the economic impact of culture in Hamilton and why that's important, and how just essentially bring these 2 points a little more crystallizing them for me, just so that we can understand the value and the importance of culture in Hamilton, and again, how that ties back to potentially economic impact.
Yeah, I mean, economic impact is vital. People, in a lot of cases, disregard the arts as an economic driver, and that's an incorrect assumption. It's a huge driver. It employs so many people, and there's so many touch points outside of just the act that's on the stage. But people don't even understand that it's not just the act that's on the stage. They have support team, they have managers, they have booking agents, they have publishers, they have record labels, they have people that are on site with them to, create the show that they're bringing to the people. So there's so many different elements to that. One thing I'd actually like to reference is that the Canadian Live Music Association just did a big report on basically the economic impact of the music scene in Canada. And the economic impact of the music scene in Canada is just slightly behind the economic impact of the motor car business in the country. I think the GDP is in the $12 billion range or something. Don't quote me on the numbers, and the automotive industry is 14 billion. It is literally like neck and neck with automotive, and nobody would consider that to be a thing, right? When you line those two things up together, it really makes a statement about how important the arts and music in general are to the overall economy of not just Hamilton, but the whole country.
Excellent. As my follow-up question then through you, Chair, is In your role, you're well regarded amongst our economic development team. And many times they must ask you, how do we boost or how do we increase the amount of culture and art within our community? Because that becomes a potential investment attractability. And as well, it allows for better quality of life. And I wonder, through your sort of experience with working here, what are some of the opportunities with advancing arts and culture within Hamilton to make us more attractable to investment? So I wonder if you could just speak a little bit about that sort of aspect of it too. How does arts and culture essentially add to making Hamilton much more attractive, both to talent and to investment within the city of Hamilton, for the city?
Right. Well, I mean, we do have a great economic development department, among others, tourism and culture. Everything to do with that department is very helpful. You know, as far as giving that department the leeway to work with other departments through the city where sometimes things can be a little bit challenging. Helping people navigate, I do have to say that, you know, there's Hamilton's ability to assist people like us to like do outdoor events and have things happen in the city and illuminate what's happening here has improved greatly over the time that I've started. Like it's, there's always a support, but there are a lot more barriers, you know, 20 years ago than there is today. So just continuing to eliminate those barriers, have other departments in the city have an understanding of how important the arts are, but also, you know, the impression just saying of Supercrawl is like, oh, we've got, you know, no, there's 90,000 people on the street today. They must be rolling in money. Well, we are not rolling in money. The reality is that we're rolling in attendance to get people downtown to like spend their money in all the places to create a vibrancy overall, right? So it's very challenging. Financially, it's very challenging. It's never not been, even from day one. The one thing I do want to mention again is that the city is like consistently very stable funding for us. Provincially and federally, it's a gong show out there. Like, no offense to our province and federal government, but like it's changing constantly and it's very hard to predict what we're going to get. We used to be able to predict it and it was easier, and we actually couldn't predict the city money. Now we can predict the city money, but we can't really predict the federal money and the provincial money. So it is very challenging out there to try to raise funds to run an event like that. Like any event, to try to find private partnerships is harder and harder. It's a tough time right now. So I guess more than anything, I just, you know, want people to have an understanding that it might look like it's challenging. It's the easiest way to put it.
Thank you for your delegation today, and thank you for sharing with us that $32 million economic impact within the community, as well as the 280,000 attendees that attend Supercrawl, 12,000 attendees that attend Because Beer, and the $900,000 economic impact for Because Beer. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Pauls has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Tim, for, you used great words. You said exploration and discovery and for talent. And I was wondering, do you have a percentage of the talent that's right from Hamilton?
That's a fine question. I should have that number off the top of my head. It's definitely somewhere between 60 to 70%, probably a little bit higher than that, to be honest. So the way we curate and is always locally based, and the other point of it is to try to put great talent on stages where we have headliners that may be from Hamilton, may not be from Hamilton, but they're going to draw a considerable amount of people that are going to be sticking around the stages to see the local bands, and for people to stumble upon all these things. But even at like a high level where we're booking headliners, I have to say that from my research, I think we're like maybe one of like a very, very small handful of festivals in Canada that are booking the types of acts as headliners from a discovery perspective that others are not. In a lot of cases, you can look at the Supercrawl lineup and there's recognizable names, but there's also headliners that are not recognizable names. The last 2 years we've put our main stage Saturday headliners have been instrumental bands. There's nobody doing that in the country, but we're getting thousands, tens of thousands of people out to see those bands. And the key is that they're coming from all over. Like, we know that there's not 10,000 people that are going to be in Hamilton to see Explosions in the Sky, who was one of our headliners. They're American. Or Bad, Bad, Not Good. There are not that many audience members in Hamilton, but we know when we put an act like that on stage, people are going to come from far and wide because it's the type of thing that they can't see for free anywhere else. So it's a big draw. And then all of the artists that are supporting that act during the day reap the benefits of that as well.
Thank you, and thank you again. It's great. I've been there many times, and it is growing, so thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other further speakers. Thank you, Tim. And just if I've done the math right, 198 days till Supercrawl.
Oh, thanks for that.
Mark it in your calendars. Looking forward to it.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation, please? Councillor Wang, Councillor McMeekin. Show of hands, please. All those in favor? That's everybody. It carries unanimously. Okay, our next delegation, 6.3, is from Tanisha Graham, respecting the GFL Stony Creek landfill motions, and that's an in-person delegation. Good morning, Tanisha. She's just making her way down to the podium. Welcome. We'll just get your mic turned on, and then you can begin.
Great,
Go ahead.
thank you. Madam Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee, my name is Tanisha Graham, and I am a resident of the Stony Creek area. I'm here today to voice the serious concerns shared by many community members regarding our air quality. Since April 2023, we have been experiencing persistent acute odors that linger for hours and continue for days. These odors, described as sulfuric, rotten fish-like, and chemical in nature, are causing unmistakable harm to our community. Despite hundreds of reports to the Ministry of Ontario, we have yet to see meaningful action. We've been told in community updates that the MECP and City often do not have the capacity to conduct air measurements during odor events, so residents organize to do our own testing. With guidance from global air quality expert Professor Matthew Adams, we arranged for independent third-party air monitoring in 2024 and 2025. Dr. Adams, director of the Center for Urban Environments and associate professor of the Department of Geography, Geomatics, and Environment at the University of Toronto, has advised multiple levels of government on initiatives across North America, Europe, and Rwanda. He has also recently worked with the City of Hamilton Public Health to complete the high-density passive air quality monitoring in the City of Hamilton project, a report funded by Health Canada. To ensure accurate testing, Professor Adams and the community partnered with Arizona Comprehensive Air Quality Services, an accredited testing lab. On October 22nd, 2024, a rapid response team conducted a hydrogen sulfide canister test measured by Ontario's gold standard 10-minute criteria, which revealed alarming results. Hydrogen sulfide levels measured 23 micrograms per cubic meter, nearly double Ontario's standard of 13 micrograms per cubic meter. The total result, reduced sulfur levels, including hydrogen sulfide and other sulfur compounds, reached 28 micrograms per cubic meter, more than double the allowable Ontario criteria threshold. The community has made hundreds of reports to GFL and the ministry, and to date, no government agency has implemented continuous monitoring. From October 4th, 2024 to January 24th, 2025, our community conducted continuous 24/7 air quality monitoring with large-scale mapping equipment from MFE Inspection Solutions secured by Professor Adams. This advanced technology provided real-time data on temperature, relative humidity, critical pollutants, ambient noise, particulate matter, PM10, PM2.5, PM1, atmospheric pressure, and critical pollutants, including nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon dioxide. Our 16-week monitoring revealed frequent exceedances of hydrogen sulfide criteria, peaking in the afternoons. While there is other information to be shared, please understand that the volume of data is currently undergoing analysis, and the results will be presented later this year as a scientific paper available to the public. So as residents, we are left asking, who is supporting us? How can we trust that proper air monitoring is being conducted to protect our health? These odor events are frequent, unpredictable, and have tangible impact on our daily lives. Regarding the motion for an area rating reduction, please know that residents stay indoors. We are unable to use our backyards, and children are unable to use community playgrounds. Some of us, including myself, have purchased air purifiers as the intense odors seep into our homes. Just opening my front door has produced yellow and red warnings for poor air quality. I'm extremely concerned for my health, and so I no longer go for a walk or jog in my own neighborhood. So our community deserves answers. Where are these odors coming from? How can we feel safe breathing air with chemical compounds we know exceed thresholds? Day after day, we are exposed to these intense chemical odors, yet we do not know their immediate or long-term health effects. We understand that the province of Ontario is responsible for air quality regulation, but our municipal representatives can advocate on our behalf. We need the city's support in petitioning the provincial government for immediate action to protect our health and improve our quality of life. We need a response, we need accountability, we need solutions. The acute chemical odors we endure daily are unacceptable, and we cannot continue to live like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for delegation, Tanisha. This is certainly a topic the council has come to know, led by Councillor Clark. So I'll pause here to see if there are any questions of the delegate. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank Tanisha for not only coming here today, but for the amount of work that she and other neighbors are doing, basically to defend themselves. What is missing in your presentation this morning, Tanisha, is a description of how it impacts your family. What does it do to the kids in the neighborhood? Could you just elaborate a little bit in terms of
For sure.
true impacts of living with this odor 24/7?
Absolutely, thank you. Through the chair, yes, so we've been experiencing this for the last 2 years. It would seep into our homes, so we would wake up in the middle of the night or just going downstairs trying to grab something from the fridge and being like, what is that smell? It was pungent, and it continues to be pungent. It's a daily thing, so I smell it as I'm driving to work, just opening my front door, like I said. We don't use our backyard, like I said before, like we did before, years before. We just finished working on our backyard just before all this happened, and we have not been able to host events. And I'm seriously concerned for my health because I don't think we should be breathing air like this, especially it's not once or twice, it's consistent. And so, yeah, I'm concerned for my health, my family's health, my neighborhood. And so we have air purifiers in many of the rooms in our house. It's just, I'm concerned because we don't know what this is doing to our bodies, short-term and long-term.
Thank you, Chair. We, in the community, started a process where every time the residents could smell this particular odor, that they would file complaints. May I ask Tanisha, what's the response from GFL to the complaints that you file?
Yes, so oftentimes, through the chair, the response has been, I would kind of say leaning towards gaslighting, where it would say, those odors that you're smelling, because I've reported them in different areas in my neighborhood, sometimes by the gas station there, and there's a Harvey's, and so they would say, no, it was related to the fast food, it's fast food odors, or it was trash, or someone was barbecuing. And I'm saying, there's no way this chemically fishy smell is from Harvey's. I know what that smell smells like. I worked at Harvey's for years. I know what that smells like. It's not someone barbecuing. That is definitely a chemical toxic odor, and it makes you want to run inside. It makes you want to honestly wear a mask outside. So yeah, it's a deflecting oftentimes. That's how it feels, and not understanding our concerns or properly addressing them. It's more so deflecting and saying it could be other things that are unrelated.
Can I ask Tanisha a couple more questions, Chair? Can you put yourself back to this past holiday season, Christmas? Were there odors in the air then?
Yes, every day. It seemed even more intense during that time. I'm not sure if people were away on vacation or what, but we had family friends just driving through the area and dropping us off. And they're like, oh my, and we're just in the car. And they were saying, oh my goodness, what is that smell? And I said, yes, that's what we're dealing with. We believe it's related to GFL, this landfill near the house. And they're saying, oh my gosh, this is so intense. So yes, every day. And I said, oh my goodness, we're going to have family events, and people are going to be nearby, and this is the smell that we're smelling, even more intense during that time. Like I said, I don't know if people were away, but it was intense through that entire, I would say about 2 weeks, because I took that time off and I was home. So yes.
Thank you. I should put on for the record that Harvey's does not stink. As you can tell, I frequent Harvey's. And there is a Harvey's right on the corner of the landfill, and I was just there 3 days ago, and I bought food for my family. And when I rolled down the window to give my order, all I could smell was that horrific odor. And it's been a real challenge for not just yourself, but all of your neighbors and many people that I know that have lived there over 30 years. They've never experienced this odor. So thank you for your tenacity, and thank you for your presentation today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Okay, Tanisha, we have a few more committee members who'd like to ask some questions. Councillor Pauls, then Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Alex Wilson. Go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
Hello, thank you, Tanisha. I know the feeling of not going outside and not being able to walk or run. I love doing that every day. And I live on Ward 7, so it's a little bit further where you are. But my question is to you. You said you did the community, you did an independent air testing, right? Yes. I'm wondering, so from October 2nd to 2024 to now, January 2025, I'm just wondering, did it cost you money to do that? Does the community come up with some finances to do that, or was it paid by, I know GFL did their own, but the extra, what you did? Not only your time for, getting the community together, but also financially. Did it cost you anything?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we did do a GoFundMe, and there were funds raised, but we also graciously, Professor Adams donated some equipment. So he worked with a couple of these air quality testing groups, and it was donated. So we had that through Professor Adams. So we had Adams. So we had a lot of support there. It was donated. We had some funds, but along with that, we couldn't have done that without Professor Adams. So it was donations of the equipment and the time.
Yeah, it's good to know that your community is coming together to making sure, you can live in that area and enjoy the activities that we all enjoy throughout the city. So I'm just wondering, January 2025, you did another test. Is it continuing to do testing now?
So that had completed. So that was, let me look at my dates here. So that was completed as of January 24th. It was removed, but yes, since from October to January, and then it was completed, yes.
And it was completed?
Yes.
Are you probably planning, I don't know what the future will keep going till you get an answer from either the province or from GFL?
That's a good question. I believe we will continue. We will continue. But there's also a paper that was going to be published, I believe, by Professor Adams on this analysis of like the monitoring that continued from October 4th to January 24th. So after that stuff has been analyzed and all that data, he's going to write a paper and that's going to be made public. But yes, as for like the community, we will not stop. We'll continue to talk about it and to report it and do whatever we can.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Tanisha, and I hope, the future looks bright. And I think, if we, GFL and the province, I'm sure they could come up with something that you could enjoy your area as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to clarify, I want to make sure we're all talking apples to apples. The exceedance levels that you have seen in the study that were measured, we're talking about hydrogen sulfide, correct?
Yes.
Which is an organophosphate. And the exceedance levels were, what was the level that you cited?
Yes, so hydrogen sulfide measured at 23 micrograms per cubic meter.
And that was how far above the provincial standard? I just want to read this again.
Nearly double, so the standard
Nearly
is 13.
Double.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody made a mention of wearing a mask outside. As someone who I actually used to be in the pesticide business, and I know a little bit about organophosphates. It's not a medical mask you're wearing. It's a cartridge mask with multiple layers to remove the organophosphates from the air, just to provide baseline protection. It's shocking what you've read before us today. As one of the 3 Stony Creek councillors and a member of the Community Liaison Committee with Councillor Clark, I am just absolutely dumbfounded that we're here still talking about this issue at this level, that the community has had to go out and do what you're doing, and my hat's off to you and everybody else in the Upper Stony Creek community who's here, some up in the audience today, and thankful for the support from University of Toronto, I think you mentioned. I was up in Upper Stony Creek in December, routinely in the area, and I could smell it. It definitely wasn't Harvey's. Harvey's is a Canadian institution, folks. It doesn't smell like that. I also can attest to the early days of the stench, as we refer to it, made its way down to the Winona area. And I've said this before, I could smell it at my front door. Wow. Thanksgiving Day, 2023. And so I've smelled it. It's awful. It's unbelievable that we're experiencing this level of exceedance for this chemical compound. I encourage everybody listening, Google hydrogen sulfide. Check this stuff out. It's nasty. I don't know what else to say other than I'll continue to support the efforts of your ward councillor as one of the 3 Stony Creek councillors here on this issue. Do you have any kind of a timeline when the scientific paper might be released for the general public?
I'm not sure about that. We'd have to talk with Professor Adams, yeah. Okay,
I'd be interested in, and I'm sure all of us will receive a copy as soon as it's made available, but if I could just put my hand up and say, please include my office on the release of that paper. If you have any more information, I'd be very interested in reading it. Awesome. And I really, really sympathize with what's happening up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor A. Wilson, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you so much for coming out. I just have a couple of questions that focus more on how your group's been reaching out or kind of understanding your relationship with the province and the Ministry of Environment, because I think we all know that that's where the solution is, and I think you're asking us to say, well, how can you help them make this? But that's where the solution is. So what has MPP Donna Skelly or MPP Neil Lumsden said when Stony Creek residents are reaching out to them about this issue?
Well, I haven't heard anything. We've made hunches, like I said, of reports. So whenever we smell the odors, we report it to GFL and we report it to the ministry, but I haven't heard anything.
And when you're reaching out to the ministry district office, are you getting responses back that say, we'll look into this? You're getting responses back that say, this has been acknowledged? You're getting responses back that say, here's our plan? What does that kind of response look like? I know some neighbors in the North End, for example, the stacks there have been reporting to the district office for generations, it feels like. And so what is that response that you're getting at right now?
Right, so I'm not sure about any other members, but when we report, there's no acceptance or, acknowledgement through those reports at least. I'm not sure if anyone else has any other experiences, but as far as I know, there's no response.
Thank you for that. Are you aware of, and this is maybe a technical question, but you kind of said, I want to know what the city's doing, and that's where I'm trying to get at is, are you aware of what a site-specific standard is in kind of air quality legislation, or what the city's been doing with site-specific standards in terms of our advocacy to the province on that kind of policy issue?
Yes, I guess that's kind of technical. That's outside of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but thank you.
No apologies for that. So we're advocating through you, Chair, just to say that we shouldn't exceed standards. So sometimes the ministry allows companies to exceed those standards. This is a case where there isn't an allowance in place, but the standard still, your data would suggest it's being violated. So the city's taken the stance that, permission or not, we shouldn't be violating those standards. Is that the type of advocacy you're looking for? Are there other types of advocacy you're looking for? Just because that's something that whether you're in Greensville, whether you're in the North End, or whether you're in Stony Creek, the city's saying, no, if you have a health standard in place, we shouldn't be violating it. What else are you kind of looking for in terms of municipal advocacy?
Yes, okay, I think I'm understanding. Yes, thank you. Exactly. If there is a standard, there's no way it should be doubly exceeded for sure. So yes, we would like you to advocate on our behalf. Like I said, we're filling out those reports and there's not really a response. So this is a city situation as well. We understand it is, more Ministry of Ontario. But yes, we would like that support at least. And there's motions passed and steps that are being taken. So we appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming out, answering questions, sharing your experience, and sharing about what that relationship's been like, whether it's been successful or not, in your opinion on that with kind of reaching out to the ministry. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Nan. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Good morning. And Ms. Graham, nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for your presentation. I'm sure on behalf of hundreds of other neighbors and residents in the area. Could I just ask a couple of questions for my context, please? If you don't want to answer them respectfully, I'll fully understand, because I'm just trying to understand some context as to the degree of the problem that has seemed to increase over time. Roughly, you and your neighbors, can I just ask, how long have roughly you lived in the neighborhood, please? Through you, Chair Kassar. Ms. Graham, please.
Yes, through the chair. So my family has been there since 2018, and then we started experiencing, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So my follow-up question then is, I remember Chair Kassar maybe over 2 terms ago, GFL applied for an expansion. I believe, Council, if my notes are still accurate, we objected to the expansion, but the ministry approved the expansion. Ms. Graham, would you say that since the expansion, the problem has gotten worse over the last few years, or it's not necessarily tied to that? Just help me understand, please, how and the degree of what's happened that's brought you to this point today to be in front of us, please.
Okay, so I would have to ask the question as to when that expansion happened, but I will say that ever since April 2023, there's been consistent odors. So it's ranged. Sometimes it's very intense, and it'll last, like I said, for days at a time, hours, but it's always there. It's consistent. So I'm not sure of the actual timelines, but ever since April 2023, the odor's always there.
Thank you for the sincerity of your answers. I may have some questions for staff. Thank you, Chair Kassar.
Okay, Councillor Nan, then Councillor Clark for a second time.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. It's truly unfortunate when such shared difficulties bring neighbors together. We want our neighbors to be brought together around positive things, but I do want to say congratulations to yourself and your neighbors for banding together and uniting and resourcing yourselves and seeking those resources that you need to become informed in order to engage in the system to fight for what you deserve, which is a standard of quality of life that should not be compromised by any corporation that is supposed to be held to municipally determined standards, period.
Yes.
And as a Ward 3 councillor, I'm sure I speak for my Ward 4 colleague, empathize so deeply with what your residents, with what you and your neighbors are going through. We experience it with a different industry, exceeding levels that are causing quite a bit of harm in our community. My question to you through the chair, you had mentioned in your response to Councillor Wilson's question that you have been reporting diligently to GFL and to the ministry, but I didn't hear your response in terms of reports to your local MPP.
Okay. Yes. So we have reached out. You mean Brad Clark?
He's your city councillor, and we know he's definitely getting all of, he's really well connected to what you are experiencing and helping support with your advocacy with the province. But I'm talking about your member of provincial parliament.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they were copied. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay.
I'll follow up with my council colleague on that one. I think that's a really important piece here that seems to be missing, because your MPP ought to be working with you as residents to advocate to the ministry. So far, my understanding is that you've been working directly with reports to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Has there been any advocacy by the residents to the Ministry of Health?
I'm also not sure of that. Okay. I'm sure. Yeah. Other members may have a better answer.
No worries. The reason I inquire about that, just given the request for municipal support around advocacy to the province, there may be work to be done with more than just one ministry here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. So I see Councillor Clark has been removed from the speakers list. Is that correct? Or, no? Okay. So Councillor Clark for a second time.
So I just wanted to thank Tanisha. I can answer some of the questions, but perhaps it's after the delegate has stepped down. Perhaps, Chair, we could entertain a motion to move the two items that are directly dealing with GFL up into the agenda so that the residents who came here today could actually hear the debate. But I'll leave it to the committee. Thank you again for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tanisha. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Thank you. So we'll receive the delegation, then we'll deal with any potential motions. So show of hands to mover and seconder, Councillor Clark, Councillor Beattie. Show of hands to receive the delegation. All those in favor? That's everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, so Councillor Clark, did you have a motion?
I have questions and some answers to the questions that have been asked. I think they would come up in the discussions around the two items, 9.2 and 9.3. So I would respectfully move that we bump them up on the agenda to now to have that discussion, just so that the residents who came down and waited quite a while to come up and speak are here to actually hear the discussions and debate. I look to the clerk to see if that's possible.
First, do you have a seconder? Then we'll go to the clerk. Councillor Beattie? Okay, and just checking in with the clerk to confirm that's
yes,
in
it would
order.
be an electronic vote, though.
Okay, so we have a mover and seconder to move items. The two motions for this, the numbers are 9.2, 9.3 to now on the agenda. Okay, so that'll be an electronic vote. If everyone's clear on that, we'll go to the vote now, and it is up. And that carries unanimously. Okay, so we've made an amendment to our agenda, and we are going to move to just those two motions before resuming the regularly scheduled agenda. Okay, so on 9.2, Councillor Clark, would you like to present your motion and your seconder?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. It is myself and Councillor Jeff Beattie who is seconding the motion 9.2, explore area rating or tax relief for residents within 3 kilometers of the GFL landfill. Whereas residents living in Upper Stony Creek within 3 kilometers of GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility, the landfill, has been experiencing horrific odors since April 2023. Whereas residents have not had daily reasonable use and enjoyment of homes, property, community spaces, and workplaces, especially pertaining to outdoor lived experiences. where residents have experienced inconvenience, discomfort, loss of their amenity caused by the odors being emitted from the landfill, whereas residents have regularly complained about the odor seeping into their homes, and whereas GFL and the Ministry of Conservation and Parks have not been successful in stopping the odors, therefore be it resolved that the Taxes and Finance Divisions review the possibility of providing area rating relief or any tax relief to mitigate financial burden on residents living within 3 kilometers of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility landfill, and report back to the General Issues Committee by the end of Q2 2025 with all costs to be funded through the GFL royalties. And if I can speak to it just for a moment. I don't think anyone around this table is naive. We all know that the city of Hamilton does not have authority over this landfill. It is licensed by the province, it is regulated by the province, and quite candidly, they have dropped the ball. So the residents have been suffering, as you heard this morning, with persistent hydrogen sulfide odors. Our own public health department has stated while those odors are not a threat to public health, they are a public nuisance. They can cause people to be nauseous, they can cause sore throats, they can cause asthma, bronchitis, and they most certainly cause migraine headaches. I'm not sure whether or not the migraine headaches that I've had is from the odors or from the issue itself, but it has been painful nonetheless. I'm equally not naive about what municipalities can and cannot do in terms of tax relief. But I think the residents, given all that they have gone through, deserve more than a perfunctory response from a city councillor saying, yeah, there's nothing we can do with your taxes, there's nothing we can do about area rating. They have been persistent in their requests. They do not get the communications and responses back from the province that they should get. And so my request, and I've spoken with Mr. Zagaric about this matter, my request is simply that we ask the staff to look at this and come back with an information report which once and for all will advise the residents what is doable and what is not doable. I think they deserve that much. That report back will tell us where the obligations stand, and I believe the obligations stand with GFL and the province. Nonetheless, the residents are asking me for this information, and I don't have an information report. I have been answering the questions to the best of my abilities from my experience as a city councillor. So I really feel that we should approve this motion and have Mr. Zagaric and his staff come back with an information report that will answer the questions once and for all about any of these requests that are coming from the city. Last, I think I only have about a minute left. If I see Mr. Zagaric is in the room now, if I can just ask Mr. Zagaric, is the compiling of such a report in response to this request, is that going to be a challenge for you and your division at the present time?
Through the chair, assuming that this isn't urgent and that we could bring this back after staff have compiled our tax policy report, that piece of that body of work is important in terms of preparing for our final tax billings. But as soon as that body of work is completed in March, April, then we can turn our resources towards the motion if approved by council.
So then, if I may ask again to Mr. Zagaric, is it appropriate to attach to this motion a deadline of second quarter? Perhaps the end of the second quarter?
Yeah. Through the chair, second quarter is appropriate, and if we need additional time, we will come back to council and ask to amend the outstanding business item list to reflect the additional time required.
Thank you. And I wish to thank Mr. Zagaric for all his advice that he's given me, not just on this item, but over the years. I think we should amend the motion to by the end of Q2, which should give sufficient time to the finance staff to complete the work that they're doing and then deal with this item.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, it needs to be a public amendment, so it can't be on the QT, just so you know.
I was trying to remember what QT is, but thank you.
Okay, yeah, and to Councillor Wang's point, actually, it does say by the end of Q2, so it's just validating what's in there as an appropriate time. So now we're confident, because that may have been a question from a committee member, is Q2 a reasonable time? So now we know. Okay, speakers list, Councillor A. Wilson.
Yeah, happy to get some more information. Just checking in is a little, I'll say, skeptical that this is, when we get that report back, that this is going to provide the relief needed, that it's substantial. I'll just say I'm doing some kind of trying to figure out what 3 kilometers is in Ward 9 or kind of in Stony Creek area. It's a big area. Ward 13 is 50 kilometers across, so sometimes I have to check in a little bit. But that does seem to be the majority of the residential property. So just in terms of the amount that's available in the reserve, the amount of relief people might be getting, that I wonder if investing in mitigation or investing in other types of things might be more helpful in improving quality of life given the availability. But hey, the information report's going to get us there. So that's why I just wanted to kind of check in. Is a little bit skeptical about this path, but that's what the information report's for. And to save some time on the speakers list, enthusiastically supportive of the next motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Pauls.
I'm just opining here through your chair. I'll support the motion, obviously, and I appreciate the fact that the residents in the area have suffered what could be incalculable social harm. Remember, we had a situation up in Flamborough when I was the mayor, had the privilege of being the mayor there with Rothsay, and it took years and years to get it sorted out. It's still on the agenda, isn't it, with the Camus and some of the issues there. But I'm just wondering, I don't think there's any amount of money that's going to, to offer anything except symbolic affirmation of the citizens. The real goal has got to be to shut this damn place down. And I know the councillor has been working like a beaver on all kinds of options. I'm wondering if another option. Again, I'm a bit reluctant to see the city become the victim here too by having to pick up costs that are inflicted because of the disregard by another level of government. And I'm wondering if it's possible to sue the province, or even enjoin as a city a suit with the residents to go to the province, or even to pass a resolution drawing attention to that and the idea of compensation from and through whatever ministry would be culpable here. Short of that, I think the relief the councillor is mentioning is something that I'd be hard pressed not to support. But I think the blame needs to be laid where it needs to be laid, and it's not with the city; it's with the province.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor M. Wilson, then Councillor Francis. Go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to ask GMZ, has this request ever been given to look at the taxes, how we can relieve in one neighborhood only because of a circumstance, and whether we can or we cannot do? Because I'm just wondering, MPAC, they set the standard of our taxes, about the value of your houses. And I know that few people, even in my ward, if they're near a fire station or if they're near something really close, like they could get tax exemption. Has this ever been asked to look at this, problem we're having with one community and look at the tax policy?
James Garrick.
Through the chair, I don't recall having investigated the municipality taking any steps or measures as it relates to a facility that is a non-city facility. And the councillor is correct in that property owners have the right to request reconsideration from MPAC regarding their valuation of their properties, and we would report back as part of, or that would form part of our report back in terms of the various tools that property owners in the city might have. Notwithstanding the fact that the city, I don't recall the city taking any measures with respect to a non-city facility. The city has provided compassionate grants to property owners in the past, principally surrounding flooding issues. But again, that's more tied to city assets and city infrastructure.
Thank you for that. And the reason, and I support this, I'm going to support it. And the reason is after this was announced, so we were going to have this motion, I did have a few people from my ward asking for a discount on their property because of some circumstance, and they want me to put a motion. And I said, oh, hold on, we have to look into this, and that's why I'm asking the questions. How involved can we be to help the residents? Is it the duty of our city to do that? So thank you for the answer, and I'm looking forward to the report, actually, to see what we can do and what we cannot do. So thank you for that.
Thank you. We have a growing speakers list. Next, Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to GM Zagaric, I'm just seeking some further details on what you would be included in the scope of your review without turning it into a doctoral thesis. My understanding is that the capacity of municipal entities to provide this kind of relief does not exist. But in stating that, we've all had experiences, whether it's construction in our wards with concerns of dust and noise and residents looking for financial mitigation, whether it be public works that impacts access to small business, and we have to inform them that legally we do not have the capacity to do so. That would be deemed bonusing under the Municipal Act, and it would set a very dangerous financial precedent for our civic works in terms of our capacity to get anything done. So my question through the chair is just ensuring that in your diligence that you will be including legal services, and that you will be including, maybe for the benefit of your report back, any the details of the GFL fund, the parameters that may state its use, those kind of things. I'm just looking for some assurance of that before I can cast my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just caveat, we haven't scoped out the body of work in terms of responding back, but I would, as I previously mentioned, I would assume we would include some information regarding how these properties are assessed and what rights property owners have with respect to their vicinity to these types of facilities and facilities that are having adverse impacts in terms of their ability to enjoy their properties, their assets. I see reference to area rating, so we can speak to area rating. Area rating maybe as it relates to investments rather than tax relief. In the past, the municipality has provided principally surrounding the Red Hill Expressway investments in adjacent property owners, their ability to invest in some noise barrier investments on their property where the city contributed towards some of those investments. So, and finally, we would do a scan of what other municipalities might have pursued as it relates to these situations within their jurisdictions as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think I've heard an acknowledgement from the residents who are suffering daily from this, that there is a provincial responsibility here in terms of regulation. Would it be would you be able to advise now or in the future if there's any provincial precedent for financial abatement, if it is within their jurisdiction?
Through the chair, I wouldn't be able to advise now. That would form part of our work and we would consult with the province regarding any other opportunities property owners have as it relates to this facility or other parts of the city where they are adjacent to facilities that have adverse impacts on their ability to enjoy their properties. So that would form part of the report back as well.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that assurance that you will be looking to the jurisdiction that possibly could provide some financial mitigation. Thank you, through the chair.
Okay, next, Councillor Francis, followed by Councillor Beattie.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar. And residents are suffering within this 3-kilometer radius, and I would argue at times much further than 3 kilometers. And I can tell you, as a Ward 5 resident who lives within this 3-kilometer radius and firsthand having to endure these odors on a regular basis, just how difficult it's been for myself, my family, my friends, my neighbors. We're all equally impacted by this. So clearly in Ward 9, they're more impacted due to proximity. The closer you get, the worse the odor becomes, and the frequency becomes much more regular. I just want confirmation from staff that is clearly understood in the therefore be it resolved that the report back includes Ward 5 as the 3-kilometer radius impacts thousands of people within Ward 5, as this landfill is sort of on the border of my ward. So I just want that confirmation from staff that that's going to be included in the report back.
Through the chair, we'll take the direction of the motion, and the motion does reference Ward 3, so we won't be bound by 3 kilometers. We won't be bound by ward boundaries. It'll be the geographic vicinity, the 3 kilometers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good clarification for my residents that are tuning in today. I know there's a number of them that have told me that they're keenly interested in this item, and I appreciate Councillor Clark for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beattie, and then we'll go to second-time speakers.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, happy to support the ward councillor. This is the seconder, and acknowledging the previous speakers with concerns about precedents and the abilities of what the city can and cannot do. A good conversation, and thankful for that. I do want to bring it back to the fact that before April 2023, there was no problem. Before 2023, April, life was good. Business as usual. You could enjoy your backyard. All that has changed. And we have yet to, as we enter into year 2 of this issue, return back to any semblance of normal or order. We talk about this being symbolic, but I would argue that it's not purely symbolic. We've heard from residents, myself and Councillor Clark, but here today before you, the delegate expressed additional expenses, purchasing air purification systems, contributing towards air studies, out-of-pocket expenses. So there is an impact, a financial impact that this has caused on residents. And I think that this is entirely in line with the exploration, knowing that we don't know what the finish line is going to be on this. But I think we owe it to the residents of this area to go down this area of exploration. And looking forward very much to seeing the report back to better understand what we can and cannot do. But just want to make sure that it is noted that there are material impacts that this is having above and beyond the emotional, mental health, and health impacts that this is having. There's a financial impact that this is having. And I would add that MPAC was mentioned. If this doesn't get resolved soon, there's going to be a de facto tax reduction by the fact that the land values are going to go down. Who wants to live in these neighborhoods? So there's a lot of problems that have to be resolved. I'm still reeling from the information that was provided to us in the exceedance levels. I'm just absolutely blown away and hopeful that we'll be able to continue to support efforts to get this resolved.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. As a first-time speaker, Councillor Cretch.
Yeah, thanks to those who came forward to speak about this. I'm sure it's a horrible environment and really unpleasant for them, and absolutely empathetic to the concerns that they've raised and the concerns that Councillor Clark has raised over and over here as well. What I'm thinking about when I see this motion, though, is the data we see about the impacts of public health concerns related to the environment in industrial parts of Hamilton, including wards 2, 3, and 4. That's the very first thing I think about is we look at population health data and we understand, we had reports here during this term of council about air quality and the impact it's having. In some parts of our city, there's a 20 to 30% difference in life expectancy as a result of these environmental concerns. And I think that's partly what we heard from the delegate today was they're concerned about not only the odors, but about their health and about what this may have an impact on them. And hopefully that paper comes out, we'll get a bit more insight when the paper comes out about what that is, and we can see that data. But I guess I'm looking for this report, and I'm looking at General Manager Zagarek when I say this, I'm looking for this report to actually acknowledge that that's also something going on here. So when we're considering this, it's not happening in a vacuum. I know there's a 3-kilometer radius with which we're doing the tax math, but the impact of a decision like this could be very far-ranging, and we already have evidence, decades of evidence to suggest that there are parts of the city that are experiencing negative health impacts as a result of environmental and industrial pollution. So if we're going down this road, we better go down the road and make sure we look at all those factors, and I'd be happy to support that, knowing that you're going to consider that. That's going to be part of the analysis and it'll be thought through, because we can't just look at this in isolation and say, well, there's this one situation happening here. This is a situation that impacts many residents across our city.
James Garrick?
Through the chair, our intent is to be broad as relates to the report back, notwithstanding the direction as it relates to this particular facility. And the report back could touch upon other geographic parts of the city that are located in close vicinity to other facilities that have adverse impacts on the property. And in the context of MPAC and how properties are valued, recognizing properties are valued based on market value. And as the province is doing consultation regarding assessment, there may be an opportunity through this report to make recommendations to the province that beyond market value, that the impact of vicinity to these types of facilities be more strongly reflected in the assessed values than simply relying on transaction values of homes. So in the context of the report back, we would look to be broader, but recognizing this is an example of where properties are experiencing, as there are other examples, adverse impacts as it relates to their vicinity to these locations.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't expect the tax math will change outside of the 3 kilometers, but maybe just making sure that we understand the impact citywide of adopting a policy like this and the precedents that it might set, so that we can understand how we can manage if this is broadened in some way. Thank you.
Okay, also a first-time speaker, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Just a couple of quick comments. I will support the motion, but similar to Councillor Pauls, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and now Councillor Cretch, there have been times over the years, unrelated subjects, topics, projects, that I have begged and pleaded with the municipality, with the finance department of years gone by, that were affecting my local residents and or local business districts, was constantly told that there is no way the municipality can provide any form of tax relief. Anything that needs to be done on an individual basis would have to go through the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, MPAC. So I'm supporting this motion, sympathetic understanding the residents of the Green Mountain Road area near the GFL, but as well, I'm looking for the exploration and the feasibility, if any, of how this tax relief may be applied, if it can. the municipality, but I'm telling you that over the years, I've been declined any opportunity by the municipality when I thought there was severe negative impact to my community. And it was just a matter of trying to cope with life until the matter was resolved. Lastly, Chair Kassar, I really think if I've listened to the delegate carefully and from other reports and news items that I've read coming out of Ward 9, I think ideally the residents of this area are probably looking for an acceleration of the closure of the landfill is what I would humbly interpret and detect. And to me, that would probably, unless I'm reading that community wrong, and it's not my community I have jurisdiction over, but I think ultimately and ideally that would probably be their preferred wish. Thanks, Chair Kassar.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark for a second time.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted the opportunity to kind of wrap things up and to thank my colleagues around the table who have indicated their willingness to support this. I want to share on the record one more time, the City of Hamilton has been on the side of the residents throughout this process. Mayor Horvath has been relentless in her advocacy to the Minister of Environment on this matter. The city managers, last and this one, have been relentless in their discussions with the Deputy Minister of Environment. And I have been a pain in the tuchus of the district office in Hamilton and the company. They are well aware of the issue. And what frustrates me more than anything is that they have been gaslighting residents when they call in for an odor complaint. There was, I believe, 6,000 petitioners to the province of Ontario asking for help. There was a response. The ministry, through MPP Skelly, they created new regulations whereby landfill companies can be fined $1,000 up to $100,000 a day for odors, persistent odors. Remarkably, from that point in time forward, October 23, from that point in time, the majority of the complaints that were filed to GFL for bad odors were responded from GFL, yeah, that's not us. Wouldn't want to acknowledge it for fear of having a fine. So it has been frustrating. This particular motion will provide us an information report. We may, speaking with my colleagues, Councillor Maureen Wilson, there may be a way to get abatements from the Ministry of Environment and get them directly involved. She jogged my memory that back in 1995, when the original environmental assessment was approved, residents that lived within a certain distance from the landfill got a compensation check of $2,500 a year as long as they lived in the house. Of course, that has long passed. There's no one that's still living in their homes from that time, so they're no longer paying. But when they expanded the landfill, there was no such compensation, and yet that seemed to be the trigger to the odors. So from this report, as I was almost going to say Councillor Zagarek again, as GM Zagarek is saying, this report will give us information in terms of what the municipality can do, but also other areas that we may wish to venture down and ask for help from the province. The next motion, I think, is going to be a little bit more controversial, but I'm willing to do just about anything short of breaking the law to bring attention to this mess in Upper Stony Creek. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark, and for everyone else. We have exhausted the speakers list. We have a mover and seconder for this motion, so we will go to the vote. It's an electronic vote. And the vote is before you. That carries unanimously. We also have a long list of correspondence related to this motion that we need to receive. So could I have a mover and seconder to receive them? Councillor Clark, Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on this correspondence? Not seeing any. We'll go to the vote to receive. All in favor, show of hands, please. And that's everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, the second motion we moved up the agenda was 9.3, section 447.1 against GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility. Councillor Clark, could you introduce your motion and your seconder?
I'm moving the motion entitled section 447.1 against GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility to be seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. May I read it into the record, sir? Thank you. Whereas residents living in Upper Stony Creek within 3 kilometers of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility have been experiencing horrific odors since April 2023, whereas residents have not had daily reasonable use and enjoyment of homes, property, community spaces, and workplaces, especially pertaining to outdoor lived experiences, whereas residents have experienced inconvenience, discomfort, and loss of amenity caused by odors being emitted from the landfill, whereas residents have regularly complained about the odor seeping into their homes, whereas GFL and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks have not been successful in stopping or abating these odors, whereas the community group known as Stand for Stony Creek has had discussions with their lawyers from Ross McBride, and whereas their research found the following case, wherein section 447.1 of the Ontario Municipal Act was applied in the case of Newmarket Town versus Halton Recycling Limited, 2006, Carswell, Ontario 5920 SCJ. Therefore, be it resolved that legal services be directed to review all legal options available to the city, including section 447.1 of the Municipal Act, to address the concerns raised by residents and report back to GIC by the end of Q2 2025. I'll speak to it very quickly. None of the motions that I have presented or ever that I present here, I've always had conversations with our staff. It helps form the motion. It makes it much more prudent and efficient process. And I have had conversations with our city solicitor. Those conversations remain confidential. This section 447.1 of the Municipal Act gives municipalities the authority to go to a court and ask the court, here is the evidence of a persistent odor or persistent issue in our community that is being caused by a singular corporation. And if we convince the judge that it meets the test for section 447.1, the judge may shut down that operation. In the precedent cited in this particular example, that company was shut down for 90 days through this process. In my discussions with the city solicitor and my hope is that they will not just look at 447.1, but look broadly at all legal options that the municipality may have to pull GFL to heel, to enough, to stop this, fix this. It would seem that the power of the Ministry of Environment has been, I think my colleague, Minister McMeekin would have said, abdicated by the government. They're dropping the ball. They're leaving it to the company to handle. They're leaving it to district office to say, oh no, we don't smell that. It must be fish. I'm sorry, the best one I heard, Chair, was, you do know it's garbage day. So when I speak of gaslighting, that's what they're doing. They're dismissing, they're deflecting, they're obscuring, and they're hiding. The promises to get it fixed has not occurred. And the residents in my community have frankly had enough. You know, I get emails from people supporting me on this, Chair. I also get emails from residents complaining that I'm doing this. You're making the community look bad. You're speaking ill of Stony Creek. How dare you? I in no way am speaking ill of Stony Creek. I am speaking ill of GFL. I am speaking ill deliberately of the Ministry of Environment. They need to get off their butts and get the job done. It is unbelievable that in this day and age, a municipality, a residents in a municipality would all of a sudden be facing such a horrific odor and nothing's being done about it. You may recall some of the councillors who were in here last term, there was an issue with one of our recycling plants. Remember that? It was a closed facility. We dealt with it. The municipality dealt with it. They didn't sit back. And yet nobody from the ministry is dealing with GFL and fixing this issue. And that's what I find disturbing most, and that's why I use the term, it is an abdication of their obligations and responsibilities, and how dare they? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. We have two speakers, Councillor McMeekin, then Councillor Beattie.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. I just want to say at the outset that I've known my esteemed colleague, Councillor Clark, for over 30 years, and I've never known him ever to shy away from doing the right thing when the right thing is so obvious. Sometimes you've got to turn things inside out, upside down to make them right side up, and I think his motion is entirely appropriate. As the former, I very infrequently reference this, but as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I can confirm that the section that is referenced, 4471, is generically known as the emergency measures provision. And it does allow municipalities to opine legally that a firm or a situation should and could, in the absence of a reasonable move towards a resolution, be arbitrarily shut down. And I think that's an appropriate thing to do. I think that sends a message to the province. And most importantly, I think it's an affirmation of the good work of the community and the councillor and councillors who have championed this. I support this without hesitation or reservation. I think it's the kind of motion that municipalities should be willing to incorporate into their toolbox from time to time to highlight those situations that, on the face of it, have no reasonable explanation for continuing to exist. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, happy to have seconded the motion and thankful for the work of my colleague from Ward 9. A little bit taken aback that anybody would characterize this as, being out of character for Stony Creekers or somehow giving the community a bad name. I would submit that this is exactly what I would expect from Stony Creekers, particularly in those in Ward 9. A community that I had the privilege of representing during my term as a HWDSB trustee for the area. This response is quintessentially Stony Creek, and it doesn't matter if you're Ward 9, 10, or 5. We don't take no for an answer. And I'm very thankful that they brought this information forward. It's unfortunate that they've had to use their own resources to engage in legal services to bring about this finding. Looking forward to the results of this coming back to us from legal staff from the City of Hamilton. To speak to some of the comments made earlier by my colleague from Ward 9, I sit on the same community liaison committee as him, as the second rep from the area, and I've sat in and on those same meetings, and we are continually hearing from residents in the area, there's a problem, there's a problem, there's a problem, and the response is continually something else. It's not us. It's over here. It's over there. It's not us. It's not us. It's something else. And building on the words of Councillor McMeekin, I don't see that there's any alternative to closure of this facility if we keep going down this road. Ultimately, the residents of this community have a right to be outdoors, to experience those things that they experienced previous to April of 2023. And very much looking forward to this coming back and growing very tired of the narrative being provided by this company and frankly by the Ministry of Environment that there's nothing wrong here, there's nothing to see, it's something else, it's something else. This has to stop.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. I don't see any other names on the speakers list, so the motion has been moved and seconded. We'll now go to the vote, which will be electronic. And the vote is up. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for those motions. Thank you to our delegate and members of the public for being here today. So if you're following along, we just adjusted the agenda a little bit. We jumped forward to deal with those two motions, 9.2 and 9.3. Now we're going back to section 7, which is items for information. And we'll come back to the other motions in order as was originally approved. So that brings us to item 7.1, which is report HSC 23029A, 2023 Access to Housing Centralized Waitlist Update. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Pauls. And before we open up the floor to discussion, we have Director Michelle Baird here, there way at the back, and she would like to provide an overview for us. Go ahead, Director Baird.
Thank you, through the chair. So we have a couple of reports before you today on the community housing in Hamilton portfolio. You'll note that the data in these first two reports is 2023 data, and that's simply because we were challenged in getting data and reports to you last year. We're going to be back before you in Q2 with the 2024 data. This first report is about the access to housing waitlist. The access to housing waitlist, as you know, is the centralized point of access for people who are applying for subsidized housing in the City of Hamilton. You know, we've talked about this before, and this is different than our by name priority list. This is, in fact, folks who are seeking subsidized housing. The waitlist is a modified chronological housing waitlist, so we do have a prioritization order that we follow. The centralized waitlist report that is before you today is being shared to be transparent with you with respect to who's on the waitlist, the successes we've had through the 2023 timeline, and what the waitlist looks like today. If there are questions, we have Manager Pilar Homerson, who's here and happy to provide details.
Thank you, Director Baird. We do have a speakers list started. Councillor Nairn, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for this information report. Through you to the Director, we've heard through reports previously about the backlog and wanted to hear back for public awareness what staff's plan is currently to address that backlog, when that backlog is estimated to be addressed, and when we think we can receive updated numbers given the increasing access to housing crisis that we're experiencing in our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I'm going to start to answer that question, but I'm going to ask that Pilar provide some details on timelines.
Thank you.
So there is a backlog right now, and there has been for some time, of applications for access to housing waitlist. The way the list works, because it's not necessarily chronological and there are folks who are prioritized, I can assure you that all of those priority groups, those individuals are their applications are entered in a timely way, and they do get housing as housing becomes available. So those are folks, for example, people that have a special priority status, so victims of abuse, for example. We also in Hamilton have prioritized the homeless status. So you'll see that 1 out of every 5 admits is coming from a homelessness status. So those individuals are still, those applications are entered in a timely way. Where the backlog of applications is truly on the chronological list. And unfortunately, because of the housing crisis, we simply don't have enough subsidized housing to even offer those folks who are at the top of the list right now. So the data entry continues, the backlog is continually managed, and I can let Pilar speak to that. But those applications are ones that in many cases might take up to years to find housing for the individuals.
Thank you. And then subsequently then appreciating that our priority statuses remain being acted on, that we're fulfilling our obligations as it relates to regulations that require priority status for victims of gender-based violence, sexual violence, et cetera, and then also our municipal priority for those who are experiencing houselessness. For the remainder of our population that is experiencing the crunch and are seeking access to housing, part of the challenge I heard clearly from the director is that we don't have enough subsidized housing units to be able to provide transition or access to housing. Okay, that's part of the picture. The other part of the picture for a city system is being able to accurately identify the need to both higher levels of government. So already we're struggling as a municipality to make the case to have increased funding land in predictive ways that enable our housing secretariat to do the good work that the Affordable Housing Project Stream has begun to initiate. But the other piece is to really right-size the reality. For our provincial and federal counterparts to truly understand if you're going to continue underfunding currently and putting us in a position as a municipality where we're increasing our property tax rates in order to address the crisis, we need to be able to tell them very clearly how much the crisis has grown in our community. So from that perspective, for our GR work, for our financial resourcing, for our grant applications, et cetera, I think that that's the other key component of why we need those numbers updated. And if any comments on that, please.
Through the chair. So, Councillor, you're absolutely correct with respect to the first piece, and that the priority status individuals are being housed when housing becomes available. With respect to the second piece, yes, you're right, there is a need to quantify in order to accurately reflect what the need is in Hamilton. Right now we know, like I said, that we aren't near providing housing for those we already have in our chronological list, and we do have a plan and have had a plan in order to get ourselves caught up. But I wonder, Pilar, if you want to speak to that piece of it.
Senior Project Manager Homerston, go ahead.
Pilar Homerston, thank you through the chair to council. We continue to staff with temporary positions to address the backlog.
So those positions are currently temporary status positions?
Yes.
And those were included in our 2025 budget, operating budget?
Temporary positions are not reflected in the budgeted complement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see anyone else on the speakers list. So we have a mover and seconder to receive the report. So just by a show of hands, all those in favor? And that's everybody unanimous. Thank you very much. That moves us along to item 7.2, Report HSC 23016A 2023 Social Housing Annual Update. Could I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor, please? Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Alex Wilson. And again, Director Baird would like to provide an overview before we open the floor to discussion. Director Baird.
Through the chair, thank you. So this report is about social housing. It's an annual update. Again, you did not receive one in 2023, and so this is the 2023 update, and you'll receive another one shortly for the 2024 data. The social housing report is created to promote transparency and keep the public informed by providing an update on the statistics we share with the province as the service manager. In 2023, we continued to see previously federally funded projects eager to sign exit agreements. So these are projects that come to end of agreement and they're looking to leave the system, if you will, as affordable housing. Looking forward, we've instituted our end of mortgage negotiations and we have some capital funding received and we anticipate some positive changes on this front. This is presenting an opportunity to move closer to meeting our service level standards and combined with bringing vacant units back online will play a key role in addressing the wait list that we just talked about. In 2024, a request was made to establish a process for reviewing and responding to work orders that impact social housing units. So this is a request that came from this council. And so this information was received from bylaw and licensing, and it's been incorporated into the report.
Thank you, Director Baird. And just before we go to discussion, I'll note that there is a confidential Appendix C for this item. If committee wishes to discuss that in close, we could defer this item, but right now open up the floor to any public discussion. Councillor Kretsch.
I'm wondering if we really need to defer the item, if we can, because they're both for receipt, right? So can we receive this, then receive confidential Appendix C later? Because I definitely have some questions about the confidential appendix I want to ask. Just wondering if we have to defer. We do, okay, I'm getting the eyeballs. So happy to ask someone to defer that, but I want to make some comments on the public report if I could.
Okay, so we'll have the public discussion and then, no, we need to move this till after. Clerk? Right, so we need to defer now?
If we could, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. So electronic vote or show of hands? Yeah, we'll get an electronic vote up to defer this to after closed session so that we can talk about Appendix C and closed. And the vote is up. That carries 12-0. We now move on to item 8 on the agenda, items for consideration. The first item, 8.1, is Report PED 25020. The title is Revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program Application 206 King Street West in Hamilton. That's in Ward 2. So could I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. Okay, we will go to the vote. And that will be an electronic vote, which is before you now.
And we're just having some technical difficulties, so that carried 13-0.
Okay, 13-0 carries. Thank you. Moving along to 8.2, HSC 25020. The report title is Encampment Response Provincial Funding Update. Could I have a mover and seconder to put this report on the floor? Councillor Nan, Councillor Wang. Is there any discussion on this item? Oh, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Kassar. This and another report today. If this is tied in at all with the March deadline of tent removal, or is this something different, please, in our neighborhood parks?
Yeah, I'll look to our Director Baird. Everybody's getting promotions today. Director Baird, go ahead. GM Maynard, sorry.
That's okay. Through the chair to the councillor, this is in follow-up to the application that the City of Hamilton made to the provincial government to their call out in, I think it was the end of November, beginning of December, about accessing some additional funds for, there was some for encampment response, whatever a community was doing, and then there was also the opportunity for the last mile funding. It was to assistance on housing opportunities that needed a little additional funding attached to them. We made that submission, and this was the allocation that we received from the province.
Thank you, GM Maynard. Chair Kassar, I'm satisfied with that on this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And not seeing any further speakers, it's been moved and seconded. We will go to the electronic vote. And that will approve the recommendations. The vote is before you. That carries 13-0. Thank you. Item 8.3 is CM 23025B, Volunteer Advisory Committee Review. So this item has a staff presentation. So I'll invite Rebecca Banke, Project Manager to Community Inclusion and Equity, to come and provide that presentation for committee. And we're just taking a moment to get that presentation on the screen.
Correct. Oh, sorry. Yep, that looks good. Thank you.
Welcome, Rebecca. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, and members of GIC, staff, and folks gathered in attendance today. We're talking about the Volunteer Advisory Committee Review, and this is a revised report, so we're talking about the Volunteer Advisory Committee Review again. I'm really excited to bring this to GIC today. Before we jump into the content of the review and exactly what went down, who we talked to, what we heard, and what feedback we're bringing forward today, I wanted to talk a little bit about the council priority, responsiveness and transparency, getting more people involved in decision-making and problem-solving. This is really important to us, the community engagement team. It's obviously something that we see as the priority of council and we want to bring into action. To get us here, to get us to this place, we obviously thought very, very hard about that particular priority. There was a motion that was brought forward in July to revise and review voluntary advisory committees in line with this priority. There was a scope of work that we brought back that talked about exactly what we could do and how things would be handled here. Our last opportunity to review voluntary advisory committees was in 2015, so we're well overdue for this. And this vision and this council priority really shaped and guided the work that went into this. Finally, I want to point out that these recommendations are aligned with the public engagement policy that council ratified. So this is the work that we know this council wants to see. It's intended to be focused on making the reforms that are necessary to get people involved in this conversation, and it's aligned with our public engagement policy. I've reiterated this on the slide here, getting more people involved in city-led decision-making, because I think it's important. You know, the public engagement policy the council adopted was intended to be, pardon me, the public engagement policy that this council adopted was intended to bring tangible outcomes to what engagement can look like, to be more effective, to be a city-led process, to bring us all on board with the same kind of vision for how we can communicate with folks. It's about establishing trust in the relationships that we have with community members, because engagement is more than just getting feedback from people about decisions that need to be made. It's about going out into those communities. It's about connecting with people. It's about having them feel like what they said mattered in the decision that was ultimately made. And this kind of relationship building work is at the core of what volunteer advisory committees have been and what we would like them to be better at. So we talked about some of the principles of engagement, things that were core to our public engagement policy, things that are important to what we want to see this work become. I talked a little bit about building that trust and relationship, but it's core here. It's how we manage to continue to re-engage with people, because communities get fatigued if you talk to them and you ask them for feedback and you get their information, but you don't return to them to show them where that feedback was used effectively. It's about being adaptive, and it's about valuing the voices that we hear from. And it's a project of continuous improvement, because we have to see change, and we have to see change that helps us grow and strengthen what our process is. Ultimately, we want this to be clear, timely, and transparent, which means we want that conversation to be something that works well for everyone involved. So that's the broad overview of the public engagement kind of piece of things. But what is a volunteer advisory committee? Well, they're made up of volunteers. That part is fairly obvious, but these volunteers are some of the most passionate, enthusiastic, and caring residents in the city of Hamilton. I've had the opportunity to engage extensively with them. I've been one, and I can tell you that these are people who care about the decisions that affect them and affect their communities and affect the lens and the areas of subject matter expertise that they bring. They're diverse in that expertise. Sometimes, that expertise is lived experience. It's that knowledge that they might have. Sometimes it's just subject matter expertise these people are able to bring to a city conversation. They provide advice and recommendations on issues and policies to this council. And based on a recent legal decision, they are considered local boards, which makes them subject to some unique liabilities and expectations that I don't know we were necessarily positioned to ask volunteers to shoulder. Finally, at this time, they are directed by council, they're supported by our clerks team, and they have departmental staff liaisons that also assist. This is just a slide that shows you kind of what subcommittee reporting relationships exist right now among the 14 voluntary advisory committees that currently exist at the City of Hamilton. I just wanted this out here to kind of illustrate that we've got a lot of people having a lot of important conversations about topics that are relevant to the work that this council is doing. And sometimes the voices that we get from volunteer advisory committees are not the sorts of voices that often end up around this horseshoe. So it's an opportunity to bring different sorts of perspective into that decision making, to get more people involved. So this is a little bit of a roadmap of what we've done. So since that July motion, we went forward and brought back a scope of work. From that scope of work, we began working with a consultant, SPRC, to do engagement with committee members, staff, and council, so that we can be arm's length on some of that engagement work. We did extensive research, jurisdictional scan of a number of other municipalities, 10 to be specific, centered in Ontario, but also across Canada as well. And we did a scan of the community tables and networks that the city already consults with to do an inventory of who we're talking to and who we're bringing into those decisions and having those conversations with. We also did an analysis of our internal process and our structures and what the change management lens would look like on kind of bringing this kind of engagement, feedback, and analysis to the project involved. Finally, not quite finally, but ultimately, we brought this presentation to AFNA in November. We received quite a bit of feedback from this council, and we really appreciated that. It gave us an opportunity to bring this revised report to you today. So this revised report reflects a number of the pieces of what we heard from councillors in November of last year. So, who did we engage? We talked to 56 current voluntary advisory committee members. That's of 112, so that's a 50% engagement rate, which is quite high for this kind of work. We conducted interviews with 10 of the councillors and staff liaisons. We spoke with the city clerk and the clerk's team more broadly. We talked with departmental staff liaisons, folks who'd been supporting these advisory committees and had hands-on knowledge of how they'd been functioning and what some of the challenges were. And that took the form of 66 surveys, 10 interviews, and a focus group. There's also a validation session done afterward to confirm that what we'd heard and what we were ready to bring back in terms of feedback was the feedback people were interested in giving us. So what did we hear? A significant need for change argument from a lot of the people involved here. For engagement to be meaningful, it really needs to remove some of the barriers that can otherwise be present. And this is a rigid, challenging, and bureaucratic process to engage with for a lot of folks. Some people handle it well. Some people are comfortable in this space. But a lot of people, those more people we want to get involved in decision-making, find it difficult. And we are looking to make some changes that are ultimately going to be structural to address those needs. There's also an interrelationship to some of these concerns here, because when engagement isn't meaningful, when it feels like there's a whole bunch of barriers placed in front of you, when it feels like you don't have the support of staff who are, in their opinions, doing everything they can to make this effective for you, it can lead to cultural challenges. It can mean it's hard to work with each other and to find agreement and to get along well. And we know that there's a lack of transparency around elements of the process. For folks volunteering their time and bringing their passion and their expertise to this conversation, they're not sure how recruitment is supposed to work. They feel like there's been challenges in terms of communication. They don't understand their role very clearly. They know that there's a reporting relationship to council, but it feels indirect, and sometimes it feels like they're being ignored or not listened to, and they don't necessarily know where they fall into the process of staff bringing forward reports and recommendations that ultimately make the decisions and changes that our council see. There was also a significant ask for increased training. We know that there's opportunities for mentorship. We know that there's opportunities for these kinds of committees to be places that people start getting involved civically, and that civic engagement can change and grow into more and powerful opportunities for people. But we're not seeing that mentorship the way we'd like to see it in the structure as it stands. So that's what we heard in terms of needing change. What did we learn from that? Well, we learned the local boards, inclusive of voluntary advisory committees, have significantly increased liabilities, and that those liabilities can include, I'm going to need a few more minutes, I have 7 slides left. But I'll go quick, I promise. They present additional liability for those members, and then also when we talked to other municipalities, we were seeing a general shift that groups and organizations that strictly adhere to the procedural bylaw were sort of being moved away from in favor of resident-led groups that could meet without those same structures associated with them and address emerging community needs with a little bit more promptness and a little bit more assuredness. We're also seeing a little bit of a shift toward, if that's not possible in some municipalities, reducing the overall number of voluntary advisory committees, because they are a challenging process to administer sometimes. In terms of key elements for success, we also learned that training is important and it's critical, and we want to support people with enhanced training opportunities, and we want there to be less to need to train them on bureaucratically, so there can be more opportunities to train them on the civic engagement component of what's being done. We also know that this is an opportunity to align what we're doing in terms of best practices with our public engagement policy, that we have an opportunity to support and mentor the folks involved and our volunteers and give them more opportunities, and that the little bit more flexibility around how meeting dates are structured, how community participation can happen, what these folks can do to sort of be involved and to call perhaps their own meetings is also something we'd like to see. So we've presented fundamentally 3 alternatives, and the report that's in front of you today represents alternative 1. That's transition all 14 of our current voluntary advisory committees to a new type of group we're calling a community liaison group. These would meet without the same procedural bylaw restrictions, would not be considered local boards, and would have more opportunities for that enhanced kind of engagement we talked about the importance of. Alternative 2 was presented in November. That was to transition only 10 of the 14 voluntary advisory committees, making a few cuts we saw some reason for. We heard council's feedback on that, and we bring a report today that does not make those withdrawals. Finally, a third alternative always available to this council is the status quo option, which would include making no changes to the report, or not endorsing the recommendations of the report, and therefore retaining the status quo. So, alternative 1, it responds to the direction we heard from council in November. It is reflective of the experiences and the engagement feedback that we heard from committee members. They're looking for change, and this is a way it could go. It reduces barriers to meaningful participation. It's aligned with departmental work plans. By being more integrated with the work of staff, we're able to more effectively drive forward the work that we want to see done by the city. That means that those recommendations are going to be informed by consultation with these community liaison groups. That's a better way to have those reports come forward. And also, we think it creates and supports opportunities. I mentioned this before, but these community liaison group members are some of the most involved and passionate people. We want to create opportunities for them to bring that passion into city building. Alternative 2, it remains reflective of the experiences of voluntary advisory committees. It continues to be important that we listen to people. It does reduce barriers to meaningful engagement. It continues to be aligned with the public engagement policy. It's supported by the research that we did. It's supported by the analysis that we did. However, withdrawing those 4 voluntary advisory committees presents some challenges. There's work being done in community that is reflective of those mandates, but not necessarily as exhaustively as could be captured by new community liaison groups if we moved into that format. And I've listed here the 4 that we recommended withdrawing before, just for completion's sake. Finally, I wanted to address, at least briefly, the status quo option. That's no change to the current format. The process would be familiar, and there's advantages to familiarity. Obviously, doing something that we've done before that feels like a consistent practice has some strengths. But the biggest point I want to harp on here is, from a threat perspective, this does not show that we're listening. And we really do want to show our communities that we're listening to what they have to say, that we're taking their feedback in. And when they tell us this process is hard to engage with, it's difficult to use, it's bureaucratic, it's rigid, the structures around it make it difficult for us to get our views into the decisions that are being made, we want to tell them we hear you and we're interested in making change around that. There's a few other challenges associated with the status quo, but I don't need to harp on them too badly. I think the most important thing is when you go out and engage with people, you want them to feel like they were listened to. And this gives us an opportunity to make people feel like they were listened to. So the recommendation that we've got before you is alternative 1. It's that transitioning of all the voluntary advisory committees we currently have into community liaison groups. This benefits the residents. We intend the structure to be resident-led and staff-supported. We've made that very clear in this version of the recommendation. We know that community liaison groups are going to be a report-back process, so we're going to hear tailored answers to how these community liaison groups can specifically serve the community that they've identified and the mandate that they have. And part of the transition plan we're presenting here is that they have a process for sharing their voice with council. One possible route that we're recommending, again, knowing that these are tailored solutions we're going to hear back about, but one possible route we're recommending is that they be appendiced to any staff report, even as a dissenting opinion. And then also, we want to be reflective of those community needs. So these groups, again, when we get the report back that this recommendation is suggesting, we want them to be tailored to those communities. And in a few places, we've already talked to communities about what that could look like, and we've heard a lot of excitement and a lot of support for what this kind of model could be. I have one last slide, and I promise I'll be quick with it. This isn't the first time we've done something like this. In the city of Hamilton, we used to have a youth advisory committee, and that format did not work for those individuals. Asking someone to sign up for a 4-year term when youth is part of the mandate that they're looking for can be a little bit disjointed and a little bit confusing for folks. People move away, they go to university, they have life experiences that significantly change their level of involvement, and we didn't have something that could dynamically recruit. We didn't have something that could bring those voices into the conversation in the timeliness that we needed them brought in, and we weren't engaging with them the way they wanted to be engaged with, which meant we weren't hearing their voices. The Hamont Youth Steering Committee is a very different animal. It functions incredibly well, and we've seen an enormous amount of success from it. It's been transformed into this working group-like model. It is tailored to the needs of the community that it serves. It still meaningfully brings the views and voices of people into the decision-making process. And it's an opportunity for us to build and model staff collaboration, civic city building, and opportunities for young folks. It's a success, and we believe that the same kind of transition can be a success for the rest of our voluntary advisory committees. Thank you very much, and I'm prepared to take questions.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you for listening to the feedback and then bringing a updated report. So we do have a speakers list. Councillor Kretsch, then Jackson, then Clark. Councillor Kretsch.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. So I thought we were going to receive the report and presentation at the same time, which I was prepared to talk about the report as well. Should I like save this or divide this, or sorry, just got confused by that.
Yeah, we can speak about both and then we'll receive them together.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I don't have questions, just have some comments. Just want to say thank you for listening to the feedback that was received. I think the changes I see in the report here are all indicative of the three main factors that I think caused some trepidation by members of council. Number one, there's still going to be a clear line of sight for individuals to lead these committees. They're still going to be able to bring recommendations forward. And this is going to be facilitated by staff but not led by them. So those were the things I think that people were concerned about. And so what we're doing essentially is we're taking the volunteer advisory committee structure, which is really onerous in terms of the fact that it's a local board, and we're moving to something that's not going to have that same level of onerousness. So people will still be able to use all the city processes they were able to use before, and functionally it will not change, but the format of these committees will be in such a manner that it'll be more adaptive to the actual needs of the people who are there, and won't be so, I guess, formalized as to make them alienating. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor. I would even use the term cumbersome sometimes. I think the process that we're engaging with now can be changed in a really positive way. We can see more people be involved. We can see midterm dynamic recruitment without needing an approval process through council. We have an opportunity to bring more people into a conversation, and I'm very happy that we're all on the same team and we can bring back a report that reflects the recommendations that you made previously.
Thanks very much. As a former member of an advisory committee, we were on the same one. I can tell you that I didn't necessarily struggle a lot with the procedures and the bureaucracy as much as I know some members really did. And I spent time one-on-one talking to each and every member of that committee, and then we had a kind of round table with all the advisory committees coming together to have these conversations. The number one complaint remained that the way in which they're structured, the way in which they fall as a local board because of the decision of the Superior Court now makes them more cumbersome. And so this will not change the authority, not change the faculty minutes, not change the recommendations, but will just really make this more flexible. So I'm very supportive of this and happy to move it when it's on the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. We have a growing speakers list. Next is Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Thanks, Manager Banky, for the extra work that Councillor Jackson probably caused you from last November and all the additional questions and curiosities that I had. I say that a bit facetiously. Anyways, look, I didn't realize how complicated being a volunteer was. And so I'm only going to speak from my experience with the Seniors Advisory Committee that has over many terms of council, including this term, always advocated for those seniors that have less ability, less mobility, to be able to speak for themselves. And they've done such great work across a multitude of subjects, topics, and issues, making our city more age-friendly. So if this alternative one is approved, Manager Banky, the Seniors Advisory Committee, I'll stay focused with them as one of the 14. They would now transition to a CLG under a particular department. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do so. And through the chair, I will say that the Seniors Advisory Committee is one that I've spoken with extensively, and they have a lot of really amazing work to be proud of. And I would love to see what could happen if some of the greatest advocates in that community were able to combine their voices with some of the people who find it harder to advocate in that environment and might be able to get brought into the conversation through the CLG format. I expect much of the work will remain the same. In fact, there's alignment with the department that we're intending to pair them with and the previous staff liaison, so that relationship would be intended to persist. The Seniors Advisory Committee is one of the few currently not on pause, and there's nothing in the set of recommendations in front of us that asks them to be placed on pause. So until a community liaison group is formed, they could continue to meet and continue to operate as they have been. We also expect that that community liaison group is going to, in terms of its function, look a lot alike. There's going to be significant challenges removed from the process. We're going to make it easier for them to engage. We're going to make it easier to bring their feedback forward. But the work plan will look much the same. It may expand. There may be more opportunities to bring more work in. But I don't see the incredible work of the Seniors Advisory Committee disappearing anytime.
So thank you for that. who will, if this is approved, alternative one, who will be doing the appointing in the future then? Will it be where the transition of the 14 go into CLGs within specific departments? There'll be department leads and department heads that will appoint from the community. Can you clarify that for me, please, through you, Chair Kassar?
Absolutely happy to clarify through the chair. When we brought this proposal forward to the senior leadership team, HR was happy to step in and say that they would be willing to assist with the recruitment process. There's a lot of tools, including one of the pieces of feedback we heard from committee members is that the integration of IDEA or inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility was inadequately carried out in the recruitment process. And we have specialists in that team who work in that field and can bring those kind of concepts into our recruitment process to be more robust in doing so. We know that there are a number of previously serving volunteer advisory committee members who felt they had not been reappointed by this term of council and had lost the mandate to speak for their communities. We expect the body of volunteers that we already have working to serve as volunteer advisory committee members to be the first place we would start that recruitment, having been some of our most passionate and incredible volunteers, but it's the hope to broaden that and to bring more people into this conversation.
If further supplementary, Chair Kassar, so then is it fair for me to say if this gets approved, the CLGs will be more accountable to the departments that have done the reach out to the community, and with HR's help, they'll be more accountable to the department than they would be to standing committees and council? Through you, Chair Kassar.
Through the chair, that's a reasonable interpretation. I think we wanted closer integration with staff work plans, and that meant bringing these groups into departmentally situated positions made the most sense. Also, the definition of local board, according to the legal ruling, includes an operating as a function or a portion of the day-to-day operations of council. And by taking the approach to bring these into departments rather than keeping them council-directed exclusively, we would continue to make their voices a part of the decisions that are made at the city, but we would not be forced to be in the same situation as before where they would be stipulated to be local boards.
Thank you, Manager Banky, for the sincerity of your answers. Could I provide a closing comment, Chair Kassar? You want me on a second time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Look, respectfully, I'm not going to support this new direction. Again, I'm speaking mostly from my years honored by past and current councils to be appointed to Seniors Advisory Committee. I'm going to, honestly, if this gets approved, I'm going to feel as an elected official distance and the relationship severed, quite frankly, to these wonderful volunteers that in the past, when I served with them as a liaison between council and the volunteer group, they made recommendations. They appeared on an annual basis before the standing committees and council and all the great work working in tandem with each other. And I just felt such a great, intimate, close connection with them. And I feel now this will be a colder severance and severing of the relationship, keeping it within the department. We'll hear from them maybe once in a while of the good work they're doing, hopefully. But I just, the disconnect and the fact that when you've got something working well, again, speaking for SAC, I just don't see why we want to change direction. But I sense Chair Kassar with the new era on council is probably going to go in this new direction, but I'll just respectfully be record as opposed. Thank you, Chair Kassar.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jackson. Our speakers list right now is Councillor Clark, Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor Wang, then Councillor A. Wilson. Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm wrapping my head around this as we go here. So in the old process, the advisory groups would have minutes and have reports that would go to the standing committee of council and then on to council. Will these new liaison groups have that same process?
Through the chair, we do expect that these liaison groups are likely to keep minutes, but the recommendation here is to ask for a tailored approach from each of these departments that may serve a different community differently. We know that there are some communities that struggle with elements of the process, but not necessarily the same elements. If minutes were high on the list for a particular challenge that made it difficult to engage effectively and to have these kind of conversations, then we might look at a more informal way of handling that accountability. But we expect these meetings to be documented in one way or another. That's a key aspect of the transparency and ultimately the accountability of the body.
I'm struggling to see the transparency. Can you help me with that? How is this as transparent to the public? It's all going to be done in the back rooms with staff.
Yeah, through the chair, I will say that I think this is a lot more staff integrated. And when we talk about transparency, a lot of the time there's different kind of meanings of it. Transparent to the public, I agree, not being recorded and not being broadcast the same way makes this a less transparent process to the public directly. That transparency to the public has a cost for the folks involved. For people who are volunteering their time and who are simply residents, it can be really difficult to be photographed or videoed that way. It can be a barrier to them saying what they really think about something or bringing real views to the problem. And in a couple of cases, we've even seen members being kind of harassed through the ombudsman process, where certain behaviors of decorum or expectation were taken especially strenuously to make it harder for these people to continue to get their voice out. We know that not being able to watch from the comfort of your home the particular advisory committee meeting is a change in public transparency. But we believe that change is supported by residential engagement, analysis of the municipalities, and continues to be the best step forward to get those voices heard.
So then how do I, as a councillor, know that, A, their voices are being heard, and how do I know what they are providing advice to staff on? This is really a complete lack of transparency. It's hiding in the back doors. So I'm trying to understand how this is going to be a transparent process and enable councillors to hear from the people who are actually serving on these committees rather than these liaison groups meeting with staff and talking to staff, and councillors never know what's going on. They get a staff report and that's it.
I'm going to direct that to Clerk Trenum.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Chair, it is a change in concept, and it's difficult because council and municipalities in general have functioned this way for as long as we can remember. And this idea of the local board and how it manages, there's a very detailed process of getting information to and from it to council for decision making. The expectation on staff and staff liaisons will be very detailed in terms of how they have consulted. Don't think of this as a group, think of it as a formalized engagement process. And we will be providing them with tools that would allow these groups that come forward with an ability to send their own information direct to committee or council as well. So should the committee should this group have something they specifically think staff should be doing, they can write a report. What used to be the community, I forget the name.
Citizen Committee Report.
Citizen Committee Report. It'll be a tool similar to that we would put directly on as if we would a piece of correspondence or a delegation to that committee. This group, as a standing committee or council itself, could also direct staff to please reach out to your community liaison group on this issue. We want that feedback. And as part of the staff report back to council or a committee, that consultation process will be detailed in the report. So that's how it's being documented. It's difficult because we're calling it a group. Really, it is a more formalized engagement process on specific topics to specific community groups and those that can engage with a level of expertise. It is a different way of doing things. I agree with you, but that is sort of the recommended change.
So we're eliminating, if this goes through, we eliminate the advisory groups who provide advice to council. They're gone. And now we have liaison groups that work directly with staff, and then staff come forward with recommendations. So where's the transparency?
Clerk Trenum?
So I also want to point out the change to citizen-led. So these groups will have some formal ability to sort of call this together themselves, like a working group. They will receive training, because part of this is they're not receiving a lot of training. They will give them, this is how you can communicate. This is how you can get issues on the table. This is how you can engage with staff. And perhaps more importantly, this is how staff liaisons or these departments will be engaging with you. And how do we connect those lines of communication? It's, again, more of an engagement process than it is a formal committee process, which is legislated, which is organized, which directs a lot of information. There are a lot of complicated aspects to having a volunteer advisory committee. We're not saying that this is the only option. We're saying this is where a lot of municipalities are going. This is the feeling that community members have to better engage with the municipality. But it is ultimately up to council how they would like to organize this and how they would like to have it come forward.
So I've asked twice, Chair, where's the transparency? And both times people have walked around the question and haven't answered it. Where's the transparency in the recommendations that are being proposed here today? If this goes through, where's the transparency? It's all behind closed doors. It's all discussions with staff. It is not coming forward to council, it's coming from staff. So where's the transparency that we know the liaison groups are actually putting forth advice and are being heard? If there's no transparency in public, then we have no idea whether or not their advice was heard, not heard, given, not given, because it's all hiding behind closed doors. So where's the transparency?
So we do have reports coming back from the departments that will detail how this will sort of come forward. The transparency will be listed in their group's ability to report direct back to either a committee or through to council, as well as the expectation on staff to document these interactions through reporting, perhaps through quarterly or some other form of update. Each will depend on the type of group and how it's managed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, if you'd like to go on a second time, please indicate. Okay, we'll move along then. Councillor M. Wilson, followed by Councillor Wang.
Thank you. My thanks to PM Banky for the work to date and the presentation this morning. I was the mover of the motion, which requested a review of advisory committees, along with my seconder, Councillor Wang. It is interesting to note that review has not taken place since 2015, certainly overdue. It has always been my opinion that I think almost elected councils got into this before they knew what it was, meaning the people I talked to ages ago who were around at the time and active believed that these advisory committees were put in place for also to reward supporters of local campaigns. But the sophistication of this community in terms of engagement far started to exceed perhaps expectations at the beginning. And I am appreciative of the summary of some of the challenges through the consultation that were highlighted. I don't need to summarize them to date. But I don't think this council will vote in its wisdom of where it wants to go. Overwhelmingly, what I was hearing was a complete dissatisfaction with what was present, a complete deflation because people felt that their experiences and their commitment to bringing their time and talent was hitting a roadblock. And then with the ruling of being a local board, there was almost a freezing that occurred and an intimidation that they were feeling worried about what their words were going to be used. What I would like to focus my questions, if I may, through the chair, is just better understanding the relationship per this recommendation between the work plans and what will be within the purview of the groups to advise on. My frustration as an elected person has been gaining access into work plans so that I can prepare myself each year to understand what is coming down the pipeline and how that does or does not mesh with the agenda that I ran on. And so I can prepare myself in terms of my research. So could you, Project Manager Banky, could you just try to unpack that for me? Will these groups be served with an annual work plan, say at the start of when they commence their deliberations annually, or will it be done in response to the request? How might that work through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. It's a great question, Councillor. And I think there's a couple of different ways it can look. Again, because we're asking departments to come back with tailored solutions, we expect that some might want to establish work plans at the outset with these groups, to have those work plans tied and integrated into departmental needs and what's happening there, and to help use those as a tool to guide moving their mandates forward. We have preserved the mandates of the voluntary advisory committees in the recommendation made here. So the preservation of those mandates was important because we wanted them to continue to be able to advise on all of the topics that they were previously able to advise on. But if anything, to be able to expand those conversations, to include more voices, to bring more people forward, and to be closer aligned with the work that we're doing at the city. Yeah. Like you coming in to understand how your needs and expressed platform that you ran on align with these work plans, a lot of volunteers are coming in trying to see where their passions can align with these work plans. Exposing them to them more clearly, bringing them into these departments so that they can be a part of the work that actually goes on. That's a way that we provide for those individuals the sort of transparency that they need to move the work forward.
Thank you. Just one final question, if I may. It's just a small one, but would it be within the purview of a group to, for example, change the scope of what they were hoping to comment on? And if I could just give you one example, the active transportation and mobility one. So far, the language is exclusive to cycling. And we know the city, I thought, made a commitment quite a long time ago to extend that consultation and focus for pedestrians. So if they sought to change the terms of reference, that mobility actually includes cycling and pedestrians, would it be, for example, within their purview to do so?
Absolutely. And we've had conversations with those departmental members who are in alignment on that issue as well.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wang, and then on deck, Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for doing all of this work. I'm truly appreciative of the type of scope and jurisdictional scan that you have done. I think from the outset, though, too, I was curious to understand, like, sort of the inner workings. And in the very first report, we did talk about the potential disbandment of several VACs. But in this report, it actually goes to say no disbandments, but also that there is caveats in there that staff will also support on quorum and engagement, and the expectation is that there will not be any disbandments. But here's my question is that what if there is a VAC that's just not working? It's not fulfilling its terms, and what is the potential process to actually disband a VAC?
Yeah, so VSCs are council directed, so can be disbanded by council. And our initial recommendation did include disbanding some of them because there were suggestions that they weren't working. One overlooked element of that report is the community liaison groups provide a much broader opportunity for these groups to function well. And if a group might not be functioning well, it could be the VAC format itself that is at cause. So giving them an opportunity to expand into community liaison groups exhaustively and see where the success operates is what we thought made sense for a revised recommendation.
Okay. So then my follow-up question then through you, Chair, is what is the cadence in terms of a feedback mechanism so that council can have clearer line of sight as to how these community liaison groups are working and how well they're not, or maybe how not well they're working. So what is that potential cadence to get that kind of review so we can potentially see whether there is need for all of these CLGs?
Chair, I'll jump in on that one. And I think we'll see that come through the department report backs on this, because I think it will vary depending on department, where some might be meeting quite regularly, the engagement might be less so. So it could be a quarter update, it could be a yearly update. Certainly if something is directed to staff to utilize a community liaison group to obtain some feedback and engagement, if the feedback is we didn't get any, or we didn't have any participation, or the group isn't functioning, then that's feedback through the report back to council to advise this hasn't been working. We may need to do something different to properly receive engagement on either this topic or this particular area.
Okay. My last question then is helping me and perhaps the public understand the differences between what a community liaison group is versus a task force versus a working group, because there are different cadences of report backs into council on all of those. So how do I explain to the public how a CLG, which used to be a VAC, which used to be council direct, so how do I explain that? Because there's also the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency and Accountability. There's also our Climate Change Advisory Council, which is a little bit different than what we're talking about here. So how do I explain this transparently to the community?
That's a great question. Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to say that I think the big distinction between community liaison groups and voluntary advisory committees is the council-directed element and the implication that has for them being local boards and their adherence to procedural bylaw. So I think if someone were to ask me, can you explain in really simple terms what's changing here? I think we're making the process a little bit less informal. We're trying to make it possible for them to be integrated better with what staff are doing. And through doing that, we're trying to make it possible for more people to bring their voice to the decisions that are made in their city.
Again, I think that perhaps we might need a chart that talks about what's a CLG, what's a task force, what's a working or all of the different names that
Working
we've
group,
attached.
yeah. That's fair. There's a lot of information there, and I'm trying to stay pretty high level, but if you look in Appendix B, that's the jurisdictional scan, it does include a chart that lays out some distinctions between task forces and advisory committees. Task force stipulated for a period of time to handle a specific project over a major issue. An experts panel described to bring subject matter experts together for an indeterminate period of time. A committee group or working group designed to, bring subject matter experts to a problem for a period of time over like a longer engagement process. There are some distinctions between those things, but I think the model that we're trying to offer here is intended to be just that, a little bit less formal and a little bit easier to engage with.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I have a couple questions about one or two of the CACs specifically, but generally I'm just curious about timelines. But before I get into that, just appreciating the resident-led, staff-supported language change. For me, that was my big concern in the previous iteration of the reporting. So appreciate the attention and kind of the review of how that's going to work out. So some of these are paused, most of these are paused, some of these are not paused. There's not really committee members in some of the paused ones, or it's been several years and we'd have to reconfirm engagement for the ones that have been paused. This report today, I'm reading through the recommendations, Chair, and my understanding of this is not stopping or starting anything. If you're unpaused right now, you're going to continue to be unpaused. If you're paused, you're going to be continued paused. What this is doing is directing staff to bring back options, 14 different options, one tailor-made for each group, and then at the relevant standing committee, we say, yep, let's keep going in this direction. Let's make this change. No, I have feedback. We want to provide more edits, or status quo. Let's go back to a volunteer. Like that, we could make the decision to go back to an advisory committee when we see that option in that moment. Is that correct? Just generally speaking, what this report says in the process moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. That's correct. We're looking for tailored responses to come back. We're not trying to rush something that feels like pretty significant transformative change. And we are looking for those tailored solutions built around those communities.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. That gives me some confidence, because I do have some places where I think this is going to work better than in other places. And I think we have to see the work to have that happen. And so being able to have that be iterative, have that be individual as opposed to 14 en masse. Like, I think that's part of my problem in engaging this report is this isn't a one-size-fits-all activity. So definitely want to be able to get individuated responses so we can get the right solutions for the right groups. Other question for me is specific to Mundialization and the staff partnership that's been associated. So I believe it's in business development, broadly speaking, is the associated team. Me and Councillor Wayne go back and forth on this a lot, but quick opining from me, Mundialization is about building friendship. Your friendships aren't built because they're strategic. You build a friendship because it's about having friendship. There's this conversation about who do we want to build relationships with to strategically further economic goals, other types of things. That's always a tension in Mundialization work. It exists in the committee today. Really support for new partnerships, for some of the other partnerships. That makes sense to have it in business development to me. For the oldest partnership in the city, the Dundas-Kaga partnership, it's much more event-based in terms of how that's happening. And I just wonder if that department is suited to provide advice, given that the majority of the current operations of the committee, maybe not a new work or new scope that can be done, but current work, is event-based. It's about, and is that the right fit? Is tourism and culture, is engagement a helpful fit? And in addition to who's there, just to make sure that when the report comes back, it's not just about how are we looking at new partnerships, but it's also looking at how are we maintaining the partnerships we have through the commemorative events, through those types of things that generally I see tourism helping out with more than I do business development.
That's a very fair question. And through the chair, I will say that these are groups that span a lot of intersectional needs sometimes, and we see complicated things come out of their mandates. When looking specifically at the mandate of the Mundialization Committee and trying to align them with a group that fit both their current staff liaison support role and also what we were hoping to see out of them in terms of a long-term product, this is the fit that felt best. That decision ultimately rests with this council and could be influenced by feedback that group doesn't feel like they can take on the mandate of the Mundialization Committee in that department, in which case it could be aligned with a different one.
Thanks. Through you, Chair, gonna hear the rest of the discussion. Unless there's, I don't know who we have on the, I don't think it's fair to assume tourism's happen to be behind me. So unless there's a way to jump in from the bench saying, oh, we're here, yes, we do have feedback, happy to let the discussion kind of continue. And I'll follow up offline.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wilson. First time speaker, Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Nan, and then we'll go to second time speakers.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your presentation. It's, I think it was Aristotle who said, if you want to know if the shoe fits, ask the person who has to wear it, not the person who made it. It's not a bad, my mom used to say to me, Teddy, none of us are as smart as all of us. So there's some generic things that sort of drive citizen input. And that having been said, I think some serious questions have been raised here. I like the idea of being proactively integrative in terms of bringing people who have an interest and a skill set and some expertise in areas rather than just fishing for volunteers who may not come with that equipment. I think that's a benefit. But that having been said, a great idea poorly executed is a bad idea. So I have two specific questions. First, will these groups have mandate letters specifically spelling out their areas of generic and specific responsibilities?
Through the chair, I will say a few pieces. First of all, the feedback we've heard from people are the people wearing the shoe here. And we've preserved their mandates based on that feedback in part in the recommendations. So it should be very clear to the tailored solutions that we come back that the mandates of these groups will be not only something that they still have, but something that's preserved from their advisory committee role.
Okay, through you, Chair, you outlined, I thought very well, what's not working. And I saw that as a clarion call to trying something that potentially has benefits that aren't currently accruing to us. Now, ideally, the staff team at the city would be getting wonderful advice every day from this horseshoe. But as I mentioned, none of us is as smart as all of us. And a lot of good ideas get passed over because nobody ever hears them. So that having been said, the other, so I'm pleased to around your comment on Mandy. How would they be evaluated, and who would do the evaluation?
Yeah, so supported by staff training and the mentorship that we've already discussed, these groups would have the opportunity to review their own mandates and to see if there's expansion or dynamic addition needed.
Okay, you understand the dynamic here, the worry about control versus, is this a freeing of the ability to articulate ideas and dreams and hopes and specific items that might advance the work of city building, or is it, are we deferring to some kind of staff control? I'm picking up some sense of that. I'm hoping it's the former, not the latter. That's.
Yeah, through the chair, I hope I'm not speaking unclearly. Absolutely, I think it's the former. And while there's an opportunity to review mandates, which voluntary advisory committees also had the opportunity to review their own mandates, we expect that to make these entities properly resident-led and staff-supported, we need to give the residents the opportunities to review what they need to be discussing.
So when would the review take place? We do it a year from now, or when will we know whether this is working well or not?
Well, we're expecting to hear back from, if council endorses the recommendations here, we're expecting to hear back from these departments about the creation of community liaison groups within a year timeline. That gives them an opportunity to build the tailored solutions we're talking about and structure these in the way that we're looking for them to be structured. And then what the next stage for review looks like is something I may defer to Clerk Trenham on, but I will say that it could look a couple of different ways, and different groups may require different tailored solutions to what their review process looks like, as they may function in quite different ways.
I've got 36 seconds left, so let me use it as wisely as I can. I just want to, for the record, state the single most important tool I have as a councillor is a 14-member ward advisory council, not selected by me, but selected by various groups in the community who give me great advice and make me a better councillor, because I'm much more plugged into what's going on an everyday basis. So thanks for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Project Manager, for the presentation and the very, very clear description of the recommendations, why they're here in front of us, but also the process. I'm truly appreciating the daylighting of what hasn't worked for residents who've participated in advisory committees to date, and being very clear that what we've heard consistently from our residents who have participated in previous iterations and those that currently serve is that they consider it a true honor to participate in having an impact on their local municipal government's role, service, ideas, solutions, etc. So, one of the complaints I had heard in the previous term was the inability for new appointees to get to the table, that they couldn't break through because of some of the points that Councillor Maureen Wilson raised in her comments earlier. And these points of feedback led to transforming the mechanism and the process by which the selection committee of this council goes about its business, and has enabled the participation of residents who bring a lot to the table of those committees that are currently serving. So first of all, thank you to everybody who participated in the process and are currently serving. That said, I am concerned about some of the comments around trust and confidence. And if you could, if I've got this right, can you just confirm? Or if I'm missing something, let me know. But my understanding from what's before us isn't dissimilar to what I've seen observed this year in some key stakeholder relations that have enabled the municipality to enact council's direction. For example, gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. Mm-hmm. We'd heard clearly for a number of years, decades, that the municipality was nowhere with the sector was not beside the sector in truly understanding the magnitude of the issue, but also the necessity of coordination for service. And so what that meant then was that our staff did their due diligence and went and had a very robust and ongoing relationship development with the sector, centering folks with lived experiences in order to come back with recommendations that come in the form of staff reports, but those staff reports are accompanied by appendices, which are completely publicly available. Mm-hmm. They are verbatim the report generated by that stakeholder group. And those recommendations are attached. And the recommendation that staff provide us is consider approving the recommendations coming from the stakeholder group. Or, you know what, we'd like to spend some time with the stakeholder group to review these recommendations and come back to council or committee with the best path forward that we think the municipality can take, understanding our opportunities and limitations. So if I use that one as an example, is that part of what you're is that what the future could look like here in terms of the liaison groups?
Yeah, through the chair, the councillor is absolutely right. This is the kind of model we're looking to explore. This is not something that's never been done before. Mm-hmm. This is not something so innovative and strange that we can't imagine how it could possibly look. This is not dissimilar to some of the conversations we've heard earlier today about community groups that are able to get together and bring their voice to decision makers.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I've been very impressed and very encouraged by the manner in which and the depth by which staff have been engaging community partners and community voices that have been feeling structurally, systemically, and historically left out. And I think it's made for some very robust and interesting recommendations coming back. And I feel trust and confidence with the recommendations in this report and appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for first-time speakers. On to second-time speakers. Councillor Clark.
I'm just going to suggest perhaps we add a recommendation that there be a review started in the 4th year to be completed and reported to council by the 5th year. If we give 4 years of opportunity to this process to work and see how it works, and then staff with the liaison groups assess the effectiveness and provide a report back in the 5th year. I'm struck by Councillor Maureen Wilson's statement that the review hadn't been done of these committees since 2015. So if we're going to change them, and I think that is going to happen, can we have a review? I don't want to use the term in senior levels ago, and they call it a sunset clause. It kind of implies that it's going to end. That's not my intent. My intent is to have a fulsome review of the successes, the failures, where we could improve it, evaluation of that process to be reported back in year 5. Is that a reasonable, I look to the clerk in terms of timing, because you have to have something to review. You can't review it in a year. You're just starting the process. So let it go. And the 5th year report comes back. Is that feasible?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we can add that to our work plans and outlook for future years to be sure that we're on top of it.
So I'd like to move that as an amendment so that we capture it. And Councillor McMeekin will second it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there's an amendment on the floor. Do we need to see the wording on the screen? Look to see if any committee members would like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to put that up on the screen? Yeah, okay. We'll just take a moment to put that for everyone to read on the screen. Okay, the mover is in agreement with that language.
So just through the Deputy Mayor, is that to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee or the General Issues Committee? Procedurally, it would be AFNA.
think that's right.
Yeah, it is, but it will be impacting committees across the board. So if the clerk is content with that, that initial report would come to AFNA. Councillors could be invited to that particular committee when that report comes back, and then it would go to council subsequently. And I think you could eliminate the 4th year and just say that they do a report back to Audit and Finance in the 5th year. That way they can decide, staff can decide when they start that evaluation, but they know they have to report back by the 5th year. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay.
Thank you, okay. Chair. Thank you.
All right, so that's on the screen. Everyone's had an opportunity to read it, to understand or hear the explanation. It's been moved and seconded. So this is an amendment to add to the staff recommendation into the report. Okay. Oh, Councillor Taddison, go ahead.
I think Councillor Clark just answered my question. I was just kind of curious as to when the program actually will begin, because it seems very dynamic and multifaceted. So I'm just seeking a little bit of clarity on that. But with him saying, I guess, staff deciding when the 5th year would be, I'm just looking for some answers from staff to when they expect that to be.
Who would like to answer that? Clerk Trenum?
I would expect through you, Chair, it sort of be an iterative process. You know, we may have updates that come within the 1st year, the 2nd year, the 3rd year, but ultimately, once we have the first group up and running, we'll take that as our timeline and ensure that within that 5th year of that date that we have a fulsome review back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I completely understand that now.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. We'll do an electronic vote. It is up. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, everybody. So that brings us back to the main report and the recommendations therein. Don't see anyone else on the speakers list. Just do a quick check. Oh, Councillor Jackson, your hand's up.
Deputy Mayor Kassar, then can you clarify for me after the amendment's been approved? This is moving ahead with the recommendation of alternative 1, correct? As amended?
Yes, alternative 1 is the staff recommendation. We've amended it, so we're voting on the staff recommendation as amended.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't recall who the original mover was. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wang.
Just for clarity, this would also be to receive the presentation.
Yeah, exactly. To receive the presentation and to approve the report recommendations as amended. Okay, we will go to that electronic vote now. And the vote is up.
So sorry, a technicality again. So that carried 8-5.
Okay, and we're not able to put that on the screen? Yeah, if we could do that, please, thank you. Okay, but the main point is it carries by a vote of 8-5. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're now at almost 12:30. I'll look to committee members to see if we'd like to have a half-hour break for lunch. Yes, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. All those in favor, show of hands. I think that's everybody. That certainly carries. Thank you. We will return at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. We are at item 8.4 on the General Issues Committee agenda for today. It's item number HSC 25003, Service Manager Consent for Victoria Park Community Homes, Inc., redevelopment of 525 Stone Church Road East. That's in Ward 7. May I have mover and seconder, please, to put the report on the floor? Councillor Pauls, Councillor A. Wilson. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Pauls, go ahead.
Thank you, and I don't know if everybody's aware, this is a great initiative to take down 8 existing townhouses on 525 Stone Church, which is my area, and turn it into 105 multi-use. And there are 53 deeply affordable units and 52 market units. My question is, I was reading the report and it said that 20 rent-to-gear income subsidy cost of $210,000. My question is, the 53 deeply afforded units, they're not the 20 rent-to-income, are they? Or can I ask staff? Or?
Okay. Who on staff would like to answer that?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor, and you're right, this is a good news report overall. And so there are 8 existing townhomes on site right now, and across that portfolio, we're asking that we transfer those existing RGI subsidies, and in addition to those transfers, we would have these 20 new subsidies that would be considered as part of the 2027 budget.
So the 53 deeply afforded units, are 20 of those, I just want to make sure, are those rent-to-income or just the 8 that are existing now that are rent-to-income? Because I read it's $210,000 it would cost us. And then I read that there really is only 4 that are in the deeply afforded units. I just want to be clear what it means and how many of the 105 are rent-to-income, basically.
Through the chair, so in this particular building, in the new build, there are 52 market units, so those will be market rents. And then on top of that, there's 53 affordable units. And so the RGI subsidy is what makes those units affordable for the people that need subsidized housing. And I'm going to ask Pilar if she has any more information that she wants to speak to. She can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Pilar Homerston, through the chair to council. Just for additional information, the 8 units that are demolished, 4 were previous RGI and 4 were market. They are being replaced by this new development where the 52 will be affordable, but only 20 of those 52 will have the RGI subsidy attached. It is that RGI subsidy that we are asking for in this recommendation today.
Okay. Also, I was reading that we used to have 14,561 rent-to-income throughout the city, and now we have only 11,621. And some of them are reaching the end of the agreement federally. So can you confirm now that we do have only 11,621?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, you are correct. So what's happened over time is some of those federal projects have already come to end of agreement. In fact, that's where the federal projects are. And now we're seeing our provincial projects that are coming to their end of mortgage as well. And so that's why we came before you last year with a plan with respect to how we deal with end of agreement and end of mortgage to support those not-for-profit providers to stay operating and continue to operate affordable units. But you are seeing here that over time, as we come to those end of mortgages and end of agreements, we are losing a portion of our affordable social housing portfolio in the city. And that's something that other municipalities see as well. It's not isolated to Hamilton.
Thank you for that. And this is good news. In my ward, we have 2 of them. One is Kiwanis, and now it's Victoria Park, where they've taken 8 units and turned it to 105, 145 units. So this is good news, and I'm looking forward to actually, the one in Kiwanis will be opening by the end of 2026, which is right around the corner. So this is good news too, and I thank you for answering the question about the rent-to-income subsidies for the cost of $210,000. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Not seeing any further speakers. We have a mover and seconder, so we will go to the electronic vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously 13-0. Okay, just speaking as chair on the next two items, these items were both directed by motions from this council to staff on very short turnaround times, and council members or committee members will note in the public that these items weren't published until late yesterday. So that's just a fact, having talked with staff, a fact of tireless work in order to bring it to the dates that council dictated, which was today's GIC meeting. So recognizing that there wasn't a usual time to be able to read these reports, and just wanted the committee members and public to understand why that is. Okay, so Councillor Cretch.
It's on that point that you made. Is it okay to speak to it, or?
Go ahead.
Sure. Just wanted to say, yeah, that does present a bit of a predicament, right? Because usually not only do I have time to read the reports, but sometimes my staff will also read reports, provide information. We usually have these discussions in our morning meetings. Couldn't really do that. And so in considering this report, I'm reading it really quickly. And so as a governor, that makes me feel awkward because I'm not having the time to actually do it. What I guess I want to know is, though we asked for them to be back here on an expedited timeline, is there any reason we couldn't have these be, discussed at council, or give us a little more time to look at them so we can make sure that we're fully informed before we make these decisions? Is there something that would prevent us from doing that? I just want to understand that.
Well, of course, this goes to council in the form of recommendations. So there will be that opportunity for any additional conversation. I don't know if that answers your question, or if staff had anything else to add. Elsie McCray?
I'll be clear. Sorry, I apologize. I was going to say, would it be in order for us to defer these reports to council and have the discussions then?
It would be in order. Yes, it would be. And so that's my committee's will.
Yeah, I'd love to defer these to council and have the discussion and decision at that time. There's simply, when I checked back in late last night, they still weren't there. And so I wasn't able to really read these in any kind of thorough manner. And if anyone here has, good for them. I read really quickly. Don't think that's the way we should make decisions here. And since it's going to be approved at council anyways in a week, why not take the time to do that? So I'd like to move that we defer these two reports and consider them at council next week.
Okay, and your seconder? Do you have a seconder? Councillor McMeekin. Okay, any discussion on that motion? Councillor M. Wilson? Oh, sorry, Elsie McCray?
Sorry, so just to be clear, this would be deferring consideration of both 8.5, which is FCS 25015, and 8.6 PED 25083.
Correct. So Councillor M. Wilson and Councillor Nan to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. If my question is in order, I noticed that there are senior leaders from the Hamilton Police Service here. Some of my questions, and again, I get into sort of this governance gray area, which I had to navigate during budget, but I know they don't report to this body. They have a separate board, but they are specifically referenced in the report. So if I may ask you what was going to be in order in terms of entertaining questions in that? If it was just to say GM Mater, then I don't have any concerns, and I understand the need. It's a fulsome report. There's lots of questions to be had, but if you could help me out on that one.
So the question would be, would HPS representatives be able to speak here today, or were they intending to be available for questions? So GM Mater.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Hamilton Police are an important partner on the work we're doing with our encampment response. They've been party to the discussions on informing the report. We're incredibly fortunate that both the chief and Superintendent Hennick was able to make time to attend today, to be here to answer those questions directly, as they have in the past when we've brought the encampment reports forward.
Councillor?
Okay, well, I'll let that information sit with council members.
Okay, Councillor, I said Nan, and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just so I can clarify, deferring the 2 reports to council would mean no questions can be asked at committee today, that the entire discussion would also be deferred to when the 2 items are considered at council?
Correct, because the motion on the floor for deferral is what we're talking about now. And if that passes, then they go to council.
Okay, and then just for clarification purposes then, procedurally speaking, if we were not to defer, engage in discussion with those staff that are present in the room today and now, council or committee would not be in a position to defer it for final consideration later in today's agenda for council ratification, that it's either a deferral or not a deferral. There's no, you can't defer later, correct?
Clerk Trenum.
So it would be procedurally in order to defer pretty much at any time.
At any point.
If it's defeated now and something changes with discussion. But I would argue that the purpose of the deferral at this point is to hold off on debate until council. So if the debate is here, it's coming to council, having been debated either way at that point.
Thank you. Chair, personally, I do have questions that are prepared to go today to do the work at committee. I don't feel that I necessarily need to make a decision today on the report recommendations. Happy to defer the report recommendations to council and have final ratification of the vote at council. So that would be my preference.
Clerk Trenum.
Just a reminder to you, Chair, so there's no debate on a deferral. So if there are further questions, it's to those instructions. So perhaps we just clarify the instructions that a deferral at this point really just ends debate and discussion on the items today and just pushes that off to council.
Thank you for the clarification. So we do have 2 other speakers, Councillor Clark and Councillor Jackson. And as you just heard the clerk state, it's about the instructions, please.
So it's questions. I recall during the budget process, a member wanted to ask a question of Deputy Chief Diodati, who was sitting over there, and we were told that was out of order. We couldn't do that. So how do we ask council, ask questions of the police chief or his staff at council? I'm not sure how that fits within our procedural rules. Secondly, the chief and the police officers have been sitting here since 9:30, waiting for this particular item. As a matter of fact, I met with one of the officers outside, and he was asking me when it would come up, and I said, I have no idea, maybe a half an hour. I was wrong. But again, if we defer this to council, then I'm not sure how we ask questions of police officers.
So I think the question is to the clerk. Is it procedurally possible to ask questions of HPS members at council?
Chair, the bylaw is silent on it with regards to that specifically. I would suggest that the bylaw is worded that it would not allow it even at committee. But should committee or council pass a motion to allow it, I suppose that could be entertained. I think it would be suspending the rules to do so, which would be a 2/3. So I'm not saying it isn't possible. I'm just saying it wouldn't be in order as the bylaw is currently written.
So if we end up deferring it, when would we make that decision? Prior to council or at council?
Chair, I would, through you, suggest that that could be done perhaps when the agenda is moved or perhaps when the item is brought on, similarly to allowing somebody into closed session that otherwise wouldn't have been allowed.
Thank you. And may I ask, the timelines that this report is here to this body, is there any reason why it could not be deferred to the next GIC meeting so that we can entertain it properly?
Jim Mader?
Through the chair, that would be past the date that council had approved the rescinding of the encampment protocol, which is set for March 6th.
Thank you. I know how I'm going to vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson, on the deferral instructions.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar. I'm with Councillor Nan. I came prepared, hoping that we could at least glean and have some kind of a preliminary preview today, and especially with HPS in attendance. I don't know what the conundrum is with having HPS answer some of our questions they always have in the past when necessary at committee. I remember last August, the long 12-hour meeting we had and over delegates about the encampments downtown primarily. Anyways, I would like to hear some information today, especially March 6th. We're on the eve of the deadline, as GM Mader said. So I would prefer to proceed today. And if the majority don't, Deputy Mayor Kassar, then I hope we're all going to be prepared for a totally fulsome discussion and debate with lots of Q&As at council next week. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar.
Thank you. Councillor Cretch.
Yeah, what I'll do instead is I'll withdraw my motion now, and then people can ask questions. And at the end, I won't speak either of these reports when they're on the table, and I'll move deferrals at the end of each one, and we can vote then. So you can get your questions in, and we can still defer the decision to council. Thanks.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn. So then we're back on to the regularly scheduled agenda here. So we are at 8.5. It's report FCS 25015, strengthening local procurement and resilience amid U.S. tariff threats. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Clark. Is there any discussion? Just waiting for the speakers list. We'll start with Councillor Clark. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for this report. And I'm to be quite candid, I'm very impressed with the report, so thank you. So we are in strange territories right now with a threat of a tariff coming and the President of the United States indicating that, oh no, those tariffs are going to happen no matter what. So what happens with the responsibility of municipalities to comply with NAFTA or the European agreement that we have had in order? Are we choosing simply to supersede those agreements and proceed with this one that we're talking about?
Through the chair, if I can start, and I'm going to apologize because I may eat into Councillor Clark's 5 minutes. So if committee
can we stop the clock, please?
So just before I speak to the question and invite Director Aikoa to speak to it, I do want to recognize that the report is before council principally because of the issue of tariffs and the decisions of the U.S. government with respect to imposing tariffs for steel and aluminum, as well as the intent of the U.S. government to impose broader tariffs on other goods and services, including Canadian goods and services. More specifically, the report is before committee as it relates to a series of motions in response to the issue of tariffs, and more specifically, U.S. tariffs. And staff were directed to review current procurement policies with preliminary recommendations on the feasibility of integrating buy local, buy Canadian policies effectively and urgently, given the current economic uncertainty in positioning, tendering, purchasing tendering and purchasing to build the priority of sourcing steel and steel products from local government first and Canadian companies when necessary. Also, I just want to take a moment to recognize Director Koa, Tina, and City Lawyer Sumra, Katrina, and their great work over the last few weeks, frankly 2 weeks, to turn this work around. You'll see in the appendix to the report, I believe it's Appendix C, a jurisdictional scan. And both Tina and Katrina sit on professional tables with adjacent municipalities and their counterparts discussing these very issues. So wanting to thank both Tina and Katrina, as well as City Solicitor Shields, who I know has been supporting procurement and supporting Katrina and supported the development of the report. To the question, the recommendations that are before committee for your consideration align with international obligations, and I'll invite Director Iacoa to speak to how they align with international obligations. They are intended to support Council's desire and interest to further provide further opportunity for buy local, buy Hamilton, buy Canadian. And Director Iacoa can speak to how they satisfy that interest. I will say these are preliminary recommendations. And as I mentioned previously, city staff are working with counterparts, a very fluid process. The other obligations we have to satisfy are domestic trade obligations. And we know domestic trade obligations may be changing as provincial governments and the federal government pivot in the response to U.S. tariffs. So I'll stop there. I'll ask Director Iacoa if she can speak to Councillor Clark's question with respect to how the recommendations still abide to international agreements, most specifically the Canadian European Union Trade Agreement, as well as the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Thank you. You can speak to, yeah.
Through the chair, Tina Iaco, Director of Procurement. With respect to your question, the changes that we are proposing to the procurement policy are fully in compliance with both the Canadian Free Trade Agreement and the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement,
Correct.
that being CETA.
Thank you for that, Chair. I would ask, unless I'm missing something, the appendices A through C, they're not attached. I don't see them, sorry. Okay, I will go back to see where they are. But I think the overall, the report, and it helps us through this unique process. So thank you, Director, for your work on this file.
Okay, Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Appreciating the timeline of everything put forward. My understanding is that the interim recommendations primarily are about aligning our procurement limits with other comparator municipalities as part of the Canadian Free Trade Alliance, and then reviewing further kind of longer term or other actions as might be needed. I do have a question about Appendix C, and I think GM Ziegler kind of answered it in the response, which is it's neighboring municipalities, and that's who we have this access from. In the Climate Committee meeting last night, there was a conversation about who's the right comparator for Hamilton. Do we look at Toronto or do we look at the town of Caledon for green building standards? And there was pros and cons to each. It's great to see Toronto on this list. I wonder about some of the things that Vancouver, Montreal, and some of the other 10 largest cities in Canada are looking at. And, you know, we're a central Western Ontario player, but we're also a big city in the country, and just making sure that we're leaning from both our regional comparators as well as our big city comparators in exploring actions. One of the things I've seen that Montreal's committed to is a review of our existing supplier list, just to identify US supplier, Canadian supplier, so they have that information, not talking about taking action at this time. Is that something that's on our roadmap, or what are some of the other actions kind of happening in the coming weeks, months, years as we continue to look at this? Is a review of the supply list one of them, and a supplier list one of them, and what are some of those other pieces?
Through the chair, certainly the information that's currently in the data, or sorry, in the report is very preliminary data and statistics with respect to our vendors. At this moment, we're not gathering any information with respect to other than where a vendor's business address is. So we will be looking to see what other information we will gather from the vendor, what information we'll be able to use with that data, and we'll also be exploring, in consultation with our city departments, if we need to be exploring any further data with respect to the origin of goods, and if that's going to give us any beneficial information at the end of the day. In consultations with the other municipalities in the GTHA table, they are contemplating this as well, but I do not believe they have moved forward either on anything. To my knowledge, of the municipalities that we have talked to, Hamilton is at the foremost with bringing forward any definitive actions on this to date. I understand there's reports going next week, but we're first at the gate.
No, I think you really appreciate that follow-up, and I think that's what I was trying to understand is what are some of the pieces we can expect to see and how are we thinking about what next pieces look like. My quick read of the report would agree. It seems that, especially looking at Appendix C, Hamilton's at the forefront of a lot of these conversations, and so I appreciate this is going to be an ongoing conversation, supportive of the work in front of us today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. So we have the opportunity now to approve the recommendations, but as Councillor Critch put on the potential docket here is to defer to council. So Councillor Critch.
Yes, many people have asked their questions. I'd still like to be able to defer this to council to make sure I've had time to consider the report with enough time. So hoping my colleagues will support deferring the decision itself to council.
Okay, and your seconder? Councillor McMeekin. Okay, I think we've already spoken on this topic, not seeing any further indications to speak, so we will go to the electronic vote. And that carries 10-3. Okay, moving along. 8.6 is report PED 25083, Coordinated Encampment Response Post Protocol. Can I move and seconder to put the report on the floor, please? And then we'll go to GM Clucky for an overview. Councillor Clark, Councillor Nan. CM Clucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, thanks for the opportunity to provide an introduction before I turn it over to Acting Director Dan Smith. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge the conversation earlier. This report was posted much later than we would have liked, and I sincerely apologize for that. We are committed to providing adequate time for council members and the public to review information and materials. Unfortunately, we didn't meet that commitment, so I think it's incumbent on me to acknowledge that and apologize. Since Council's direction on January 15th to rescind the encampment protocol and present a transition plan today, staff have been working diligently on this report. So I'd also like to take a moment to thank the team involved for their hard work in bringing this forward. Municipal law enforcement led the development of this report, but it required collaboration across multiple departments, including housing services, public works with parks, as well as our partners in Hamilton Police Services, among others. So this was truly a cross-departmental effort and a whole of Hamilton approach. And so I want to acknowledge the dedication that everyone put into that. I also want to talk a little bit about context before we jump in. As we know, Hamilton continues to face significant challenges related to housing and homelessness and affordability. These are complex issues that require a coordinated approach, not only from the city, but also in partnership with community partners and other levels of government. And the city has taken steps to address the urgent need for shelter services by working with our community providers to activate additional shelter beds. So as you know, as of January 29th, we have onboarded 192 new beds, and once the full plan is in place, our shelter capacity will have increased by 272 beds, which is an 80% increase. So with that and some other efforts and other things, as you know, we're now positioned to move away from the encampment protocol. And at the January 15th GIC meeting, Council decided to rescind the 2023 encampment protocol, which, as the GM said earlier, will become effective March 6th. And staff were directed to present a transition plan at this meeting outlining the resources and staffing needed to shift from the old protocol to enforcing the City of Hamilton's Parks bylaw. With that context in mind, today's report provides a transition plan for enforcing the city's parks bylaw following the removal of the encampment protocol. And the rescindment of that protocol means an enhanced approach is required, certainly in the early days of this, one that ensures compassionate enforcement but maintaining access to public spaces like our parks for everyone. So this report will outline the resources, the staffing, and the police services that are needed to implement that plan. It also details some of the operational changes that will come with the transition, including adjustments to park operations, washroom access, and security services. The plan is transitional in nature, it's phased, and it needs to be nimble and flexible as we move forward because we're adapting through this and we're changing as we need to. So you will see that there is regular reporting built into this so that we're returning to council on a much more frequent basis so that we can assess this continuously and we can adapt quickly when we need to. When developing this plan, staff also recognized the broader affordability challenges affecting both residents and city resources. Staff and the police have considered that. And as a result, the staff and police have worked to be strategic in their approach, and you'll see there's a focus on redeployment, utilizing existing staff complements, and exploring effective methods for enforcement and other operational challenges. So the report before you attempts to provide, as I said earlier, a structured plan for enforcing the bylaw, including the required resources, the staffing and policing services, as well as some operational changes, taking a phased transitional approach that will be reported on an as-needed basis and adapted as needed. So before I turn it over, I just want to once again thank staff and council for their commitment to compassionately addressing the housing and homelessness crisis while also ensuring that parks are available for public use, that they're clean, that they're safe, and that they're accessible for all. So with that, I will turn things over to Acting Director Dan Smith to provide an overview of the report and the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. So I'll try and not to repeat some of the information City Manager has said, but I'll go through some of the information in the report. So the report before you today informs Council of actions to be taken following the end of the 2023 encampment protocol and the transition to the enforcement of the City Parks bylaw. The report speaks to staffing needs and specifically the use of existing resources to enforce the city's parks bylaw, inclusive of the Hamilton Police Service resources and a transfer of one project manager FTE from housing services to licensing and bylaw services. Information within the report provides a highlight of projected service level impacts in other areas as a result of utilizing these existing resources. In addition to the staffing resources required, operational and programming changes in parks will also be seen, including return to consistent park hours open to the public, updates to the 24/7 enhanced washroom access to Corktown Park and JC Beamer Parks, which will return to seasonal service levels established prior to the encampment protocol, and the transition of the static security team to a mobile service. Housing Services will continue working with local social agencies to find shelter spaces for individuals living in encampments. Municipal law enforcement will provide notice to Housing Services when enforcement at an encampment has begun. Staff are committed to report back to General Issues Committee in Q2 of 2025 with an evaluation of metrics the status of enforcement, and will include recommendations to implement possible changes and staffing enhancements where appropriate. Additionally, staff will provide quarterly information reports to General Issues Committee on the status of enforcement. Weekly and monthly encampment reporting will continue through licensing and bylaw services. Subject to approval, staff will also be working with communications to develop a communications plan to advise residents of the changes to the encampment response and the enforcement of the park's washroom program. Communications may include, but not limited to, social media messaging and modifications to the City of Hamilton website. The report provides alternatives related to staffing resource enhancements for the enforcement of the park's bylaw and enhancements to the security services of the two parks washrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director Smith. Okay, we do have a speakers list. First is Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the overview, City Manager, as well as our Acting Director of MLE. You mentioned, Acting Director, that housing services, or sorry, I just want to be very clear. What role will housing outreach play in this new coordinated approach?
Through the chair. So housing-focused street outreach will continue to exist and play, for the most part, the role they're playing now. They will no longer be the intake for complaints and will no longer be the first place of response. However, their primary role, as it is with engaging folks who find themselves unsheltered, that will continue. So we'll still have a housing-focused street outreach out and about, whether it be in our parks or elsewhere. This work started, the housing work was in existence before we had the protocol, and it will continue thereafter. And so that role will continue. If people have clients, individuals that they want to connect with housing-focused street outreach, that will still be possible.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So no longer doing intake of complaints, we'll continue doing direct outreach to provide support to those experiencing homelessness. The size of the team will remain the same?
Through the chair, no. So there's going to be a reduction both in the size of the team. So housing-focused street outreach, although managed by the city, the outreach workers themselves are a seconded team from St. Matt's and HRIC, and the team will be reduced, the St. Matt's team, by 3 outreach workers, and will reduce their hours of services as a result. So they'll move to be completing work at 5 p.m. 7 days a week, as opposed to the later evening hours they have right now.
Thank you. So glad I started with these questions. The 5 p.m. cutoff for outreach, is that informed simply from a needing to redistribute financial resources towards clearing and removing and enforcing, or is the cutoff for 5 p.m. set by some other standard? Because my understanding was the later hours have been pretty impactful in terms of connecting folks who need services, connecting to folks who need services.
Through the chair. So the reduction in hours overall really is because a piece of their work right now is the intake of complaints and then the first visit as a result of the complaint. So there is a reduction in scope of work that we need them for. However, the changes in hours is really reflective of, in order for us to offset that change in scope of work, there's a need to reduce the number of hours in order to use the complement that we have. In addition, because the encampment protocol will no longer be in place, right now they're working all of those hours because they are able to contact people who are in compliant camping sites at night, and that will no longer be a piece of their work.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So one of the questions I've been asked already by residents is, what can residents expect in terms of the new coordinated encampment response in terms of timelines and procedure? So to break it down in real clear terms, there's an encampment in a park. It's either already known to the city or is reported in from the community. What will happen? Can you just paint us the picture?
Through the chair. So with the new with the new process, absent of the encampment protocol, licensing and bylaw service will be the intake for complaints. A new email address will be set up, and residents will be informed of this and how to make a complaint to licensing and bylaw services for the work to be actioned. The complaint will be input into the system within 48 hours. Following that, it will be assigned to municipal law enforcement team to work with the coordinated response team to assess the urgency of the file of the encampment that could be in place, and will be addressed by the municipal law enforcement team. The team will go out with the support of Hamilton Police Services to assess the site. If it is identified a violation of the parks bylaw, a notice of trespass will be issued by municipal law enforcement. Timelines on those notice of trespass will be anywhere from 24 to 48 hours, or 24 to 4 days, so 72 hours, which we will return at the expiration of the trespass notice with Hamilton Police for enforcement of that trespass notice.
Thank you. So within 48 hours, it'll be entered into the system. Then it will be assessed. After, one of the criteria of assessment is the urgency of the file. I'd love to hear more about the description of what an urgency of the file is. And then it will be HPS plus the MLE team doing that assessment, as well as then enforcing the order.
Through the chair, correct. So it'll be MLE and Hamilton Police Service assessing the site. Municipal law enforcement, the coordinated response team will be meeting regularly in the mornings. They'll be looking at the complaints that are coming in. They'll be prioritizing based on seriousness of the file, potentially to public health and safety, things like that. But that team will be assessing each file as it comes in and prioritizing those files based on the information that we have. Our team will be reporting out to those sites, and we will have that opportunity to reassess the urgency of that file and how quickly, or the timelines that need to be set on that trespass notice.
Thank you, Chair. I think that was my ding. I'll come back on as a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Next, Councillor Spatafora, then A. Wilson and Jackson. Councillor Spatafora, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking GM Mader, City Manager Clucky, HPS, and Acting Director Dan Smith for the report and turning it around so quick. I know I speak for my residents and they greatly appreciate it. My first question is to Acting Director Smith. I'm happy that Councillor Nan asked about the process. I guess one of my questions is, are we going to be consistent with our enforcement of the parks bylaw? I could say, at least from where I was sitting and watching, the encampment protocol was enforced with more of a laxed approach, if that's the right word. We didn't, there was definitely conversations of the protocol being broken and things just not being enforced. So I just want to understand, are we going to be enforcing the parks bylaw on a consistent basis based on how you laid out that process previously? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we will be enforcing the parks bylaw on a consistent basis.
Thank you, Acting Director. My next question is for Hamilton Police Services. I see here that you're asking for, I believe, 4 officers that will be supported financially through the City of Hamilton Reserve. I just want to get clarification. These 4 officers are working daily directly in concert with our bylaw officers that are enforcing the parks bylaw, or these officers that we're going to be calling, hoping, being available? Can you come and help? How's that process going to work? Are those 4 officers going to be available as needed?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So it will be.
Can you introduce yourself for the public first?
Pardon me?
Just introduce yourself for the benefit of the public.
Yes, Superintendent Dave Hennick with the Hamilton Police Service. So to answer your question, the 4 additional officers that are being requested are in addition to the 2 that are already permanently assign the duties of to the encampment engagement team. So in total, it would triple the staffing, and there would be 6 officers assigned completely to the enforcement, to the encampment engagement team, working directly with city bylaw. So it won't be where they'll be called away to other calls. This will be their assigned duty.
Councillor?
Thank you for that clarification, as I think it's important to ensure, that we're able to get the parks bylaw back in order, and I think even for safety as well. That's good for me. Again, I really appreciate this report, and I'm looking forward to the parks being used by our families again in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Flagging right now, I'd like to go on for a second time. I have a lot of questions, and I'm going to just pick up where Councillor Nan, I think, left off. The bit that I really don't understand, because I'm hearing that there's still a role for housing-focused outreach, but then we heard what happens under the protocol, and I heard MLE does the intake, MLE shows up with HPS. In almost all cases, an eviction notice will be given for 24 or 72 hours. That person then has to be somewhere else in that period of time. Where in that process, as was described, does the housing outreach worker play their role?
Through the chair, Councillor, so as soon as MLE assesses the site and is aware of it, they would bring it to the attention of Housing Focused Street Outreach, so we can get involved at that time.
And so is it the expectation that on initial visits, will housing focused outreach always be there, sometimes be there, never be there, and will do their own follow-up meeting? Or we are not sure at what point they'll be there, but if they do want to intervene or have the capacity to intervene before the eviction, that's, I think, the bit I'm not understanding is it seems like you're getting an eviction notice basically the second staff set foot on site. So does that just create a 24 to 72-hour clock for housing outreach to get there? Or what happens in those kind of 3 to 5 days to guarantee that housing outreach will be there? What commitments can we make regarding housing outreach's presence?
Through the chair, so on your question with respect to is Housing Focused Street Outreach present at the time of notice or at the first visit? No, Housing Focused Street Outreach wouldn't be made aware until after MLE has that first notice, and that would happen same day. And then for our team, we would have Housing Focused Street Outreach out connecting with those individuals before the return time. Now, for many of those clients, these are individuals we work with on an ongoing basis. And over the past number of weeks now, we have been talking to people with respect to the fact that that this was ultimately coming and that they need to start thinking about options.
And thank you. So maybe that's my question next is, what are those options? So someone receives their eviction notice, 24 hours passes, they maybe have a chat with a housing outreach worker, they're offered what services are available in the city. There are no services available, there's maybe not a right fit, they would love to be in the outdoor shelter program, but we filled those spots. I guess, can we guarantee that there would be a program that we could offer folks, or is there a potential here that when that outreach worker talks to someone and says, hey, you've got your eviction notice, here are your options, that we don't have any municipally supported options in that conversation? So what are those options, whether they be municipal or outside of the city's services?
Through the chair. So when Housing Focused Street Outreach is connecting with folks, they certainly are making an offer of shelter if there is shelter available. So the temporary shelter beds are all online now, and I know that we've talked about those beds being filled. However, shelter is quite fluid, and so on any given day, we might see approximately 30 exits from the shelter system, and then 30 new admits come in. So there's very much inflow and outflow through our system system, which is good news. In addition, Tiffany Barton, just so we're here, it isn't filled at this point in time. Cabins continue to come online, and as they come online, Outreach has been working with individuals that are appropriate for that site to support them to move into that property. Beyond the shelter system overall, Outreach is working with individuals to try to find other solutions for them, whether that be reunification with family, friends, et cetera, and what options are out there. As we've said before, there are many times when there isn't an option available, you're correct, but we continue to work with those individuals, and as options come available or as people make decisions with respect to what their housing journey looks like, we are there to support them.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if there's not a shelter space available on a given day, which it seems like is possible, we're right-sizing our situation to the need right now. Unfortunately, evictions, housing homelessness is continuing. We don't have plans to add another 200 beds, so if another 200 people are evicted and we don't build, say, 200 supportive housing units, the problem could be getting worse faster than we're making it better. We only have a finite amount of capacity in emergency shelter. If 3 months from now, 4 months from now, a year from now, we're getting to a point where we're regularly saying there's no municipal options available, is the place where people go just an alternative park and they set that clock up again? Or is that a concern, I guess, in this current system, that that's what we might be seeing as a return to park to park to park to park, when there's either not options that make sense to the individual or there's just not options available? Is that the outcome we might expect to see?
Yeah, we'll get the answer to that question. Then if you have more, go on for a second time, okay? Mayor.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, as we'd indicated last year when we first started talking about the need for us to expand our shelter system, we did it in a staged process, and initially it was on a temporary basis. Staff were continuing to work on what is the shelter, the permanent shelters need for this community, and we are planning on bringing that report back later in Q2, because we know that while we have been very successful to this point in bringing on new beds, we know that that's just the start of the journey. We also know that the investment that this council has been committed to for the creation of longer-term solutions for housing through our housing secretariat, that those are also continuing and being realized. We do know, however, that Hamilton is not unique when it comes to the challenge of homelessness. We've all been made aware of this, painfully through the AMO report that came out that is continuing to raise the concerns. We'll also continue to raise those concerns to the provincial and federal levels through every avenue that we can, and we know that we're supported by council members in their roles also at the various tables. So it's a multiple-pronged approach to this. But we do know that there may be some of those challenges along the way, and that we're looking at how we can be responsive to that.
Okay, thank you, GM Mader. I'll just give you an overview of the speakers list of first-time speakers: Councillor Jackson, Clark, Pauls, and Wilson, Wang, and then we'll go on to second-time speakers if there are no more first. So, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. Thank you, staff, for bringing the report forward as quickly as you did, and recognizing Deputy Mayor Kassar's appreciation and wanting to ensure that council members understood the yeoman's job that GM Mader, you and your team did to even get us to a point where we can have this conversation. Because the community, in my humble opinion, the expectations out there are great in terms of returning the parks to safe family enjoyment and individual enjoyment. So through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, can I ask GM Mader or Director Baird? I get asked this often. The media has reported regularly 1,600 homeless, 250 living in parks. It seems those numbers are static. Are they going up? Are they going down? We got shelter beds open. We got Barton Tiffany open. And yet, we're constantly reporting those same two numbers. Is anybody at all on site to see, hopefully, we're making a dent through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, and then I'll have some questions on enforcement.
Through the chair to the councillor. So Councillor Jackson, that's a good question. It's one where we hear a lot. So right now we have approximately 1,600 individuals in the city that are experiencing homelessness, and we have approximately 200 that are unsheltered in encampments or otherwise. And so you're right that in some ways the numbers remain static. I can tell you that the encampment numbers overall are down. When we were here before you, I think probably last in the summer, we had about 300 individuals that were unsheltered. So we are seeing a little bit of movement there through the expansion of the shelter system. What I would say, though, is that communities across Ontario and even beyond, the homelessness crisis is not just touching Hamilton. And in fact, we probably are having success, if we want to call it that, in being able to hold those numbers where they are. Without a lot of the initiatives that are underway, we would certainly have seen that 1,600 number grow. Other communities have certainly seen that happen. We have been doing work, a lot of work happening, in fact, on the sort of prevention side of things, if you will, where the council has supported initiatives to try to keep people housed, to try to maintain tenancies where they are, so that we don't see increases in the numbers of people experiencing homelessness. We still have a gap with respect to availability of supportive housing. That is a key solution for some of the individuals that we see unsheltered. And until we have those beds available, unfortunately, we probably will, as a community, continue to see people experiencing homelessness.
Director Baird, that was an outstanding explanation. Can I humbly suggest, in all of your honesty, if you can honestly report that, because I know my taxpayers in my ward, of the multi-millions, the municipality, 125 million of the 186 in total between all three levels of government towards supportive housing that is underway. They're looking to see some form of a dent, that there's some effect, there's some positive outcomes occurring towards the 1,600 and the 250. So I'm hoping that you can hopefully, if it is the case, honestly, based on what you just shared, can tell the media and our community those numbers are hopefully coming downwards. Deputy Mayor Kassar, about enforcement. So can I understand paragraph 5 of the report recommendations, 4 police officers, $225,000. Who can answer that for me? Until when? Is that from tax stabilization reserve that'll at least get us through this year, having 4 specialized officers, if you will, working with Acting Director Smith? Through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, whoever wants to answer that.
Superintendent Hennick.
I can start, and then maybe through you, Chair, Grace, Director Mader can jump in. So the 4 officers that are being seconded, it's my understanding that we're reporting back in the first quarter. So that amount of funds that have been allocated there are for that time period alone.
Well, Superintendent Hennick, in about a month's time, will almost be done the first quarter. Do you mean then by end of March, you'll give us some indication how the 4 are doing? Through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar?
No, it's my understanding. I'll allow Director Mader wants to jump in, but it's my understanding that it's going to be for a period of time, as per a quarter of the year, that we would report back.
Okay. I'm still a bit unclear.
Councillor Jackson, through the chair, we will be reporting back at the end of June. So it's the end of Q2. That will be the first quarter of implementation of this that we'll be reporting back. We think it's really important then, and I know I mentioned this last time when we talked about the protocol being rescinded, that the challenge we will have before us is a level of expectation, that we really want to make sure that everyone understands that as of March 7th, not all encampments will be cleared, and that this will take a number of months. That's why with the dedication through planning and economic development with the MLE and with police services, housing outreach, and public works, it will take those enhanced staffing to address the issues right off the bat. And then we really think it's important that we come back to council to keep all of the members of council up to date with the progress we're making and any challenges we may be experiencing.
Thanks, GM Mader. Deputy Mayor Kassar, if I got one more question, or I'll go back on second time. I'm easy.
Yeah, if you just go back on a second time, please.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay, move on to Councillor Clark. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The first question that I have is with respect to those who are living in tents. Does our staff believe that there may be individuals who are living in tents who do not want to live in a shelter, who do not want to live in supportive housing, who do not want to live in their own apartment? They are quite content living outdoors. Can someone advise me whether or not we have people that think that way that are living outdoors?
Through the chair, Councillor, to answer your question, I would say I don't think there's anybody that's living in a tent who wants to live in a tent. However, there are individuals who find themselves unsheltered and are in tents because the options available to them don't necessarily meet the needs of that particular individual. And it might be options that we feel are appropriate, but for that individual, they are not. We have individuals for whom the shelter system doesn't meet their needs. In many cases, we've tried to address some of that with Tiffany Barton in that it is an outdoor shelter. It's low barrier, a bit different than what we've offered before. We've never had the opportunity to be able to bring couples into shelters together, and they've never had the opportunity to bring their pet with them to shelters, and for many people, that's important. We also have individuals who, for all sorts of reasons, don't necessarily trust the shelter system, don't want to or don't feel their needs are met within existing housing opportunities. So that's where I say that there are folks who have, they have complex high acuity needs that we do need to continue to bring solutions forward that can meet those needs. In many cases, we don't necessarily have the supportive housing that would meet the needs of the individuals that are there, but we do have options available to us, and we do try to work with the individuals to find every solution possible. But again, I would just say I don't think they want to live in a tent versus that they're not seeing options that meet their needs.
Tomato, tomato. I think we used to hear the terminology chronically homeless, and that's the folks that I'm talking about. And the reason I'm mentioning it, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian, although I can play that role very well, I don't think that what we are doing is going to end homelessness. And I do not think that it is going to end people sleeping in parks. It's going to continue, and it's going to be an ongoing issue to move them out of the parks. So then the question I have, and it's a very serious question, I'm not trying to disparage or criticize or make fun of anyone. If we have an individual who's sleeping in a tent in a park, and our housing staff meet John, and John says, thank you, but no thank you. And our housing staff advise them, well, you're going to get a no trespassing ticket. And then within a certain period of time, the police will enforce that no trespassing ticket. Where's John go? He won't go to the shelters. He's been thrown out of gear to income housing. He has challenges in supportive housing. Where does John go at that point?
Through the chair, that's a difficult question to answer.
But it is a real question, because there are people, and I'm watching heads nod on the front bench and up in the gallery, because they know individuals like that. And while we will do everything we can to return the parks so that they can be used by the community, I don't want to leave the impression that when that date comes, all of the encampments in the parks are going to disappear. Because we are going to find people who for whatever reason, are unwilling to go into more stable housing or subsidies or shelters. So it's a very serious question. We're going to have the police force that person out of the park, but where is he going?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark. You're absolutely correct. There has been, encampments are not a new phenomenon. There have been people sleeping rough in our community for many years over time, and that it became very much front and center during the pandemic for most individuals. And that is also at the same time the establishment of the protocol that allowed for people in parks. We know that there's a lot of work for us to walk that back in order us to get to a more stable place than we currently are. But we do know that the shelter system, the housing system, does not meet everyone's needs. We try and work with our partners in the mental health, with St. Joseph's, with the outreach through many of the social service agencies to try and develop programs and services. But we do know there will still be individuals sleeping rough at the end of this.
It's just important that we enlighten the public that is the situation.
Thank you, Councillor
Deputy
Clark.
Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor M. Wilson.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair. I'm looking at the recommendation to have 4 full-time officers in the municipal law enforcement section for the encampment response. And I'm reading it, and it says, right now we have 25. 8 of those officers assigned are providing enforcement council approval special program, the vacant tax, which we know it's been very busy at this time, that people have been getting their taxes and other things. And then says we have 6 new officers that have been recruited but are currently on training, and 2 officers are on leave right now. And my question is, it says here that if we reassign the 4 of these officers to provide dedicated enforcement of the parks bylaw, we will be reviewed quarterly. Reducing the ward's office by half will result in reduction in service level by approximately 50%. So you're saying, because you're saying all these officers are going to be taken out of the 25, 4 of them, and we will have 50% less when people complain in a ward office. So somebody calls me and says, let's say property standard, I say, well, I can't do anything about it right now because we have this in priority. Am I reading this properly?
Through the chair to the councillor, so I can clarify a couple of those points. So yes, you're correct that we've identified approximately a 50% reduction in service level related to some of the bylaws that we enforce. You did go through the staffing numbers correctly. I think where I'll provide clarification is the 4 that we're intending to utilize for the encampment process, we'd be utilizing out of the 9 officers that we have working through the wards, all of the wards of the city, enforcing just our general bylaws, property standards, yard maintenance, things like that. The other officers that you identified, the 8 on special projects, we wouldn't be utilizing those. Those are council-approved programs, and we're going to keep those officers focused on those programs. There are 2 that are currently on leave that you had noted, and the 6 that are in training will be up to speed following their training. It is very early in their training, so it will be a number of weeks or months before they're up to speed. And in bringing this report forward, what we're identifying is that on the 7th of March, the service level that we will be providing, moving 4 of the 9 officers in general ward assignments, is basically taking half of the officers that we're utilizing in the wards over to encampments, only leaving 5 officers to enforce all of the other bylaws of the city of Hamilton, excluding council-approved priorities and approvals.
I'm reading all the the bullet points here. We cannot complain about yard maintenance, zoning concern, fence bylaw, streets bylaw concerns, noise control bylaw, property standards. All these will be taken second fiddle. The reason I'm asking this is because I'm concerned about also, and I'll ask the service here, Mr. Hennick, that we're taking 6 service members to do this. Would that have a big impact on our service level to keep our streets safe? And because I know, I'm on the board and I know all the wonderful things the law enforcement have been doing with I remember the Churchill, the polar bear thing, the drug lords are catching. So I'm asking, if we dedicate 6 extra officers, are we going to have enough officers to keep everybody else safe?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. Yes, we will. For us, it's about ensuring that we have the appropriate people with the right knowledge, skills, and abilities doing the work on the encampment engagement team. And so we will be identifying those individuals who have the crisis intervention training, who have the experience and knowledge, skills, and abilities to go out and work with our marginalized communities. We then will be working with our divisional commanders to backfill each of those vacancies with overtime. And so that is the approach that we feel will ensure that we can maintain the promise that we are making to provide 6 officers to this approach for the next period of time, and also ensure that we have the staffing at the divisional levels to respond to emergency calls for service like you've outlined.
I really appreciate that, and we just passed the budget. It was a maintenance budget, so we want to make sure that our service has enough funds to keep us all safe and to do the extra work that we're demanding them to do. My next question is about the protocol, how we call somebody outside living in a tent. We have up to 48 hours. Then law enforcement comes with a bylaws officer and they remove them. What happens if that tent goes to another park nearby? Do they go then there and give them another 72 hours? That's 4 days.
Okay, we'll get an answer to that question. And if you have more, if you can go on for a second time.
Okay.
Who can answer that question? Go ahead.
So I'll start, and then I don't know if that acting director wants to jump in. So the important thing about the removal of the protocol is it returns the autonomy and the discretion back to the law enforcement agencies in the city to do their job in the manners that they determine appropriate. That is what's key about removing the protocol that we currently have in place. So the officers will have the discretion. The timelines that are outlined in the report will serve our purpose as well as we move about the city. Currently, from my team, they're aware of about 35 encampments that exist through the city right now. So that time period allows for us to give people living in the tents, in the parks, a little bit of time to move. That said, should we go to a location and we see someone abusing those timelines, that discretion, the officers have the autonomy and the ability to make that eviction notice immediate, and they can take that step if they need to. The one thing I would like to add is that it was brought up earlier that Housing Street Outreach, that's a connection that our members for our encampment engagement team have utilized from start to finish. It's not just about sending them out as soon as the complaint comes in. It's ongoing. So when the members of our team go out to a site and they interact with someone who's living in a tent, it's fluid. So those conversations are ongoing. And if contact or referrals need to be made to Michelle's team, they're all in contact with each other. Our members can reach out to Michelle Baird and all the members of our team immediately and make those references and those referrals rather on the spot. And then I think the only other thing I wanted to add for Councillor Clark, you had asked a question there, just speaking with the lead for our encampment engagement team. And I quote, he says, "There are people we know that choose to live in a tent and don't want to live in an apartment. There are people that we know that have been given housing, have apartments registered in their name, but are still living in tents in their parks. And we have an individual, we don't have to go too far from here, just down on York Boulevard, who I work very closely with Councillor Wilson on trying to provide compassionate, caring approach with all of our teams, relentlessly partnering with the hospitals, everything. And we can't find, there's not a solution that is evident. That individual falls perfectly between society's existing systems. And so there's no housing opportunity that exists to date that meets the needs of that individual based on some of the struggles that they have. So, and the only thing I think lastly I'll add is that many of the people that we have come across that fit the dynamic that you've talked about, Councillor Clark, suffer from addiction issues. So I think that's really the importance of, we have strong partnerships with city teams. We have our social navigator team. We have our addiction specialists that are already part of our rapid intervention and support teams. And just making sure that we're making those relationships and constant referrals. I think it's key in making sure that we're providing an appropriate, compassionate, sensitive approach to individuals who are struggling, while trying to strike a balance for people in our communities who want to see the parks returned back, providing the balance that we as a law enforcement agency, we're compelled and have responsibilities to maintain order in the city and to address crime prevention and law enforcement. And so this will allow us to do that, and giving us the autonomy back to do our role, or to complete our role in society the way that we determine appropriate, working with all of the wonderful supports that exist in the city, and of course our partners here. So
thank you. Okay, thank you, Superintendent Hennick. Appreciate that. Okay, first time speakers, Councillor M. Wilson, then Councillor Wang. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to reorder my questions so that I can take off from that very point of conversation. The platform from which I'm asking my questions throughout this exercise has been one of trying to the best of our ability, sustain the trust and confidence of residents so that when we say we're going to do something, we do it. And of course, that is also informed and infilled by people who have very different opinions about this. And we have to respect them for those opinions based on perhaps some experiences. If I could go first to the autonomy and discretion that is going to be exercised by the Hamilton Police Service in the return to this enforcement first approach and the role of HPS on site. Of course, I know of which the individual we're referencing. I'm wondering, in those instances where we have individuals who, with the professional discretion and knowledge of the HPS, know that there is no place for that person, in that they don't want to go, they wouldn't survive. It's taken, I'll speak personally, it's taken a long time and a lot of outreach in Ward 1 to get to a point of full understanding. And I'm wondering, in our communication, my question is always, who owns this file? In order to uphold trust and confidence, if we have someone in a tent or on a sidewalk who, according to your service's professionalism, can't be moved, shouldn't be moved, is not prepared to be moved, there's no place to move them to, their acuities are significant, is that the city's responsibility in our protocol, our new communication, to have that caveat there? And or does it come from HPS, if I could ask through the chair?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So I would say that community safety and well-being is a shared responsibility. And so we have a role to play in that. I think you know from the experiences that we have had together that our teams take a thoughtful, compassionate approach to each case. And the dynamics in each one of those cases changes all the time.
Yeah.
And so at one moment in time, it might be appropriate to allow someone to stay on that boulevard for an extra 24 hours. It might be appropriate at a certain point in time to move that individual to a different location. And our teams have built relationships with many of the unhoused in our city, and I work closely with them to resolve complaints to everyone's satisfaction. So it looks different. I don't want to base our response based on the extreme unique individuals of one case. But sufficient, I think, to say that our members work with each individual person and do their best to meet their needs while striking a balance of their duties to enforce the law and to maintain public order.
Thank you. If I could,
Excuse me. Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, just to that point, just to build on Superintendent Hennick's comments, the team will continue to work collaboratively. There still will be this daily discussion about individuals in the community and locations and that. So there will be that reach out between the different services and trying to attach the right supports at the right time.
if I may, through the chair, just a question then, a final question on this particular point. If a resident from any of our wards sees a non-movement because of the exercise of that discretion, does the question come in, say it comes into me, do I then engage with the city, GM Mater, and or do I engage with the service?
Through the city, and instead of it coming through the housing services, it will be going through MLE, but it is the same process.
Okay. Thank you. Just so folks know where I'm going, my next question is going to be on the secondment of HPS officers and the fulfillment of those vacancies through overtime and the conversations we've had, some of which have been difficult, about people's feelings of safety in certain areas of our city. My next question after that, I will be pivoting to the commitment that we made as a council and as an organization to the people who live within 1 kilometer of Barton Tiffany. So my first question next in 12 seconds to Superintendent Hennick. Having to look to overtime, I understand, but I also understand some of that narrative. It's not narrative, I didn't mean that in a disparaging way. Some of the conversations has been a burnout of officers, more work than officers' time, PTSD. What kind of assurance for community health and safety and well-being can we be provided if those overtime spots cannot be provided, and or what might be the impact be, say, on those neighborhoods where there's much more pronounced evidence of social disorder and or disruption and or those sorts of things that we see evident in the crime stats? Through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So we're confident that we can meet the needs. I would say that we have very engaged supervisory teams who are constantly monitoring and interacting with our members to monitor their mental health and their well-being. If there are concerns about public safety issues that arise throughout the city, very often we work together as a command team through the chief and the deputies to shift our resources around the city as they're needed. So you see that through different things like King and East, for example, that posed a great deal of difficulty in this community for some time. Resources were allocated from all throughout the service to address that issue until it was no longer an issue, for however long that took. And so that sort of approach is something that we remain very nimble in our response to crime as it happens throughout the city, and it's always a balance. And so to answer your question, it's through good policy, supervision, a command team who's engaged and care about their people, and then of course the colleagues that look out for each other. And so there's all of those factors that help maintain a safe and healthy workforce, and that's something that we continually monitor.
Okay. Do you have more questions, Councillor?
I do, and am I at 2 minutes or am I well beyond my time?
You're over time, so if
yeah.
you're okay to go for a second time, just indicate. Thank you. Okay, first time speaker, Councillor Wang.
Like quickly then, just so that I can understand. This report is saying we're going to reallocate 4 MLE officers, add a new project manager, add 4 additional officers, and that ends up being a cost to the city around $360,000-ish. $360,000. Just wanted to get that.
GM Maynard will answer that question.
Through the chair to Councillor Wang, you're correct about the realignment of the 4 MLE. The 1 FTE is a realignment of staff. It's not a new request for funding. It's a realignment from housing services over to MLE to do all of the data collection and complaint and coordination role for them. So it's a realignment. The additional costs are attached to the 1 quarter or 3-month period of additional police services.
And that will be $225,000 that will be funded from the tax stabilization reserve. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So help me understand this, because realigning the 4 MLE officers means a 50% reduction in service levels. So at this point, my office has already been fielding significant complaints about the timeliness of MLE enforcement as it is. Asking for a 50% reduction means that we're taking time. We're actually going to be adding all of that additional workload onto essentially 5 MLE instead of the 9 that are currently there. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Okay, so then may I ask about the alternative 1 then? So if alternative 1 is asking for no change in MLE service levels because we will not be allocating 4 to the encampment response, we would instead be adding 4 to a recommendation of 4 temporary MLE, $455,682. Is that correct then?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
Okay, so essentially we would be saying we will not be reducing the service levels of existing MLE today. Sorry, if we went with alternative 1, we would not be reducing the existing service levels of MLE because they're already taxed or very stretched to begin with. If at the appropriate time, Chair, I don't know how this conversation is going to go, but I hope that we can also consider alternative 1, because alternative 1 means no reduction in service levels from MLE staff. In fact, it would be an addition, and it would be on a temporary basis, and it would be at the cost of 4 temporary full-time MLE officers, quarterly cost of 2 vehicles, and the reallocation of the project manager, just as we heard from GM Mader has said. So I hope that if the conversation goes awry, I hope we can consider alternative 1 as a viable option here.
Thanks, Councillor Wang, and it is the prerogative of committee members to move an alternative. Okay, moving on now to second-time speakers. Councillor Nan first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Inside the report, it mentions aligning enforcement and removal services during the hours of work. In one reference, there is a reference till 11 p.m. and then a subsequent reference to 3 p.m. So if we could just get clarity for the public, what time of day will enforcement/removal not occur?
Through the chair, so I can speak to the enforcement end and maybe ask Kara to speak to the cleanup and things from the parks end. So from the enforcement end, our staff will be working Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And those are the times that we'll be visiting sites, assessing the site, and potentially issuing trespass notices.
Through the chair, Kara Bunn, Manager of Cemeteries, here on behalf of Cynthia Graham, the Director of Environmental Services. We will be following the same hours and being there when police or MLE are on site. We do have an option as well of for having some after-hours cleanups happening where sites are vacated with the use of our contractor as well, but we would limit those to daytime hours.
Thank you. So that clarifies that there could be an expansion of service delivery as it relates to cleaning if the site is vacant. But otherwise, everything will be coordinated along with enforcement compliance. Okay, thank you. The next question is through the Deputy Mayor to Superintendent, if you could please. So there was a lot of feedback, is the best word I can use, throughout the pandemic as it relates to best practices for issuing enforcement/eviction. I don't know what other words to use, but basically the removal of individuals out of parks. There was questions at that time around the role of Hamilton Police Services in moving individuals, using police vehicles to move individuals, using police vehicles and police staff to relocate belongings. There have been questions, that were kind of very, there's a lack of clarity on the part of our residents about what specifically officers should be expected to be doing and would be witnessed as doing in the community. So if you could please speak a little bit to that, like what can our residents expect to see Hamilton Police Service officers doing in response to this? Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. So what the public can expect is the exact same compassionate response that we've been providing for the past 2 years. And those are conversations that are going on every single day, like have been outlined by Director Mader, where our teams meet every morning, discuss the files that they have, discuss the individuals that they have, come up with responses that are unique to each individual, and we also discuss enforcement options. We will continue, MLE will continue to be the lead. HPS will continue to be a supporting arm to their work. We have the benefit and authority through common law that bylaw officers don't have. So when individuals break bylaw offenses or violate provincial offenses in our community that don't have arrest authorities associated to them, police officers have those necessary authorities to be able to take action where bylaw would not. So to answer your question, our response is going to look exactly the same as the public has seen for the past 2 years. However, it's going to be enhanced significantly, and the public can expect a more timely and expeditious response through the increased resources from bylaw and HPS.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just to clarify the piece around, will our residents see Hamilton Police Service workers, officers moving individuals, using police vehicles to remove the belongings of individuals? What happens to people's belongings?
So I would say primarily no. But on occasion, we've come across people who've asked for our assistance. The encampment engagement team have been provided with a pickup truck by the city to support sometimes the rare occasion where people ask for our assistance to be moved. So you might witness that. You might witness officers helping people to move. But as a rule, you're going to see us in a supportive role, supporting municipal law enforcement, assisted by the Housing Street outreach teams. Our members from our social navigator team, our encampment engagement team, the original members, and our mobile crisis response teams, and all those members will continue to do the work that they have been doing all along.
Thank you for clarifying that, because that was a point of confusion previously. And then final question through you, Deputy Mayor, is around the communication plan. There's reference to it in the report. That we could be potentially using social media and other outreach. This conversation, I think, is going to be very informative to residents. Don't know how many people watch our stream, but I don't want to leave it at this, right? So if I could get some clarity from staff about what are you thinking in terms of a comms plan? How do we make sure that some of the clarity that's been shed today can be made very crystal clear to residents? So number one, we're managing expectations. There's already been confusion around this table about what's happening in 48 hours. There's been expressions that within 48 hours, a site could be removed. That's not what I heard or read in the reports. So I think it's going to be really, really important. Please, somebody shed light.
Through the chair, to Councillor Nan, yeah, you're absolutely correct. A communication plan to this is very important. That is also one of the, I think, the real pluses and bonuses about us having information flow back to council on a very regular basis. So you and your offices and your teams are being able to be kept up to date, so you're able to respond to inquiries as well. So we will be working on a fulsome plan, and we will be sharing that just as soon as possible. And we will be looking at all of those different avenues as well, whatever, and we'll, learn from each of your offices as well. Sometimes what works best, is there something we're missing? Is there gaps in that plan and that? So we will look for some input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Acting Director Smith. Wondering, can bylaw do this enforcement work, or how effective would it be without the assistance and the partnership and the support of HPS? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, we really do rely on the working relationship and support we have with Hamilton Police Service to do this enforcement. There are a number of safety aspects that our staff aren't as well prepared for as Hamilton Police officers would be. We do rely on that support for assessments of site and then the enforcements of site. I think we would not be anywhere near as successful without teaming up with them as part of the coordinated encampment response team.
Thank you, Acting Director Smith, and through you, Chair. I just want to pick up on some comments. I think Councillor Rang mentioned different alternatives about staffing, and if we didn't cut back some of the work we're doing in other areas and adding, I guess, new staff. I guess another question to you, Acting Director Smith. I know the renovation bylaw is new, and we don't expect you to have a massive amount of work happen over the first month that it's been introduced. I can't remember the FTE complement you have there currently. I think it's 8 or 9. Would that be an area you would look if applications, hopefully, as we don't want renovictions happening, if those applications stay slow, is there an opportunity for you to reallocate a body or two to pick up some of the slack on some of those services that we are reducing? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor. So again, that would be another one of those council-approved programs that we would not like to move staff off of in order to meet the expectations of that program. I will note that related to officers, we have 3 that have been hired in 2024. They're part of the team that's going through training right now. We are not intended on bringing more officers into that program until October. So I think what will happen here is through our reporting that we're committing to in this report, we could identify what those potential opportunities are, and council could make a determination if that was appropriate or not. But to start the enforcement following the March 6th date, we would not be moving those staff over.
And thank you, Acting Director. The last part was what I meant, where, when you report back with some other options, I was hoping that you'd be able to, bring those sort of alternatives, which I think you said you will bring that information if it's there when you guys report back in June. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to note, and either Director Baird or GM Mader can confirm, I believe we have a total, and I know they're not all the same type of beds, but with Tiffany Bar and everything, we have a total of 903 shelter beds. Is that correct?
Through the chair, sorry for the delay. Councillor is making a confirmation. We have 920 at the present moment through permanent, temporary, and enhanced.
And that's it's great to hear, GM Maynard. Again, I think that's a testament to the work that the staff at the City of Hamilton have done to bring all those available beds online through the funding of our taxpayers, as we've heard from previous speakers. And I've heard a lot that, it's not just a Hamilton issue, and I don't disagree with that. But when I hear some of the comments around our table, I'm sure that if we looked at our neighboring municipalities and looked at the amount of money they're spending on homelessness, shelters, support, and you look at the money we're spending and the amount of beds we have, we will not ever get out of this if we continue to allow people to come to our city and use all the services our taxpayers fund and our staff prepare and all these other organizations that do great work in our city, and then we allow people to camp in our parks. We will never, ever have enough shelter beds. Could have 1 million of them. People will just continue to come here to utilize our services so other municipalities don't need to use their taxpayer money to solve this issue. So I think for me, we're moving in the right direction, and people around us, other municipalities, should step up and start investing money in their shelter systems and their services so that everybody can get the services they need. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to follow up on something that came out in discussion from previous speakers. If I could, through you, Chair, direct this to Superintendent Hennick. I'm just wondering, there was a comment about discretion, and I guess I'm a little confused about the relationship there. If this council moved a motion that said for all moving vehicle violations with 6-axle trucks automatically give out demerit points, would HPS be obligated to follow that direction or use that direction in terms of their operational guidance at all?
So I don't really understand the example, but what I'll say is that council can set direction. So for example, the 1 kilometer radius around the established site at Tiffany and Barton, council has established that as a priority. And so we will work with bylaw to do our best to adhere to your wishes, to make that a priority in our response and make sure that we maintain that throughout. All the while, we don't, to your point, Councillor, take direction from council. We're independent in our actions, and that's really important delineation. And so I hope that answers your question. But
yeah, thank you. Other than the suspension of the parks bylaw, what did the previous encampment protocol do to HPS's use of discretion for criminal code or other bylaw violations, provincial violations? It's just the comment was made that the parks bylaw and the former encampment protocol influenced our ability to use our discretion as HPS. I really don't understand that, just given the relationship we've just set out. Are you able to help me understand what you meant by that comment?
What I would say is that by implementing the bylaw, or sorry, the protocol, the city has essentially said or permitted up to whatever the encampment protocol allows, so 5 tents per park. It's your property, for a lack of a better term, and you've basically, by implementing that protocol, said we are allowing 5 tents on each of our community parks for this period of time. So that's where the waters get muddy. We're not going to come in and say, well, if you as the city has determined that that's a good use for your property, who is the Hamilton Police to come and tell you what to do? It'd be no different than if at my house I was comfortable with something. The police aren't going to come and tell me what to do on that property. So it's very similar relationship. So in essence, the city, by approving that protocol at the time, allowed that conduct on lands owned by the city. It permitted it. So Hamilton Police wouldn't then, that protocol overrode the parks bylaw that was in place. And so that wouldn't be actions that we would unilaterally take and go against the wishes of bylaw, who is the lead for the enforcement of bylaws.
Thank you. So it's just the trespass, like if there's a criminal act, if there's a fire going on in a park, anything, I just want to really, because I think people hear this and they hear that Hamilton Council stopped the police from engaging in crimes. And it's just the trespassing piece when you say stopped HPS from engaging on that. Just the trespassing, or is there broader discretion that was hampered from the previous encampment protocol?
Absolutely. Any criminal act, any sort of violation of other provincial offenses, that our authorities remained in those instances. And it was not just the Trespass to Property Act, but it was violations of the bylaw. So bylaw and the Trespass to Property Act are different and two different enforcement tools available to both bylaw and the police. But you're absolutely correct. Our autonomy existed the entire time for criminal offenses that occurred at any of the parks.
Thank you. I really appreciate, I must have misheard you the first time, so I really appreciate that clarity. I didn't want to leave this meeting with a wrong understanding, so appreciate that. Chair, I do have a question back to our staff team. Will housing related, so I'm understanding that there's going to be a lot of communication between the various departments, but with the switch of having bylaw instead of housing focused outreach take the lead, and we heard that housing focused outreach is not going to be informed until post eviction notice in response to a previous question I asked. What happens if the eviction notice happens before housing outreach can find that individual? If that individual moves to a different site upon receiving the eviction notice, even if it's not been a full 24 hours, they start moving, et cetera. Anecdotally, I'm aware of 3 or 4 households in Ward 13 that because of regular interactions with folks in consistent spaces, people have been brought inside in the winter to, living room couches, et cetera. That's happened because a relationship was built from kind of walking by and talking to someone every day. Just trying to understand what are the potential operational considerations to not being able to find individuals we're trying to help because of frequent mobility.
Through the chair to the councillor, so I'll start and then maybe Director Baird can jump in if I'm missing anything. But where I'll start is once we assess a site, we have the opportunity to issue a trespass notice if there's a violation there. I will say, because our staff have been engaged in this process for quite some time, that we have the advantage of having built some relationships with some of the unhoused individuals that we have. We understand what those potential needs may be for those individuals. As soon as we provide an assessment of that site, we will be contacting the unsheltered team and housing services with what that situation is, who that individual may be, what needs they may require. And we'll use that information in order to assess what our next step is related to the amount of time the individual may need in order to vacate that site, or the other supports that may come in should they be required. However, if we are in a situation where it's a health and safety issue and an immediate notice must be issued and we must act on that, we would still contact housing services to provide that information, but we may need to move forward with enforcement quickly in situations like that.
Apologies, Chair. If I could just clarify, my question's really for the housing outreach team, which is, we've heard repeatedly one of the pros of the protocol in every presentation about the protocol is people are in the same spot, we can find them. I'm just asking, this would be switching from that. That was a pro of the previous system. It's in staff reports as such. Could we have a comment as to what that impact will be?
Dr. Baird?
So through the chair, Councillor, you're right. Right now there's a little bit less fluidity and movement. However, we certainly do have connections with individuals who are unsheltered right now, and those individuals do know how to, in many instances, contact the outreach team directly. We will be involved, and when we're made aware through MLE that enforcement is happening or is underway, we can certainly get in touch with those clients fairly quickly in the same way we do now.
Okay, thank you, Director Baird. Moving on, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar. Can I just follow up, please, on the comm strategy that'll be new in effect on March 7th? So, Acting Director Smith, you'll be providing the political offices and our staff with the new contact, email, phone call, whatever the case might be, where a tent is found by a neighborhood that would be in violation with the encampment protocol rescinded. Can you further clarify for me exactly what your comms is going to be? Is it going to be a brand new email address? And you said you'll be the new first point of contact as of March 7th. Through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. Correct. We'll be creating a new process. It will include a new email address that will be managed by the municipal law enforcement staff. We will be providing that information to all the ward councillors' offices as quickly as we can get that out. But that is something we will commit to and make sure that that is communicated to each of the councillors.
Okay, thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, to General Manager Mader. I was thinking, Grace, to not lose momentum on the rescinding. That was by a 14-2 solid vote at council recently. I'm a bit worried of a quarterly report by June 30th, end of quarter 2. And I was thinking for next Wednesday's council meeting, when this matter is deferred for a decision up or down on your recommended option, of going, at least in the first quarter 2, to a monthly even update. But I don't want to create any further onerous work for you. I'm just worried about momentum, if you will, that neighborhoods, their expectation is a return to what they once knew. Through you, Deputy Mayor Cassar, to the GM for a comment, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Jackson. So just to clarify, Councillor Jackson, we will still be continuing to do the weekly and the monthly updates to your offices. What we're talking about is just a formal report back on the council floor quarterly. Does that help?
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. You're maintaining the other current communications, weekly and monthly. I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, GM Mater. Deputy Mayor Cassar, closing comment. I'm sensing amongst some of my colleagues, once again, meandering into the sympathy, the compassionate area of, you know what, Tom, if, you know, one particular person living in a tent doesn't want to move. And I'm going to be watching the enforcement very carefully, Deputy Mayor Cassar. I hope there's no backsliding from the resounding 14-2 vote. Just because the rage across our community and our city and many, many neighborhoods has subsided and simmered down, it's still out there, and lingering scars amongst everyday families is real. And so I'm just hoping that because the outrage has subsided, that suddenly members of council are like, well, you know, if that 10 person wants to stay in the park after March 7th, please leave them alone. Let's just try to deal the best we can with them. Sorry. 18 months, our community, the sympathy fatigue was real. It reached a threshold. And I'm just going to be watching this very carefully that there's no backsliding on enforcement. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cassar.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, M. Wilson.
Yeah. Just a point of clarification. With the encampment protocol, was there an ability for an elected member to exert any direction to not have staff not abide by the protocol? Was there any discretion that could be exercised by a member of council?
Through the chair to the councillor, no.
That's right. Thank you. If I could just ask from a high-level point of clarification, is it fair to say then, with the adoption of this, this council has shifted from a human rights approach to an enforcement approach? Or I'm thinking about Councillor Alex Wilson's questions about the role of housing, through the chair.
Through the chair, Councillor Wilson, I firmly believe that the City of Hamilton will still take a human rights approach to this. It will be the enforcement of our parks bylaw, but we will endeavor to maintain that commitment to the rights of the individuals front and center and working with them in what's in their best interest.
Thank you, great. Thank you, GM Mater. Second question, in your report back in June, I think, could you just daylight for me so I understand what will be the matrix populated, and what will you be reporting back on as success or not, through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll start. Maybe Acting Director Smith would like to add. It's going to be a work in progress, to be perfectly honest. So we will be reporting back on how we are managing to succeed in that, you know, how we are supporting individuals, finding alternatives, moving them out of parks, returning parks to the utilization for all of the community, how we're moving forward with the approach and the direction we've been given.
Okay, thank you. If I could pivot now to the commitment that we made to the public with respect to the outdoor site at Barton and Tiffany. We made a commitment that there would be, we would prioritize responding to any encampments within 1 kilometer radius. Now, effectively, we are responding citywide to encampments. I'm looking for some assurance or some insight from staff on how we will uphold trust and confidence with respect to the Barton Tiffany operations and the commitment we made in that regard. Through the chair.
Through the chair, to the councillor, I'll start. And what I'll say is that you're correct, is that because of the removal of the protocol, all parks within that 1 kilometer radius ultimately would fall under the enforcement of the parks bylaw. However, we're going to maintain the commitment to proactively monitor that area at least once a week by our enforcement, our coordinated enforcement team to identify any locations that may be within that area as associated with the Barton Tiffany location.
So if I can probe a little further, you will be proactively out within that 1K, but the same timeline is going to be exercised should an encampment be found? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say each individual location will be assessed based on the need and based on the assessment of municipal law enforcement and Hamilton Police at the time we're at the location. So I would say we will be in the area more frequently, but it will be enforced in the same format as the rest of the parks.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So we are acknowledging publicly that we made a commitment to a level of service within the 1 kilometer parameter. We are also acknowledging that effectively that 1 kilometer parameter now is citywide in terms of public space. I'm not still understanding how we're going to uphold the commitment that we made to ensure that we distinguish in our level of service, to ensure to the best of our ability to uphold trust and confidence that we're able to sustain that level of service, to ensure that there are no encampments within 1 kilometer radius. I'm trying to understand, is it going to be prioritized or is it not? Through the chair.
Sorry, I saw another mic turn on there. It made me pause. Through the chair, it will be prioritized. It is a prioritized area.
Thank you. Will it be prioritized for the tenure of the temporary Barton Tiffany outdoor site for its entirety?
Through the chair to the councillor, we will commit to prioritizing that area.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I do have a question about something that we don't really think about when we think about encampments, but it does have an impact on level of service, and that is animal control. My understanding, how or will this enforcement first process, will there be any enhancement of our animal control complement, plus or minus, or does it stay the same? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, we'll be using existing resources in order to utilize the animal services team as it relates to any encampment enforcement.
Okay. So could you advise us of what you have observed right now as an enforcement agent on dogs, particularly dogs in encampments? Are we seeing a lot of dogs? My understanding is that our shelter is now filled with dogs from encampments that are unfortunately grieved with behavioral challenges. I'm trying to understand some of the consequences of an unhoused population and what that means down the road on some of our public services and our duty to respond humanely.
Through the chair to the councillor, animal services and dogs specifically plays a big part in the enforcement, the inspection at these locations. I can give you some examples of I'll give you some data basically that we have over the last month. We've had 68 instances where animal services officers have been called to encampment sites because of concerns about a dog. Of those, we get complaints through the unsheltered team, we get complaints through the Hamilton Police Services dispatch. We will go and assess the site. Some of the items that we do see are dogs at large, dogs menacing, dog bites, and we're also performing dog patrols proactively at some of the individual parks that we're seeing complaints at. So there is a significant impact to the animal services team, and that is something that we do intend also to report on in these quarterly reports.
Okay. Are you able to, Acting Director Smith, share with us what has been the change in population of dogs in our service now compared to, say, a year ago?
Through the chair to the councillor, can I just ask clarification? Do you mean within the shelter or just the complaints that we're getting?
Shelter, please.
We're seeing a significant increase in dogs that are coming through the shelter as it relates to encampment enforcement. I don't have the number in front of me, but I can get that to you.
Okay, so thank you I appreciate that. It's just something to put on the radar for something we don't think about in terms of public service impacts. The last question I have is in relation to some of the debris that's left on site when an encampment is cleared. I'm just looking for greater clarity of our response and the timing of response and the coordination of response through the chair.
Through the chair, we do our best to get all the large items done immediately when we have the presence of police or bylaw, but some of the smaller stuff, we would have to go back after and clean up. Our first priority is to clean up the bigger stuff and then go back. When we go back, we also want to start remediating these sites, which has been difficult to date.
So thank you. Just again, in terms of full disclosure to the public and setting expectations, if I could just probe a little further. So when an encampment is going to be moved, what the commitment that we're making publicly is that at the same time, we're saying large items will be removed. If that's correct, just to let me know. And then secondly, have we set a timeline for the remediation and the remainder of the clearance? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we haven't set a timeline. Your first point is correct. The timeline is set for the larger items. The timeline for the smaller cleanup, where you've got little bits of paper and things like that left around, and the remediation would have a lot to do with weather and when we can get grass seed down and things like that. With the use of the contractor now, we're hoping we can speed up the timelines and be able to send them back in after our crews have gone through to do some of that picking. Also, when we have staff downtime, we'll prioritize some of the existing staff complement to go out and do that picking as well.
Okay, thank you. Am I at time?
Yes, we'll move along.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, if I may. If my recollection is correct, we had 300 people sleeping in tents at one point last year. The report today indicates we were at 200. So I'm hoping that the 100, we found a place for them to go. Can I get comment on that?
Through the chair, yes. So with council's support of the temporary shelter expansion, there are now over 192 temporary beds online, And so individuals who were in encampments were prioritized for those particular beds. I will tell you that encampments overall, the number is fairly fluid, that when we say 300 one month, 300 the next, it's not necessarily the same 300 people, but we have successfully found some opportunities for people to move in encampments, and we're going forward with expanding the beds at Tiffany Barton as cabins become available, and we do know there are some individuals who are now in encampments who are couples or who have pets, and they're waiting for those beds to open to move to that location.
It's a significant improvement within a year, so congratulations on that. I've noticed in this report here, additional expenditures are required. The police, if I'm reading it correctly, it'll be an additional $1 million over the course of a year. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that would be correct. That we're uncertain as to how long we will need this enhanced level, and that's why we're doing it on a quarterly basis with a report back as to what we're needing for the next quarter.
And I find that completely prudent, so I'm not meaning to disparage. Carriers, though, the province spent $28 million, or gave us $28 million for homelessness. The Honourable Doug Ford, the Premier of the Province of Ontario, announced that he was going to help municipalities get encampments out of parks. At least I recall that big announcement. I'm curious, did we get any additional money from the Premier of Ontario?
Through the chair to the councillor, we got about $536,000.
God bless him. Okay, the last question I have, I recall the last time when there was clearing of encampments, there was a lot of anger specifically against the police. And I recall seeing on Twitter and X or whatever it is, announcements that the police are going to clear the camp, come and help us defend the people sleeping in the tents. I'd like to hear from the superintendent because I came to learn how they do their morning meetings and how they bring everyone up to date. And I was surprised how many people living in encampments they knew all about. So can I just get a quick summary of what you do every morning, bringing the team together, deciding how you're going to go out that day, who needs help that day, that type of information?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So I think I would ask Director or Manager Baird to speak to this, but our teams get together every morning and they talk about the priorities in the city, how many encampments they have ongoing, what the priority should be, and it's fluid. So for example, sometimes someone will bring to our attention that the tents around the corner here at the YWCA and all and around City Hall property are spilling over into the roadway, and there's not safe passage for pedestrian or bicycle traffic in and around the area. So then that team would simply pivot and go over and address that immediate safety concern. But to answer your question, the team works together very closely with Housing Street Outreach, with our mental health professionals, with all the members of our risk team. They look at and set the priorities for themselves for the day and for the week and try to forecast, but try to remain nimble enough to respond to emergencies as they rise up throughout the city.
And it's important that we share that information with the public because it's not breaking heads and arresting people to clear tents. It's compassionate, caring officers who understand mental crisis and works with our housing division as a team to go in and assist and encourage people to come into warmer shelter, come in and get the services that you're not getting while you're in the tent. So it's important that that is shared with the public because some folks in the public have this mindset that the police just come in with a bulldozer and clear the tent encampments, and that is not the case. That's not what the police do.
So thank you for raising that. And the other thing I'd like to add too is our members joined our service to help people, to go out and to provide service to the community, and the marginalized individuals in our city are those same people that our people join to help and provide service to. So they're doing that work every day. our members have been engaged in the work for well over 2 years. And I can count the number of instances on one hand or less where those members had to become engaged to use force. And that only occurred in one instance where the offender struck one of our members or attempted to struck them with a weapon. The other one where they recently got into a physical fight where they tried to disarm the officer by grabbing the firearm. So at the moments where we are asking people to move their residence, it's high tension, it's stress. And I think that's the benefit of having the officer there. Supporting the bylaw officer at that moment, but they also provide reassurances. And for the last 2 years, they've built relationships with these individuals, and it's not required. They can, in numerous instances, serving of the trespass notice is not even required. You can go up and have a discussion with people. They know you're coming. They know it's time to move. And what has occurred recently until we reestablish different norms is that people don't move until they see the city cleanup truck show up, because then they know that it's time that the city staff and police and everyone is getting serious about the move. So to answer your question, our teams work very, very hard every day to work with the unique needs of the individual client that we're dealing with. They're not using force to do that. They're using their relationships. They're using their communication skills. They're de-escalating situations when tensions are high, emotions are high. And our members are equally invested in providing good care for the unhoused people in our community. They're citizens of the city of Hamilton, and our members work tirelessly every day and care deeply about the work that they're doing. So I hope that helps, but thank you so much for raising that.
Thank you, Superintendent, and that does help enlighten the broader community and this council. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and I was, what Councillor Clark was just talking about, and Superintendent Hennick, I want to encourage all my colleagues to go there. 2 years ago, I went with Pete Weissner, and we went in the morning. We saw all the wonderful people around the table with their compassionate heart trying to help people. And now it's, the location is at the Zachary Anti-Dormy Center, and I encourage everybody to go there. You'll see love in action. Believe me, love in action. And when Councillor Nan asked, how are the public going to see this? You know, they need to know that they're doing the work with compassion every day. Also, I wanted to ask a question. I was sitting here and picking up phrases. One of them was, if there is a violation on site, what does that mean? Aren't all parks off limit? I heard a statement, if there's a violation, we'll go. What constitutes not a violation?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the Parks bylaw identifies that camping is prohibited in a park. That's the section that we're using. At the time of our visit to the park, if we feel that that individual who may be there may be planning to, setting up, or currently is camping, then we would consider that a violation of the Parks bylaw.
Can you tell me what would not be a violation? I just heard you say, I clearly heard it, I wrote it down, and if it's not a violation. So only if they're going to park there and stay there, that's a violation, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, if they're planning on
If they're planning.
camping there or sleeping there, residing there, it would be a violation of the Parks bylaw.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure everybody knows I do have compassion, but we talked about prioritizing areas. I want to tell you that I have an area in mind, it's Peace Memorial. I have a resident there that really has gone through a lot. She's in a corner, and there's 4 tents right behind her, and it's been there for almost a year. She calls me every day. Matter of fact, I got a call yesterday, and she said, can I have a reduction in my taxes, please? Because I have to deal with this. I have to deal with never using my backyard. I have to deal with smoke all the time when they cook. They're right behind her. And so I do have compassion for the people living outside, but like Councillor Clark mentioned, and I mentioned it many times, there are people that just need extra help, and they do not want to go in sites. So I want to make sure that the priority is all over the city. It's in Ward 7, it's in Ward 6, it's wherever it is. And so I want to make sure I get that clarification. Can I have that? Can I ask you if that's what it's going to be?
So your question is around the clarification discussion that happened relative to enhanced shelter sites and the priority of them.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's been answered, but who would like to?
I'll start. Through you, the chair, to the councillor. I think, Councillor, you raised the whole challenge that we're going to have before us, though, is the need for us to prioritize locations throughout the community. The reality is, even with the enhanced number of staff that were outlined today in the report, this does not mean that we're able to do all locations, even in a very short time. There will have to be a level of understanding and patience as we move forward, that we will do our best to address those areas of concern, but we do know that there will be an expectation that we will not be able to meet right off of the bat.
Yes, and I remember you actually quoted as well that this is nothing new. We've had this for a long time. And I'm wondering what changed. Everybody says because of COVID. Did COVID really change everything? What in your, like you said, we've had homelessness. It's nothing new. So what are we doing? We're spending lots of money for nothing new. So I don't understand what we're doing.
I don't know if it's fair to ask staff to answer a much broader societal issue.
Right.
We're here talking about the report on a recommendation, so you keep your questions to that.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that when March 6th comes along, I know we have to prioritize, and I want to be able to answer my constituent when their tents are going to be removed. So I just want to make sure who I contact and how to do it, with the emails and all that.
Yeah, so I think
Thank
staff
you.
said there will be more communication coming. If there's anything else to add, I think that was answered earlier. Is that?
Through the chair, staff, as I indicated, that the team will be looking at the priority areas and moving forward with those. Absolutely, there will be the new email and phone number provided to all of council that you'd be able to address your concerns to. And as I indicated, that we will endeavor to address them as we move forward.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan, and then Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Final clarifying question regarding responses to some of the questions my colleagues asked around the horseshoe, which confused me. And that was the question about MLE officer deployment. And the report clearly states that MLE officers would come from existing bylaws, but not from the specialized program teams that have been approved by council. And subsequent to a question from one of my colleagues, the response was that redeployment away from the rent evictions program may be an opportunity that staff could respond to or consider at a later time in the year. If I could just get clarity, because I heard that was doublespeak. And I'm not ascribing that doublespeak came from staff. I just want to be very crystal clear about the information that's being shared publicly as a result of this meeting.
Through the chair, so you're correct that the 8 that we identified as part of the other council approved programs, it would be our position that we kept the renovictions or the safe apartments bylaw team in place for those same reasons.
Thank you. So opportunities, if needed, for additional officers would be considered at a later time in a quarterly report, but that the current program and the specialized enforcement officers being brought on staff for those programs won't be part of those that are considered. And I see that Acting General Manager Lally is also nodding his head in the affirmative. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear because I thought I misheard an interpretation of what you said by one of my colleagues. Final question, and just for clarification, I think this might be helpful for the communications piece in terms of level setting expectations in the community, so it's really, really clear. March 6th, we begin. March 6th, all parks will not be cleared of folks who are living encamped. We will continue that work compassionately and continue to report on the outcomes by all of the approved staff at council once council ratifies whatever direction we're going to go for in terms of that staffing. It's also clearly indicated in the report that there will be occasion, there may be occasion, under which emergencies occur in our community where MLE staff will have to respond to those as a priority as it relates to health and safety. Those include the Vital Services bylaw. So should something occur, there is a possibility that our MLE officers that may be at the time deployed to encampment enforcement would be brought back to take care of a health and safety emergency in our community, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's really important for our residents to understand we're only capable of doing so much within the resources that we have, that our municipality remains committed to a human rights approach to housing, first and foremost, that the enforcement of our our bylaws, our existing bylaws, our parks bylaw, et cetera, can only occur based on the number of complement of staff that we have to carry out that work. And that at some point we'll get clarity around, will that occur in 72 hours? Will that occur more than 72 hours after a complaint has been inputted into the system? That remains to be seen and will be measured based on individuals and individual circumstances on a site, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thanks. Just comments from me, and I want to be really clear that my comments aren't about, I think, the quality of the staff report. I think this is a report that fulfills the direction. As Councillor Jackson shared earlier, there's a 14-2 vote. I don't think it's a surprise I was one of the two folks. No backsliding from me, Councillor Jackson. But just to say, yeah, I remain concerned with many of the issues I had then. Some of those were, we're going to bring this report back with less than 10 days to have this exact conversation. Here we are. That we're not going to be able to understand the potential harms that could happen to individuals as governors. So, for example, we've had previous evidence that the number of relocations an individual has, and this is a North American data set, but the number of relocations someone has a direct impact on mortality. How will we be preventing against that trend that has been published in papers across North American cities here locally in our response? Well, we're going to have to figure it out as we go. What are the KPIs related to this program? How will we be measuring success? Forthcoming. And again, it's impossible to do this work on the timeline that was provided. And this really isn't about the work product in the report here. I would encourage us as a council and as a GAC to take a moment of reflection on this report. Is this the next steps we talked about? Is this what people wanted when they were talking to residents and there's a real concern, and I understand people came forward with a real problem they were trying to solve. Is this the solution you committed to? Is this the solution you wanted to bring forward? From my perspective, this is quite literally the definition of paying more for less. There are no more housing options provided for someone in need of them, whether that's shelter, outdoor shelter, anything, for the resources invested. Yet, for 30 plus poets, we're going to be able to have conversations about moving people around the city. That was an election issue, for me at least in 2022, and I was so clear that that was an approach that I saw as wasting taxpayer dollars on the appearance of a solution, on looking tough on crime, but not necessarily actually solving the root causes or getting someone housed, getting the problem solved. I don't know that we can invest in solutions that feel good, that sound good, but aren't necessarily set up in a way that we can be accountable to the results. Because if there's not enough shelters in place, if there's not enough supportive housing places in place, it doesn't matter how many eviction notices we give out, where does that person go? And it's not about compassion per se. I think it's about really understanding just like what is the answer to that question logistically. And if we don't have an answer to that question reliably in every single circumstance, then why are we investing money to force that situation to come up? For me, that's just fiscally not the way we should be approaching what's already been such an expense, as many people have brought out on the budget. I certainly don't think pulling out of municipal law enforcement services that people rely on is going to help, understanding that encampments in Ward 13 have less of a pressure than many other places in the city that are experiencing them. This would be such a dramatic service level loss in Ward 13, and I think in many other levels in places in the city where encampments haven't been a substantial bylaw pressure. There certainly have been a pressure and there have been conversations, but the day-to-day things, the property standards, those are the things that we're getting way more emails about, way more concerns about in community. I don't want to tell residents that we're going to do less response on this issue. So for those reasons, not on for the alternatives, not on for the main recommendation, would prefer a proposal that's really grounded in the humanity of everyone trying to help and focus on what are the solutions, whether that is an enforcement solution, whether that is a housing solution, but making sure there's an actual end to whatever we're defining as the problem, as opposed to a relocation or a resetting of a timer on the problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't have any other speakers. Oh, yeah, he didn't want to go on. Councillor Meekin, then Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks, Chair. I've been listening for about 2 hours and appreciate a lot of the comments. I want to just say that I know there's a lot of talk about the fiscal implications. There are cards we've been dealt and cards we haven't been dealt. I think we're realistically responding within our means. It's difficult, but I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with, I still haven't heard what happens to John. And, I think it all, for me, it's not about the money, it's about what happens to John. And I'm hearing we're going to take we'll be kind and compassionate, and but where's John go? I hope that's not a rhetorical question, but it may be.
Okay, Councillor Kretsch.
Surprise. I'm going to ask that we defer this to council next week for a decision on the recommendations. And if Councillor McMeekin doesn't mind seconding again, as he did the last time. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor McMeekin has indicated he's seconding it. Is there any discussion on the instructions to defer to council? Seeing none, we will go to the electronic vote. The vote is up. That carries 11-3. So we will be talking about this again. Point of order has been called, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, and it's more of a process issue, and I think I've raised it at the very beginning of some of these discussions. Is the debate is going to happen at council, and there may be questions of the police. Last time we were advised that they weren't a general manager, so we couldn't ask them questions. This was about the budget. It might be different, but can council, if, for example, Chief Frank Bergen was present at the council meeting, can council ask him to respond to a question?
Clerk Trenum.
Through you, Chair, it was a little different with the budget, but the bylaw is silent on it. So what I would recommend is that we seek if there are any objections to that from members of council at the meeting. Seeing none, he could be allowed to speak, or a member from another organization would be allowed to.
Okay, because I know there's a number of councillors who are not here today. They will be here at council. So I'll leave it to the chief in terms of whom he wants to have present at council, but we cannot guarantee that questions are not asked, and we need the police to answer them. So I'm just putting it on the floor, sir. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You have a point of order?
On this, I thought we were going to vote on council, and we spoke now. We just spent, what, 3 hours? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, so what happened was there was a deferral vote for the
Right.
decision on the recommendation to council, yes.
Right.
But when it comes to council, every council member has a right to speak to it.
Well, we could rehash everything again. Okay, sounds good.
To be clear, the deferral was because the report was late coming to committee.
Right.
And so, what was it? 11:21 PM, that's when we received the report. Some councilors were not awake at that hour and did not read the report. And so they're asking for the deferral so they can actually consume the report and then properly ask questions. I just want it to be very clear.
Okay.
That's what it was about.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. It's been deferred. We're going to move on with our agenda. And I'm going to make sure I know where we are. Okay, we are on to motions. We're at section 9, motions. 9.1, tackling barriers to building more affordable and supportive housing. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder?
It's my workout for the day. Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nam. Thank you. This is the title of which is Tackling Barriers to Building More Affordable and Supportive Housing. It was served as a notice of motion, so there's been plenty of time for folks to read it. I'll jump to the therefore be it resolved and just offer a few comments, if I may, that the Housing Secretariat in collaboration with other city divisions be directed to conduct a jurisdictional scan to identify and assess the potential adoption of reforms and financing mechanisms to support affordable and supportive properties while reducing reliance on development charges and property taxes. And B, that the Housing Secretariat be directed to report back to Council as part of the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap annual update on the findings of the scan and provide recommendations for implementation. Just a few quick comments from me. We received a delegation from the head of the West End Home Builders, and there has been many reports, comments. The Ontario Affordable Housing Task Force references the cost of a building and some suggestions on how we can address. There has been discussion about the role of surcharges, whether in the form of development charges. They're actually suppressing the opportunity of municipalities to provide larger units as opposed to, we know the cost of land is considerable. We know that as a consequence, we're building which I think one Toronto Star writer refers to as dog crates, which are very, very small micro units. There's now a surplus of because they're not fulfilling a housing need. There's too many of them. But we've always used pricing as a way in which to induce the market, to affect the market, to affect behavior. We know that there are a growing list of municipalities who are looking at these very things. The city of Mississauga has been the last municipality to provide this direction based on a 30-member task force that the mayor and council struck and listened to. I don't think this conversation about pricing is going away. And I think it is an opportunity and I think an obligation on our part to ask Director Lewis and his cross-sectoral team to see what other jurisdictions are doing out there, to see what sort of matrix of output they've set out for themselves in trying to affect that market. We know that the private sector provides 94% of our housing supply. We can't do this. We cannot fulfill these gaps strictly, although we should be expanding that public field through co-ops and not-for-profit housing, et cetera. I'm not saying we give up on that, but we know it is going to be a generation. So the cards that we have right now and the deck that has been stacked with respect to the private sector, that has been 40, 50 years in the making. So we have to deal with that reality. And I do think, Chair, it's incumbent on us to explore what potentials might be out there for us to try and influence and get development going and get the kind of development we'd like to see to fit the needs of people in our communities. And I don't think there's any harm in looking and asking. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two speakers at the moment, Councillor Clark, then Councillor Tattison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I fully support Councillor Maureen Wilson's motion. I am alarmed, quite frankly, at the drop in the production of housing in the city of Hamilton. I am alarmed that we have condominium buildings right across the city that are sitting empty. We have approval of applications, and we have developers that have gone to the bank and the bank is demanding a certain pro forma, and they can't deliver, and they can't get the financing. Over the next couple of years, we are going to see the ramifications of all of the policies, federal, provincial, municipal, international, and their ramifications on housing. If we do not begin to work with the development community and the senior levels of government to build specific housing, smaller housing, bare bones housing. You know, I grew up on the city of Hamilton. I grew up on the mountain in, well, they used to call it Birdland. It was, I went to Our Lady of Lourdes School. It was a very poor community. We had wartime houses all over the place and semi-detached houses. We didn't have fancy houses on the mountain, central mountain of Hamilton. We grew up in those homes and everything, you know, we didn't know any better. The first time I saw a large single family home, it was a mansion to me because I grew up in a semi-detached home where I shared a bedroom with my brother. We didn't know any better. We struggled as a family because of poverty. But if we don't, and I remember Prime Minister Trudeau saying this, if we don't tackle the housing challenge head on and start looking at, you know, the wartime houses that we built and work with developers to build the appropriate size of housing and cost of housing to manage the housing demands, we're going to be in real trouble. So I think this motion will help. I think this motion will bring all eyes onto the issue. I think we should be having discussions with our planning division also so that they can understand that some of the things that they're putting developers through, and not just big developers, but small developers, the ramifications of I've completed my application and then you're asking for it to move forward and they say, oh, one more thing. And they get one more thing to death. We have developers who are really concerned and they don't want to come in here and start spilling the beans about the challenges that have been happening in planning because they don't want to face, again, that word, the ramifications of blowing the whistle on what's happening in the planning department. So we need to have that discussion. We need to have the discussion in a manner where we are not disparaging, we are not pointing fingers, we are saying, how do we make this work? So I thank Councillor Maureen Wilson for bringing this forward, And I'm hoping that this process will really open the door and start increasing the number of houses that we're building, because we are in trouble, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. We have a growing speakers list. Next, Councillor Taddison.
Just a question to the mover and a comment. I regularly meet with the Housing Secretariat, and so I just would like to know how involved they were in, or that person was, in the creation of this, and how likely is it that they can make this happen? Because when I hear all the things they are doing, I'm questioning whether they have the capacity.
Councillor Wilson.
I can assure the member that before I come into this chamber, I always have my homework done. So there have been a series of meetings before I form a motion. The T is crossed and the I is dotted. I'll let Director Lewis speak for himself.
Director Lewis, I see you're online there. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, I'm online and through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Taddison, for the question. Councillor Wilson did involve the Housing Secretariat and other folks within the city to be able to create this motion and bring it forward. We do have the capacity to be able to look at this with the small but mighty team that we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Fully supportive, Councillor. Thanks for crossing the T's, dotting the I's. All good.
And my response, if I have a point of personal privilege, was to say, it was all wrapped up in a delivery of endearment. Thank you, Councillor Taddison.
Okay, next, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, and all I keep hearing in my head is I pity anyway. Back to focus. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the motion. Happy to second it. Strategic development is one thing, and looking at as many reforms and financing mechanisms possible is the gateway to get there. And really looking forward to the outcomes of staff's carrying out of the directions that are in this motion, specifically and even more so inside of our current climate. The housing market or housing development, startup, getting things going, slow down is one thing. The other is inside of the context of, the constant uncertainty that the President of the United States keeps throwing at us. And so when we have our targets and clear mandate as a municipality that we are dedicated and focused in developing as many supportive and appropriate affordable housing units as possible to meet our current needs and our growing needs once our wait list numbers are updated, plus the ongoing pressure that those threats from the United States are going to cause for people's housing security. I think what we're seeing right now as a crisis is only one version. I try to remain an optimist, generally speaking, but I'm also a realist. And there is a reality of this crisis that is unfolding at a rate that we are not capable of keeping up with. And so it's very necessary that we lean on our expert staff to bring forward as many recommendations as possible. And it's my understanding that when we get out of the way and enable our staff to do that good work, we actually come back with some incredibly great strategies and innovation that enables us to build more. We've seen it demonstrated at City Housing Hamilton, and I look forward to that demonstration with all of our housing providers across the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor A. Wilson, then Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you. I think the mover would probably prefer if I direct this to Director Lewis. It's just a question about kind of content or anticipated report back. So I look at this, and to be fair, it's a motion asking for a broad review. And so I'm thinking of like 4 or 5 different interventions that are all very different from each other, from thinking about retrofit financing and helping existing providers to focusing on new providers. Councillor Clark brought up navigating our internal processes. Councillor Nan talked about kind of collaborative leadership. Even just in the speakers so far, we're looking at different opportunities and different opportunities in mind. would you be able maybe to narrow, I'm sure you're not going to report back on everything. Would you be able to narrow it so just we have a better understanding and our expectations meet the report that you would think you're working on? Because if there's been some discussion and this motion came forward, I think you probably have a sense of what might come back from this. Thank you.
Sure, and through the chair, Councillor, this is a good question as well. I mean, in many instances, when you're looking at the housing sector, a small environmental scan can become something quite large if you don't try and control it with what you're actually looking into. I would say specific to this motion here, we're looking at and I think the councillor was very specific in her motion to speak around financing mechanisms to support affordable and supportive housing priorities while reducing the reliance on development charges and property taxes. So in many instances, other municipalities are already doing this work. Councillor Maureen Wilson brought up the municipality of Mississauga. In addition to that, the City of Toronto has some programs that they've put in place for these sorts of things. There's other municipalities and regions that are doing this work right now. And I think it's really, it's up to us to be able to bring that information together and then kind of put together a scope. In addition to that, I'd also like to say that we are coming back on July 30th to GIC with a report relative to our finance and acquisition strategy, which may also have tools within that pilot that would fit directly into this work that we would be doing here and bringing it all together in one package for our annual report. So I can't give specifics right now, Councillor, as to what the scope of it would be. This could be a very large scope, but I think that looking at the finance and acquisition strategy coming forward and then looking at those municipalities, I think we can bring together something very specific and helpful and assist the city of Hamilton in doing something really good for our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. I do feel like I better understand some of the limits of what's coming back. It's certainly narrower than my reading, and I think that's what I was looking for. So going in with the right expectations. Thank you for that. Looking forward to the report.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair, Deputy Mayor. It's complex, obviously, and we all know that. I'm a social worker by training. Yeah, does it show? I don't know. And I can remember taking courses on crisis counseling, and one of the truisms there was sometimes the only time you can find a way to make significant changes in the face of a crisis. And as I listened to both the debates in French and English 2 nights ago and the other night, I heard all sorts of things about one economy, which would save ostensibly 15% on housing costs. I've heard about land acquisition, making land available. I've heard about wartime housing. I heard about Habitat for Humanity out in Alberta, who's almost strictly now into prefab housing. Provincially, I've heard about eliminating development charges. We hear that all the time from our building folk. It is complex. I get laughed at sometimes when I do this, but you know, I often quote my mom. I remember her saying to me once that, Teddy, sometimes a giant obstacle is nothing more than a brilliant opportunity cleverly disguised. That ties into the crisis counseling. Yeah, she's a clever woman. Late great mom. And I say that in the context of what's going on south of the border. You know, if I heard what I think I heard yesterday in the provincial debate, it occurs that in the face of tariffs on steel and aluminum, let's just quit shipping our steel and aluminum south. Let's run those energy sources east, so the East Coast doesn't have to rely on Americans for energy, and let's take that steel and that aluminum with a wartime housing approach, a crisis approach, and build millions of homes. Do it now. Create jobs. Make sure we train the skilled workers to do that. That's how we can take advantage and turn the coin over and really perhaps significantly benefit from what Donald Orange is doing south of the border. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any further speakers. We have a mover and a seconder. We will go to the electronic vote. The vote is available. That carries 13-0. Okay, for those of you with long-term memory, we did deal with 9.2 and 9.3 already quite some time ago, so we're on to 9.4, Flamborough Women's Resource Center Interval House. Councillor McMeekin, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder?
Yes.
And your microphone, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan, and I hope she'll speak to it. I trust that everyone has read it. Has anyone here not had a chance to read it? Okay, so let me just go to the therefore be it resolved and then speak briefly to it. The be it resolved is that a grant be provided to Interval House for the Flamborough Women's Resource Center, that this grant be funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account. And there's a number of the account there at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $10,000, and then the obligatory comment about the mayor and the city clerk being authorized. This has been a confession. This has been a real journey for me and for my community. Listening to folk in the rural community who are very concerned about the rapidly increasing incidents of domestic gender violence in rural communities. And some of you know that we've been working together on a more fulsome motion around this particular problem, but that's for a later meeting. In any event, just back to the learning, we've heard from folk who are intimately and passionately engaged in trying to combat this serious issue, one that we declared a crisis. And Councillor Nan said something a little bit earlier, which I wrote down, about the difficulty many of us have getting close to this service sector and in any way more aware of the challenges. I've been forged in those fires recently, and am proud to bring this motion forward. What it will do is it will allow the Flamborough Women's Resource Center, which is currently in a very small space, to expand that space and to serve more women in rural situations who are the victims of domestic gender violence. In a nutshell, that's the motion. We appreciate your support. By the way, the Community Council, as per protocol in our ward, reviewed this and were unanimous, all 40 people, in support of moving in this direction. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Spatafora, then Councillor Nan.
Hey, Chair, Councillor Nan can go before me. I believe she's the seconder of the motion if she'd like. I think Councillor McMeekin said she was going to speak to it after.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the grace around the table right now. There isn't much more to add other than it remains a point of inspiration for me whenever anybody who's struggling reaches out for support. And when organizations and groups like the Flamborough Women's Resource Center, did I get that right? Is able to collaborate with agencies like Interval House, who are connected to a larger sector, who is getting clearer and clearer with us municipally about the needs to adequately resource the needs of survivors, let alone get to a place of eventually getting to prevention so that we don't have to deal with gender-based violence or intimate partner violence again in our society. It's one of the most insidious forms of violence. and for far too long has been a realm of silence and a realm of shame and a realm of suppression. And when voices of survivors are upheld with dignity, are heard clearly as lived experience expertise, and the shaping of the programs that they design through compassionate organizations that continuously innovate and grow to meet the need where the need is, it's always a good day when that can be resourced and that call for support can be responded to. I'll just end with, we believe survivors, and it's an honor to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor McMeekin bringing this forward. We did have a few meetings over the last few weeks where I was able to do some homework on this and understand the importance of it. Obviously, Interval House is in Ward 14, and I spend a lot of time communicating with Sue Taylor, who does an unbelievable job at the Interval House, and we have discussed since my time here as a councillor the issues with the rural community and those residents and their inability to just reach help due to proximity and due to where they're at with their issues. So I'd like to thank Councillor McMeekin for allowing the Interval House to expand the good work that they do, and I'm glad I did enough homework on this one. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further speakers. It's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously, 13-0. Thank you very much. Item 9.5, inflation rate for 2026. Councillor Clark, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie that staff be directed to provide information to Council through the General Issues Committee at budget on how the city could operate with an inflation rate of 2.5% increase for 2026. I had some discussions with finance and with our clerk. I modified the language in the motion given the, I don't think we call it super mayor powers, but the mayor's authority that is granted to her through the province. This is simply asking for a report back basically on how we would operate with a maintenance budget in 2026. I won't go into great details. You know my concerns about the ongoing increases that we have had and the loss of our reserves in this process. So I think this might be very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers list, Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. I'm grateful that Councillor Clark talked to staff about the mayor's strong mayor powers, because I think that's a really interesting concern for this. I mean, she's the one who set the mandate. She's the one who put the directive together. She's the one who does those kinds of things. And so, notwithstanding the fact that council could certainly give her advice, right, and that's maybe part of this report back is going to outline the process on how that works. Ultimately, as far as I understand, it's going to be her decision. That notwithstanding, I'm not going to support this simply because we've heard from financial experts here, including the person we bring back every year, who's wildly qualified in this, and have all said that inflation at the national level, at the provincial level, is not how cities understand their finances, is not what regulates or speaks to property taxes. And I gave a town hall not that long ago, end of last year, where we talked about inflation and talked about the fact that it's kind of a canary in the coal mine issue when we don't even hit that marker. But the marker itself is not indicative of how cities fund themselves. And so for me, I think asking staff to come at that number would be arbitrary from my perspective. I've spoken about the arbitrary nature of the inflation number before. I'm going to stand by that statement, and I'm just going to vote opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could just ask first a financial question of clarification to GM Zagaric. My colleague referenced, I think, 2.5 as a maintenance budget. My understanding that for 2025, a maintenance budget would have been at 4.1%. So I'm just looking for some clarity on what constitutes maintenance today.
Through the chair, if I can answer that question looking forward to 2026, we do support multi-year budgeting. You would have seen in the budget documents that we were forecasting 2026 at a 9.3% residential tax increase. Through the 2025 budget deliberations, there were a number of amendments that affected 2026, the forecast. One of those amendments, as an example, is assessment growth that's averaging closer to 1.7 versus the historical 1%. So by the end of our budget deliberations, 2025 budget deliberations, our forecast for 2026 is 8.1%, exclusive of any referred items or business cases. So I'll speak to that in the context of maintaining our existing services and service levels. Now, that does include boards and agencies' multi-year forecast, and boards and agencies may have some strategies that are reflected in their forecast that represent some additional investments. I'll also highlight that even within the cities, I'll sort of walk back the reference to maintenance because transit strategy would be incorporated in that 8.1. So it's not necessarily a maintenance budget. There are investments over and above the status quo. So through the chair, just to try to sort of speak to this in the context of how we are forecasting for 2026, that's our best information to date.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, and just a reminder, just a few more questions. I believe during our budget deliberation, $12 million was the equivalent of a 1% in terms of the tax rate. If you could just clarify that through the chair.
Through the chair, it was only a few weeks ago, so I should know this, but I think we're closer to $13 million as 1%.
Okay. So I think it's always important for these discussions to be, we talked in the previous report about encampments, about us being really clear about people's expectations. There's a few in and I'll ask Jim Zagarek to clarify this. There's a few places, my understanding, in terms of how we would address a cut or a target of this quantum. You would have very few buckets. Could you clarify or enlighten me? You would have to just rapidly grow your assessment base within a period of 9 months so that you wouldn't have to make a cut from 8.1 to 2.5%. 2, if more than 80% of our costs are human resources, staff, you would have to look to staffing cuts, and you would be further restricted, if you will, by the complements which we have just entered into a multitude of collective agreements and those which are outside of the union. So it would be grow our wealth immediately, look at our human resource complements, and finally look at a reduction in core services. I'm wondering if you could comment on those avenues that would be available to us when this report comes back for our consideration.
So through the chair, if I can start with expenditures or costs, about 55% of our budget is employee-related costs. And those are tied to our collective agreement. So again, those are obligations we have that were negotiated some years ago. And the only way to affect those costs are to affect complement. That's the only way to reduce some of our obligations around employee-related costs. Another significant driver to our 2026 forecast, almost half of that forecast is infrastructure capital. asset management being about 1.3% of that 8.1%, as well as increasing our blocks to affect inflation. A big unknown will be tariffs and the impact tariffs may have on some of our construction projects, principally around facilities. And for instance, the impact that steel might have in how tariffs or the market for steel might impact those. So with respect to costs, those are, municipalities tend to defer capital if there's a imminent need to reduce costs. It's a short-term deferral of capital, recognizing there's a future cost associated with deferring capital. With respect to revenues, our hands are very tied in that we are very reliant on property taxes. With respect to assessment growth, that's not something that the municipalities can quickly ramp up. The assessment growth that we report annually is typically tied to growth that actually has occurred or construction that started some years ago. It might have been 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before it comes online, it's occupied, and it's captured. So the ability for a municipality to ramp up assessment and assessment revenue, especially in light of today's market, that is, I'll say, almost impossible for a municipality to ramp up. The principal funding source that municipalities would be assisted by in the context of funding is funding from senior levels of government. That's the primary source of revenue that's going to assist municipalities, whether it's in the context of housing, shelter system, infrastructure. Municipalities can tweak their financing strategies, we can leverage some financing, but the principal way to affect affordability is for senior levels of government to be more of an active funding partner for municipal services.
I just have a comment and I can go back on. Thank you.
Okay, speakers list is Councillor Francis, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. Just trying to understand, because this was on a previous agenda, maybe for the mover or for staff, when this would be coming back or what the hope is for this to be brought back. I know on here it says information to council through the General Issues Committee budget. Are we waiting until the GIC budget in the fall, or are we hoping to have this information back sooner than that? What's the expectation here to have this report back?
Okay, is there an expectation from the mover, or do you want staff to answer?
So through the chair, we can look to work towards this for, I'll say, the summer. I'm not sure that spring is going to be achievable with respect to sort of the budgeting and the financing. With respect to process, we would look to engage with clerks and legal to speak to the process question.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the summer, because the more time that we have with this, the better the trajectory that we're on with the affordability crisis, the looming tariffs. We need to look at everything to save our residents money in this interesting situation that we're in, and this motion will bring us that important information to make those decisions. So for me, the sooner the better, and I'm happy to hear that summer is the projected timeline for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar, and I want to thank Councillor Clark. Well, for some of us that keep being on the minority end of the budget votes and the new tax votes and the increase of tax votes, we tried with Councillor Francis a few weeks back, but there's 3.44 that lost. Last term of council, we averaged about a 2.5% increase, got our community through the worst healthcare crisis in a generation. But this term of council, I have voted against the two previous budgets of 5.8, 5.8. I would have voted against the 5.6 if given a chance. The ability to pay concern, in my humble opinion, by the majority of this council has been lost to other priorities. got brand new taxes, a VUT, rain tax, $60 million bike lanes. It goes on and on with the bloated bureaucracy. And in my humble opinion, where I'm going in my ward, and maybe the majority of my colleagues aren't hearing it, so good for them. They're carrying on the track they are. But where I'm going in my ward, level of service is declined. Taxes have gone up. You got to double lose. So let's try again, Councillor Clark, and I hope you get enough support for your 2.5% to come back to see what it looks like. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar.
Thank you. First time speaker, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just to clarify, through you, General Manager Zagaric, you mentioned that in the multi-year projection for 2026, we're sitting at 8.1%, and 55% of that 8.1% is employee-related costs tied to collective agreements. Did I hear you correctly?
Through the chair, I appreciate the question because it allows some further clarity. 55% of our operating costs are employee-related costs. So with respect to the 8.1, about 40% of that 8.1 is tied to our forecasted 2026 tax capital program.
40%. Sorry. See, this is where I'm.
So 40%, or about 3.2. is tied to infrastructure. The balance of just short of or of about 5% is operating, and of that 5%, about half of that, in fact, a little more than half. I think if we just take our collective agreements, increases in our employer benefits, that's approximately 3% residential tax increase.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. So 3% is just tied to our obligations as it relates to collective agreements and our employer-related costs. So although I appreciate the mover and where he's headed and why he's headed there, in terms of finding cost savings for our residents across the entire city, he's not doing it just for his own ward. I appreciate that, but then the information already that we know is that there is no way that we could even hit that 2.5%. We just heard it right now from our general manager that would be 3%. So I don't understand going into activities that tie our staff up into providing us reports that are completely unfeasible and also cause, or could be considered cause for concern for the very workforce that we rely on every single day to carry out the services of this municipality. So I can't support any signaling that would otherwise send any kind of chill to our staff, and therefore can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor M. Wilson for second time.
No, thank you, Chair. I was going to ask a question for Mr. GM Zagaric. We had this conversation about the validity and the wisdom of using this particular inflationary measure since we are a capital-heavy organization, but I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further speakers. Oh, Councillor McMeekin has indicated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure I can add much wisdom to this. I do know that a couple of cycles back, we passed a motion very late in the process at 4%. I think we came in at 3.52 or something, and there was some additional provincial stuff. I think if we're going to set a target, it's best to set it early. I know there's been some tension around the horseshoe around the process itself, and that just comes with the territory. But if you were going to set a target, it should be early. I could support the motion if the target was more in the neighborhood of 4%, but that's just my own personal gut feeling. When I hear the maintenance cost would be about 4.1, that would seem to be more in the range. So I would just offer that up. I don't know whether I think it's important to peg something as a target. It doesn't necessarily tie us to that if there's a good case to be made for exceeding that, which in all likelihood may happen. But I do think it's important to have a target to aim for. I just think 2.5 is too low.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Tattison.
Yeah, I don't question the target at all. What I want to say is that I support Councillor Clark in his quest, and I think that it will spur creativity. It will spur thinking that doesn't normally happen, perhaps, from leadership on the other side, just to, come up with some creative ideas to maybe look at this in a novel way that finds savings that we are not used to looking for. So I support this. It may be a challenge. It may be very advantageous, but I think, it might throw some novel ideas on the table that we could consider. And that's why I'm going to support this, just because, again, he's asking for information about what the process looks like. If it's too aggressive, the mayor always has the ability to just, do what she has to do in order to maintain, what she feels are service levels and things working with the city that are necessary. So I'm going to support it at this point. Fully supportive. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark, second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I sincerely appreciate all of the comments from my colleagues, even if they're not supportive of the motion that I have drafted here. In my lifetime in public service, I have seen different cultures when it comes to how a government spends money. And it's been my experience that unless there is tension in the system, then expenditures continue to go up. And I watched it happen federally, I've watched it happen provincially, I've watched it happen municipally. If we don't set targets, then staff will naturally come in and say, well, I need this to make all of this work. And so targets are, for me, tension in the system in the hopes that we can find savings. I understand Councillor McMeekin's position with regards to the 4%. I'll leave it at the 2.5. At the end of the day, if we get that report, it'll really enlighten us in terms of some of the things that we need to do, notwithstanding some of the comments that have been made here today, and I sincerely appreciate all of them. I you know me, I don't look at things with any animosity. We may disagree, but we leave here as friends. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm just going to pass the chair to Councillor Alex Wilson. I just do have a question. Didn't quite fully get fleshed out. So to GM Zagaric, so you outlined the capital spending, what's tied to collective agreements, which is well above 2.5%. So I think you touched on it, but if this were approved and you came back with a report, would it involve here options for service reductions, and would they be packeted? You could do A, B, C, or D to get to 2.5, because based on the conversation, the answers, I don't see any other way that would be possible without significant reductions, because the math to me says it's about $72 million between 8.1% and 2.5, which would have to be significant reduction. So if you could help us understand that, please.
Through the chair, I'm envisioning coming back with a report that somewhat sets the stage for 2026, as I've alluded to this afternoon, what we are foreseeing in terms of expenditures, as well as any revenues to offset our overall net position. And then in more general terms, how municipalities may offset some of those expenditure pressures, whether it's deferring capital as an example, whether it is strategies with respect to rationalizing labor force, identifying efficiencies, savings in an effort to reduce employee-related expenses, whether it's working with our community partners, our boards and agencies in terms of their contribution to the property tax increase, as well as whether it is set targets as we did through this year's budget to set a target of federal and provincial funding for shelter and encampment and housing of $14.1 million. That's what I'm envisioning in the report back. Anything further detailed in terms of specifics, I don't know that we would have that prepared for summer, and I expect we would need some further direction.
Okay, thank you for that. So just one follow-up question through you, Acting Chair. How different would that work be than what was done through the mayor's directive for 2025? And then there's going to be another mayoral directive around looking for efficiencies and savings and opportunities, to advocate for more funding. It's not clear in my mind how this motion would direct different action than was done just in the last few months, and then would potentially, realistically be done again through the mayoral directive for 2026.
So through the chair, I'm envisioning an information report that really speaks to, again, what we foresee for 2026 and measures that this municipality or other municipalities have taken as it relates to trying to drive some savings through their budget process. Different, I'm interpreting different than the mayoral directive. The mayoral directive was on how to frame the proposed budget, and the mayoral directive informed the development of the proposed budget. I see this being more so of an information report, again, setting the stage for 2026 and just sharing our experience and other jurisdictions' experiences on how they've undertaken efforts to drive some savings or efficiencies.
Okay, so what I heard there is that the 2.5% target, as questioned by Councillor Meekin, isn't necessarily driving the information report. It's just here's a whole bunch of opportunities to reduce the tax burden. Is that a fair interpretation of what you just said?
Yeah. Through the chair, and I can't recall which councillor said it. It might have been Councillor Kassar. The gap between our current forecast and 2.5 is approximately $70 million, and so we would identify the gap and what within those categories what would have to be achieved in order to offset that gap. And again, not just as it relates to expenditures, but funding sources. What would the relationship, for instance, have to be between municipal, provincial, and federal governments to contribute towards that gap?
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Happy to give the chair back to you.
Okay, I'll take the chair back. Councillor Meekin, go ahead.
Just briefly, I was pleased, excited even when Councillor Maureen Wilson boldly went where no one seemingly has gone before, Star Trek, to look at the whole revenue side. I'm a big revenue guy. When I was running a business and we ran into trouble, you either cut your stock, you cut your staff, you raised your prices within reason to raise more revenue so you could survive. And I guess I need to clear this. I'm expecting that the report that's going to come back in, could identify a number of revenue sources. And I think it's really important that we focus on those. I know we ran into a bit of flack on the land transfer issue, but theoretically, that was we were told that was potentially a $200 million revenue source. Whether we'd ever embrace that or not, I don't know. We'd have to have that discussion. But I'm assuming that would be part of the revenue side of the report that comes back. So that would be my question to Mr. Zakaric. I'm assuming that any report comes back would also try to tackle the revenue side.
Through the chair, as I mentioned, we would do a scan of other jurisdictions and recognizing that it's one tool in one jurisdiction, and not that we would do a lot of work or effort, but just highlighting previous information shared with council regarding that one particular revenue tool.
Okay. Councillor Beattie.
Sorry, Chair, and I know that we've gone through first time, second time, and I haven't spoken, and I wasn't going to speak, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to move this forward from the standpoint that what has been reported back from the general manager is that this will come back to this body as a public exercise of the steps that could be, and it's written into the motion as such, could be taken to achieve a particular outcome. And I would hope that that would be an open and transparent signal to the community that we are investigating potential options to offer cost savings. Doesn't mean we have to adopt them all, but at least we have a public, transparent document coming back in the form of a report that would outline the potential steps necessary to get to an achieved outcome. And I would hope that we would find that to be valuable around this table and informative when we're making our decisions in the future. So I'm hoping that at least we can get to that next step of having that information come back before this body. What we choose to do with it at that point, that might be a different conversation, but at least let's bring this back so that we can engage in that conversation using an open and transparent document that'll come before this body. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. I think that gave you the last word because I don't see any other hands. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We will go to the electronic vote. That carries 11-2. Okay, moving along to 9.6, identifying areas for improvement, efficiency, and effectiveness. Councillor Clark, would you like to do?
Sorry, just a quick point of order. I voted the wrong way there, accidentally. Sorry.
Okay, we have.
I don't think we need to re-vote. I'm just telling you, if you could switch my vote to no.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I can take that verbally and I will change it in the minutes. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, doesn't affect the outcome of the vote. Okay, so 9.6, identifying areas for improvement, efficiency, and effectiveness. Councillor Clark, could you introduce your motion and your seconder?
I have such fun to say. Councillor Kretsch here. I'll just get back to this motion that we'd like to move now. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. It's identifying areas for improvement, efficiency, and effectiveness. Whereas there has been an exponential growth in new FTEs over the last 4 years with a total of 730 new hires, whereas the total number of employees in the city has now exceeded 8,000, whereas outcome number one under priority number one under sustainable economic and ecological development in the approved 2022 to 2026 council priorities was, and I quote, reduce the burden on taxpayers. Therefore, be it resolved that starting in 2026, the city manager be directed to conduct a functional improvement process program or business process improvement plan, which will be defined as a management exercise to assess city procedures to identify areas that can be improved to be more efficient or more effective, to be financed, and this project is to be financed out of the tax stabilization reserve with a semi-annual report back to GIC. So to be very clear, Deputy Mayor, I'm not expecting that we're going to have this report come back in 2026. I'm expecting that this is the type of project that would go over 3-4 years. It's a large corporation that we are in. And having a functional improvement process conducted on that is going to be an undertaking that I suspect the city manager may look to find outside independent contractors to come in and help us. So to explain it, a functional improvement process is usually an independent, proactive process of identifying, analyzing, and enhancing existing business processes to optimize performance. It's designed to eliminate inefficiencies, improve quality, reduce operational costs, enabling organizations to deliver better services. To my recollection, there has not been a proactive review of city processes since the year 2000, and that was the amalgamation process that conducted that. Conducting functional improvement processes provides an enhanced efficiency whereby processes improve aims to streamline workflow, reduce time, resources wasted on redundant or inefficient tasks, cost reduction by optimizing resource allocation. Businesses can reduce operational costs while still maintaining high quality outputs. Improve resident satisfaction with faster and more reliable processes directly contribute to better customer service and increased employee engagement Employees working in a well-structured, efficient environment are more likely to feel engaged and motivated as they are empowered to contribute to meaningful improvements. My experience in the private sector has shown over the years that this type of work is very effective. And what it does for a corporation, which the city of Hamilton is it really helps find efficiencies and eliminate redundancies and improve the services directly to the customer. As I indicated, it is usually a project that happens over a number of years. It doesn't happen overnight. And it would be within the realm of the city manager to conduct that operation and report back semi-annually to council. It's important that we have a really good handle on what's going on in our organization. You know, we all get anecdotal stories. Our Auditor General gets the stories all the time, and he investigates and finds savings. We hear from employees, or at least I've heard from employees, that are troubled that they're doing more of the work in their department, and there's people that are playing cards or are not doing their job. And this type of process really enables the managers to get a really good understanding and handle on what is happening in their division, in their departments, in the offices, and then they can report back to the city manager with recommendations in terms of how we can find efficiencies in the service. I don't think that this motion should be considered a disparaging comment or a personal comment on the work of our organization. It is natural when a large organization as large as ours, there's a need to look at these things. I can think of examples, if you'd like, when Dofasco amalgamated with Algoma. Now that's going back a while. They found a great deal of savings because there was duplication and redundancy in their operations. They did this type of programming to get that through. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And again, I encourage my colleagues to support it. Let's get some good work done in terms of finding efficiencies and improvements in our systems.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor M. Wilson, then Councillor Beattie.
Thank you. Thank you to the mover. I'm going to start out with what probably sounds like a slag, but it is premised in order to seek for more details. There's an entire lot of people who have made millions and millions and millions of dollars off of the public purse. The era of Peter Drucker, who wrote more management books, and none of them, in my opinion, could be corrected, have withstood scrutiny. They created a lot of money for management consultants, but in terms of the output for the public good, I would question the value. So as that being my platform from which to ask questions, my question first to the city manager is, not opposed to ongoing reviews for continuous improvement, but to ensure that we are prudent in this exercise, could I ask for her insight on how we will inform this so that we are informing, if we're using an external party, on what our goals and objectives are as a public entity, which are very different from a private one like Dofasco. Dofasco's, as Ross Perot and company would say, very quick, very easy. There's a shareholder. We have shareholders. We also have very stringent regulatory requirements, public health and safety, public goods. So my first question would be, how will we be informed to ensure that we are guiding the work of the consultant, and what are the principles and priorities to be upheld and to inform a process of review? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. So I think the appropriate way to handle something like this to make sure that the scope is fully understood would be to scope it out initially and return to council before going out to the RFP to obtain a consultant to make sure that both the scope of work and the areas of focus initially align with the council's priorities, the strategic plan, and the direction of council at the time. Because I think that something like this can add tremendous value as long as folks know what they're getting. Right. I think that the concept of it is really what we're striving for internally, and having that focused attention on it and council's direction behind it says to the organization that this is important to council, this is important to the community, and can really help in terms of our efficiency, our accountability, and our transparency with the public. But I would agree that we have to scope it appropriately then and have buy-in from council from the onset, pre-RFP going out.
That's awesome. I think that will give me a sense of assurance in terms of we're talking about the importance of taxpayers' money. We don't want to go out open-ended, and I think we need to have a strict measure of accountability on those terms of reference. So if I'm hearing, and whether the mover needs to embed that in the directive, that you will be reporting back with a scoped terms of reference, which will inform the work of the consultant, I would feel much better. The second question I have is either during that report back or perhaps now, what would be the role of staff that the city manager envisions so that we're ensuring that they do seek this as an opportunity, that there is buy-in because they know their fields best, but that we're not going to put a spoke into their wheel, that we're going to hamper their opportunity to deliver on their mandated deliverables that we have charged them with, while also doing this. If I could have some feedback.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I find that these things can be tremendously valuable, but for them to be valuable, you have to collaborate with the teams that are involved so they're identifying the opportunities for improvement. So it's not about finding fault, it's about people identifying where they have barriers or gaps and then saying, I know we can solve a problem here. Help me to solve that problem by helping to resource, by helping to. So if we engage the team from the onset and they're identifying it, we're bringing it to council for support, I think we'll have better outcomes. And I think measuring that success over time says to the groups that are bringing these things forward how beneficial it is and gets the buy-in from the team to keep going long term.
Thank you. I have one final content question, if I could. I know Chair, you and I and Councillor Wang, who's not here at the moment, sit on the Open for Business subcommittee. We have a direction coming forward soon aimed at providing for a more customer and user-friendly process. If you're seeking to do business, if you're seeking to build, if you're seeking to start a small business. So I'm just trying to get some feedback, perhaps unfairly at this point, that we are not going to upend that work, that we somehow recognize its value and the direction that will be coming. How does the city manager see these different pockets of work going on, and how will this inform this? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I actually find these kinds of conversations incredibly exciting because they go hand in hand. So if we're going to deliver public service excellence, if we're going to give every customer the best experience possible, we do that by building in a continuous improvement mindset where we improve, and a customer-centric one, where we build it into our processes and our thinking at multiple layers. So I think this kind of process actually enhances, as long as we don't overwhelm with trying to do too much at one time. But I think that they actually help one another to be successful. So I get excited about it.
Thank you. I know I passed my time, but I do have one more question.
Okay, John, for a second time. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I was very happy that the mover asked me to second this. I worked in a number of organizations, big and small, for multiple different instances, including my own business, which I took over from my parents in 2008. And I think regardless of the size or scope of the organization, be it a public entity, be it a private entity, at some point you start to go, why are we doing the things that we're doing in this manner? And I think that that's what this is in particularly asking. Reviewing, why do we do this way? And is there a different way or a better way of doing it? And if it leads to cost savings, great. Some cases it won't. Sometimes it'll just lead to a better process that has a better outcome. And I'm eager to see where we might be able to go with this, and hoping that we'll have some good reporting come back, identifying areas that maybe we've lost sight of over the years, because we are a very, very large organization. It's very, very difficult. And I've even spoken to some, we go, I'm not really sure why we do this anymore. And asking those questions and saying, what is the best way? What is the best method? What is necessary? What is not? This is an excellent review, and I'm excited by the city manager's excitement over going down this path. So hoping for acceptance from my colleagues, thankful to the mover for allowing me to second.
Thank you. Councillor Cretch.
I agree with Councillor Maureen Wilson about the need for us to ensure that there'll be a report back with the scope. I don't necessarily think it has to be in the motion if the city manager is telling us that's step one in her process and is what she's going to do. But happy to support an amendment if people think it's necessary. That for me is the most important part of this, is making sure that it's actually effective and that the work that we're doing makes sense. I don't necessarily agree with the framing of this motion, in terms of the idea that just because we have a certain number of FTEs being added to the organization, that in and of itself says that there's some kind of inefficiency. But I just still support the idea that an organization of our size could benefit from that work. I've certainly seen some things in my time as a councillor that made me have questions. And so, sure, let's ask those questions and get those answers. And I think having a third party come in and help us with that is a transparent and thoughtful way of doing it. I will say, though, too, and I encourage Councillor Clark, if you're having conversations with employees who are telling you anecdotal information about people playing cards, I think this isn't the forum for that. I think you should actually follow up with those complaints, make sure the relative managers and directors and maybe the city manager is aware of those instances so they can investigate them. When you say them out here, there's no way to really interrogate those claims or make sure they go through a proper process, and it might do more harm than good. But otherwise, I'm going to support the motion based on what the city manager said. Thank you.
Okay, for first-time speakers, we have Councillor A. Wilson, Nan, myself, and then we'll go to second-time speakers. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Yeah, I think I agree with the discussion. I definitely don't agree with the motion in front of us, though, that it says written down. And I've seen a lot of friendliness from both the movers that, oh, what the city manager said is where we are trying to go. So, for example, how much is this going to cost? How are we going to measure success? Those are all pieces that I'd love a report back from staff, basically saying, here's what we could do, here's what it would look like, here's that, and then we make that decision there. So I think this is just kind of putting two decisions together, and I would prefer to have an understanding before we commit to a 4-year process. What's it going to cost? What are we trying to get out of it? It sounds like there's willingness to get there, so I'll leave it maybe to see if there could be some friendly amending. Just another point of fact is if more work is going to be done on this, in the whereases, there has not been an exponential increase in staffing, just a minor point, but that's just not, it's not accurate. It has gone up for sure year after year. That's just not, it's not exponential. So there we go. Open to this idea for sure. Would love to see some refinement or getting there in terms of this outcome though.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had the ability, I'll say, I won't contextualize it any more than saying that I was doing the work, as being among the management staff at the City of Toronto when we had to spend so many hours onboarding a private consultation firm to try to get them to understand public service delivery. They were tasked with carrying out the core service review in 2011. And that review lacked scope clarity and resulted in recommendations like delay snow plowing operations from 5 centimeters to 8 centimeters. That will effectively shave 5% off the operating budget for the City of Toronto. It included proposals such as closed libraries. There's not enough people in them. And it costs a lot to invest in the capital resources to update them so people would actually show up. It included recommendations like, closing beloved animal farms where children learn a lot about urban farming, learn a lot about their relationship with animals, and for many who can't afford to go to the Toronto Zoo, it's probably the only place they're going to pet an animal that they otherwise only read about in their stories. So needless to say, that entire exercise was a complete waste of time and labor. And I say that at that time as unfortunately one of the bureaucratic staff who had to engage in many, many hours and many, many late nights consoling staff that we valued them and we valued their excellence. And that unfortunately the exercise was being conducted in a manner that had absolutely no basis of understanding of public service and municipal services. At the end of the day, it resulted in 0.2% saving the next budget year. So that said, I'm really encouraged by our city manager and the clarity and scope conversation that she's provided to the discussion. I would need that in writing. I would need that completely in writing and embedded in this motion in order to support it. I do not want to walk down any path that would tie up our staff engaging in an exercise that could potentially, in any way, potentially end up like that core service review back in 2011. And I know that the mover is not intending that, I know that the seconder is not intending that. They're both looking for what's possible, introducing that tension point and really getting towards that public service excellence, but doing so in a way that is rooted in some core principles, has to be centered inside this motion and direction. It's really important for our public to understand that this isn't just about cutting budgets. This isn't just about reducing tax rates. This is about responsible fiscal management inside of an organization that is trying to right-size itself in order to meet this growing population's need, as well as right-size a bureaucracy that has been so desperately under-invested in and under-resourced to the point that we don't have and haven't had the privilege of leaning on subject matter experts within our existing staff at really critical junction points for this iteration of council and previous iterations of council. When I see the whereas clauses, I see the folks that are going to help us meet that backlog of entering the number of people who are not even in our system for a centralized wait list. I see the people who are going to help us enact a safe apartments bylaw. I see the people who are, providing life-saving teaching, lifeguard teaching to our children. I see workers. And I can't support a motion that would propose, and I'm not saying that this is the intent of the mover or the seconder, and I think this is why language really, really matters, that if what we're trying to do here is right-size our organization to find innovative savings while at the same time delivering public service excellence, then we need our workers on side to deliver that. I believe we can come up with great solutions here that are cost-effective, but we have to do it in a way that frames respect for the workers that we finally brought online. They're also being paid wages that support our local economy. And I think that that needs to be respected as well. So if the mover would consider some changes, I'd be happy to support this motion if it included some of that language. Thank you.
Councillor Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. And not a single resident in this city thinks we have no room for efficiencies in the city of Hamilton. And this is important work that we should be doing. I appreciate this being here, and I look forward to seeing what the results are. Thank you.
Okay, I'm next on the speakers list. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Alex Wilson. Yeah, as has been stated, I don't agree with the framing of the motion, but I think this is a very, very important initiative for us, and I'm supportive of the direction. I actually think it's a step to a path that could really help strengthen the city. I worked in the private sector for nearly a quarter century at a corporation that was more than twice the size of the city of Hamilton. And we had a Six Sigma culture, and you may not be familiar with the term Six Sigma. Started in manufacturing. At its core essence, it basically means getting down to 3.4 errors per million instances. But it also has very positive process implications. So I was a Six Sigma green belt at where I worked, and we had black belts that were full-time process improvement individuals with a VP who ran it, and it was internally, so it wasn't consultants. And I know Councillor Tattison is listening here and doesn't like to hear the word consultants, but all kidding aside, it's a really, really important direction where it's not just about cutting services, and I would agree with Councillor Nan, if it's an exercise about cutting services, that's not what I would sign up for. It's about how we make our corporation more robust, more effective, how you energize people to, with processes that are actually having an input or a big impact, how we have better services for our residents. And it's, as Councillor Clark alluded to, it's not a one and done kind of 6-month, 12-month thing. It's a way of life. So ultimately, that's what I would like to see us evolve into, is continuous improvement, to use the words that City Manager Clucky mentioned. It's continuously challenging ourselves how to improve. And maybe at some point we do evolve where we are running this ourselves and we have some internal process improvement division that would more than pay for itself, because it did in the private sector. And I hear what Councillor M. Wilson said about private sector just trying to suck out wealth, or yes, that's happened. I've seen that happen, but there's a real opportunity. So putting the whereases aside, because that doesn't really impact the action, although I think it's unfortunate that's framed the way it is. Definitely supportive of going down this path. I think if we get the city manager and staff working on it and bring back a report, there's opportunity for us to have influence on what that looks like, the scope of it, the speed of it. But ultimately, if it's going to be successful, I think it's a perpetual initiative that's going to make the city stronger. So I'll leave it there and take the chair back, and we'll go on to second-time speakers. Councillor M. Wilson, then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I really appreciate the conversation and the openness of the mover to listening. Like, it's really apparent he's doing that. So I'm very grateful. There's no hostility being sensed. We want a good outcome, and I think there's an acknowledgement that private is different than public. However, there's always room for a better process. Regardless, it's just ensuring that we are being responsible to our mandates, right? The one final question I had, and then I know Councillor Clark has been working on some amendments, is if I could ask the city manager, I think what I've heard is the importance, before we continue further, that you feel confident, and that I heard you say that it would be the responsible thing to do, that you understand the charge, but you'll be coming back with a more defined outline of what the exercise will be and the principles that will guide it. And will you be at that point providing a range of cost and timeline? Please and thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, I think that all has to be a piece of it. Estimates of what it would cost. And, I always like to give some ranges as well, depending on how much you look at, so council can make an informed decision. the scope and some potential projects or focus areas that we might guide them toward. So all of that would be included initially. Now, I'm understanding that to be starting in 2026. So I would have time this year to work with the team to develop that and return to council then. Okay.
Thank you. So I heard an acknowledgement that you would be working this year in order to scope that work assignment. And in it, you would be identifying the role of staff, and in it, you would be identifying the role, if any, of a private sector consultant, and in it, you would be identifying an assigned value and a timeline to ensure that this is not just, it is open-ended, it's always ongoing, but that the consultant's retainer not be open-ended and ongoing. Okay, thank you. The one question I have remaining is, if I could ask you to consider in your deliberations with staff, the role of the varying needs of the population across Hamilton. We know that we have residents who don't have the capacity to use private sector swimming lessons, pools, those sorts of things. They don't have a lot of travel in their disposable income account so that they can go to a place perhaps outside the jurisdiction. So I guess what I'm asking is that within your deliberations, you bookend some thoughtfulness to how the role of equity and the different capacity and needs of residents be considered in your deliberations. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes. In short.
Good enough.
Okay, Councillor Tattison.
Oh, thank you. Listen, I hear the cautions that some councillors are raising, but you know, I guess I'll get on the queue here just so I can provide Councillor Clark a little more time to write up his motion. I do want to say that I think everybody agrees, like you said, Chair, that we need or Deputy Mayor, we need a more robust, or we would love to be seeking for a more robust, effective, efficient system, by all means. I'd like just to, I guess, my words, what I'd like to say to my other councillors sitting around the committee here today, let's not let our search for a perfect motion get in the way of the good intentions of this motion. So I fully think that Councillor Clark is on the right path here. We may need to tweak it a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing those tweaks, but I would really ask that we all get behind and support it. I trust the city manager understands what we're trying to do here, and I think that she can get us to the right place. So again, I just want to say I think it's important that, you know, we extend a little trust on behalf of the mover of the motions or the motion and support it. So that's my take on it, and I will be fully supporting whatever Councillor Clark puts out.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. So we are to Councillor Clark again. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, I want to, and I thank the clerk for getting it up there so quickly. So I asked the clerk if I could delete the first two whereases. I didn't want them to there was no intent for it was just trying to indicate some of the statistics that I saw. The last whereas is just a flat out statement. It's what we have agreed to as a council to reduce the burden on city taxpayers. And so then the motion will now read that the city manager report back to the General Issues Committee with a recommended scope of work prior to any issuance of an RFP on a functional improvement process, program, or business improvement plan, which will be defined as management exercise to assess city procedures to identify areas that can be improved to be more efficient and more effective, to be financed out of the tax stabilization reserve with semi-annual report backs. And so the only thing that's not in this motion is the year 2026, and that was the starting point, if you will. So if we could just add 2026 in there, Madam Clerk. I want to thank the councillors around this room, and I listen very intently to the debate. And sometimes people take comments that are being made by their fellow colleagues on a personal level. I don't have any ego. I don't take anything personally. I listen intently to the comments that are being made in the hopes that I can improve the resolution that I am forwarding. And this is another example of it. And I would encourage my colleagues, I have not been insulted, disparaged, or hurt by any of the comments around this room. They really, they help inform the debate and the decision. And it's important that we as councillors and elected members maintain that mindset throughout our term so that we work together as a team. We may not always agree, but in my mind, you're all my friends, and I trust all of you, and I respect all of you, and I hope that we can work together. And today is an example of what we should be doing on a more regular basis. To my colleagues, I did not take offense to anything that was made. Did you, Madam Clerk? Yep, you got it in there, starting in 2026. So unless Deputy Mayor Kassar, the city manager, has any other suggestions to the motion, then I think it would stand. I look to my seconder. He seems to be pleased.
Okay. City manager is just reading it through.
Yes, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm comfortable with that, and I'm happy to work on it this year into 2026.
That gives you lots of runway. So I thank the support of the councillors around the table, and I think this will be a worthwhile endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, we are now ready for the vote. It's an electronic vote, and it is before you now.
Chair,
Yes, Councillor Taddison.
didn't the city manager just say she would start on it in 2025?
The indication was she would work on it in 2025. The report back is in 2026, but it's up to her to manage the timeline that's in the motion.
Okay, thank you. Just thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, okay. If you haven't voted, please do so now. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Okay, moving on, I am going to need to pass the chair to Councillor Alex Wilson, as I have a motion. Please introduce your motion. Okay, and my seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson. The title of this is Feasibility of the Relocation and Adaptive Reuse of the Mar Philippo House. In the interest of time, I will skim through the whereases. We have the Mar Philippo House. It's an 1850 two-story stone rubble building on Wilson Street. There is an application for an 8-story, 118-use mixed-use development on that site and additional parcels of land beside it. Staff are working through the heritage permit process concerning that heritage-designated Mar Philippo House. The developer has agreed, or in their plans wants to move it, but has agreed to move it to keep it on the streetscape within the Ancaster Village BIA. The staff have identified grounds in front of the Ancaster Memorial Arts Center as a potential location, and local organizations have indicated they could actually use more space within the village core. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning Division, Corporate Facilities and Energy Management Division, and Corporate Real Estate Office staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of relocating the Mar-Philippa House to the Ancaster Memorial Arts Centre grounds or other publicly owned property in Ancaster Village BIA, and report back to the General Issues Committee in Q3 2025 with the following considerations in mind. A, zoning, B, parking, C, servicing, D, site drainage, E, interior upgrades, F, ongoing maintenance, G, possible tenants, and H, any other opportunities and constraints to inform any future negotiations with the developer for the City of Hamilton to take ownership of the building in the event that the building cannot remain in its current location or as part of the proposed development directly addressing Wilson Street. If I can just speak to it briefly. So the Mar-Philippa House, as I mentioned, is a part of the heritage in downtown Ancaster. The public and council will be very aware of a development that went to the OLT and tried to get to divisional court. And we're back with a new development application, which is one track here. Parallel to that is the Mar-Philippa House and the heritage designation and what can and should be done with that. The development application is to move that off the main streetscape onto a residential area out of sight. And the third track here is potentially to find a home on Wilson Street, downtown Ancaster streetscape. So the city's preference and mine would be to leave it where it is and incorporate it into development. There are certain reasons why that may not be possible. Second would be to keep it on the streetscape somewhere in the village core and not tucked away where it can't be seen. So that's really what this is. There's no decision being made here. It's just looking at different options that are going to satisfy the builder, satisfy the public, and actually potentially help out a whole bunch of organizations and bring some vibrancy into the downtown core. There's a lot happening there, but this is kind of important to keep it in a public space. So that's really it, and back to you.
I can see Councillor Clark's hand, and then after that, I'll look to you, LC Bates, for a speakers list, just because I can't see it. So Councillor Clark, you're the speakers list.
I support what you're proposing. I think that's an ideal a location for it. Who's paying for the move?
Thank you. Very good question. The developer has agreed to pay for the cost for moving it anywhere in the Ancaster BIA. So it would be kind of indifferent from what they were planning to a potential location here. So the city is not paying anything. It would be the developer.
Because it is a unique process to move a heritage building like that. So thank you for that. I support it.
I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list. So I think with that, it's been moved, it's been seconded, and we'll call for a vote on the motion. And that vote is now up. And that vote carries 13-0, and I'll return the chair to you, Councillor Cassar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We're now on to section 10, notices of motion. We have 10.1, Wesley Youth Outreach Center in Ward 1. Councillor M. Wilson, would you like to read your notice of motion?
It stays as a notice, Chair, and I'll just leave it on the public record.
Thank you. Item 10.2, strong mayor powers and how it applies to the City of Hamilton property tax budget process. Councillor Spatafora, would you like to read your notice of motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is staying as a notice. I won't be reading it. This gives everybody ample time to do their homework. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Okay, not seeing any. So we'll move on to private and confidential. First of all, we'll deal with the closed session minutes from February 5th, 2025. Could I have a mover and seconder to adopt the confidential minutes and that they remain confidential? Councillor Cretch, Councillor Beattie. All in favor, show of hands, please. That's everybody. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just to the Deputy Mayor, before we do the motions regarding closed session, I'm just wondering if committee wants to take a motion to extend the time as it is 10 after 5 and we have several in-camera items.
Thank you very much. We should do that. So we will expire at 5:30, so we will need to extend beyond that.
happy to move to 6:30. So I'm going to put forward a motion that we move our adjournment time to 6:30 today, and then maybe we have a bit of a bio break as we go into closed as well.
And seconder, Councillor Clark. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and that's a show of hands. No, it's electronic vote. The vote is up. And that carries, not unanimously. Okay, before we go into closed session, I'll need a mover and seconder for the following. For allowing some individuals to come into closed session. Doris Chardulo, Paul Hamilton, and Duncan Robertson, and Chief Bergen, I believe, from Hamilton Police Services, be permitted to attend the closed session portion of the General Issues Committee meeting respecting item 11.3, and then B, that Lise Patry from LXM be permitted to attend the closed session portion relating to 11.4. What did I say? Okay, thank you very much. Those individuals, members of the police services. Okay. Yeah, mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Beattie. We will go to the electronic vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. We'll now need a motion to go into close for items 11.2 to 11.6. Could I have a mover and seconder for the following? Pursuant to section 9.3, subsections B, C, E, F, G, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended in section 2392, subsection B, C, E, F, G, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city purposes or local board, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a matter in respect of which council or committee may hold a closed meeting under the Act other than Municipal Act 2001, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the city or local board, and personal matters about an identifiable individual include city or local board employees. So a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Nan. We'll go to the vote. And that carries unanimously. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we're now going into closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff not directly related to in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. I'll also remind members that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7c when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. First, I would like to ask for a motion to defer item 7.2 to the March 19th GIC. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Clark. Show of hands or electronic? Yes? Electronic vote, my apologies. To defer consideration of 7.2 to the March 19th GIC. The vote is up.
Thank you.
That carries 11-0. Item 11.3, PED 25010, relocation of Hamilton Police Services Marine Unit, Wards 2 and 5. Could I have a mover and seconder for the following? That directions provided to staff in closed session respecting the report, relocation of Hamilton Police Service Marine Unit, be approved and remain confidential until completion of agreements respecting the relocation of HPS Marine Unit, and B, that the entirety of report PED 25010 remain confidential, not be released as a public document with the exception of Appendix A, map to the report, and Appendix B, summary of memorandum of understanding relocation of this report, which both be released after the execution of the memorandum of understanding. Councillor Francis, Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll need an electronic vote. The vote is up. Carries unanimously. Item 11.4, CM 24004C, confidential memo, additional information to report cybersecurity incident impact update, CM 2400B. Could I have a mover and seconder on the following, that the confidential memo respecting additional information to the report cybersecurity incident impact update be received and remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll have an electronic vote, please. The vote is up. Councillor Taddison, can you vote? That carries unanimously. 11.5, could I have a mover and seconder that A, directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report CM 24004B, cybersecurity incident impact update, be approved and remain confidential, and B, that report CM 24004B, cybersecurity incident impact update, remain confidential. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. We'll have an electronic vote. The vote is up. That carries 10-1. Item 11.6, aggregate resource tax legal update citywide. Could I have a mover and seconder that A, report LS 25001, aggregate resource tax legal update, be received and remain confidential. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:58 p.m. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff.
Applause.